The fire crackled in the quiet of the night, its warm glow flickering on the weathered faces of the elders gathered in a circle. The smell of burning wood mingled with the earthy scent of the forest, and the silence carried the weight of countless generations. A soft breeze rustled the leaves above, as if the trees themselves leaned closer to listen. Then, a voice broke through the stillness, low, steady, and rich with wisdom. There was a time, the elder began, when humans and spirits walked side by side, when the world was new, and every shadow held a story. The children huddled closer, their wide eyes catching the firelight. Each word seemed to carry them further from the present, deeper into a world shaped by forces older than memory. The elder's voice was a thread, weaving a tapestry of gods and animals, of lessons and warnings. The Cherokee people believed that everything in the world was connected. Rivers were the veins of the earth, and mountains were its bones. Even the smallest creature had a purpose, a role to play in the great balance of life. Long ago, they said, the animals and humans understood each other. They spoke the same language, shared the same space, and treated one another with respect. But harmony is fragile, and it was the breaking of this bond that birthed many of the tales. "Do you know," the elder asked, his gaze sweeping over the small crowd, "why the owl and the panther see so well in the dark?" The children shook their heads, eager for the answer. When the first fire was made, many creatures were curious, but it was the owl and the panther who dared to sit closest to the flames. They were not afraid to stare into the fire's heart, and so, the Great Spirit gifted them with the ability to see even in the blackest night. But this gift came with a price. They would forever carry the burden of watching over the secrets of the night, protecting the balance that the fire threatened to destroy. The stories were not just for entertainment, they were lessons, warnings wrapped in wonder. Each tale carried the weight of survival, of understanding the invisible threads that held their world together. The Cherokee believed that the Great Spirit was not a single entity but the force that moved through all things. It was in the wind that bent the trees, in the water that shaped the rocks, and in the fire that brought both warmth and destruction. The elder's voice softened, carrying a note of reverence. Long ago, before people walked this land, the animals were the caretakers. The bear was the strongest of them all, a protector who guarded the forests and rivers. But strength alone was not enough to keep the world in balance. So, the Great Spirit gave the bear something more, a soul that could speak to the spirits of the earth. The children gasped, and even the adults leaned closer, captivated by the weight of the tale. The elder continued, the bear was not alone. The wolf brought unity and the gift of the pack. The eagle carried messages between the heavens and the earth. And the deer taught the value of gentleness, of moving with grace even in a world filled with dangers. But the world was not always kind to those who carried such gifts. The stories often turned dark, reflecting the struggles and sacrifices of the spirit animals. One night, the elder said, his voice dropping to a whisper, a great storm rolled across the land. The wind howled like 1,000 spirits, and the rain fell so hard it seemed the earth would drown. The animals gathered in a cave, seeking shelter. But as the storm raged on, they realized the water was rising. The cave would soon flood, and they would all perish. The fire flickered, casting shadows that danced like spirits on the rocks. It was the bear who stood, his massive frame filling the cave's entrance. "I will hold back the storm," he said. The other animals watched as he stepped into the raging wind and rain. With a roar that shook the mountains, he clawed at the storm, fighting to protect those inside. By morning, the storm had passed, but the bear was gone. His sacrifice ensured the survival of all. The elder paused, letting the silence stretch, heavy with the weight of loss. Then he spoke again, his voice like the rustle of leaves in a quiet forest. The bear did not die. He became something more. The Great Spirit saw his courage and gave him a place among the stars. Even now, when the night is clear, you can see him watching over us, reminding us of what it means to protect one another. The children's faces glowed with awe, their imaginations painting pictures of the bear's constellation blazing in the sky. The elder's voice grew firmer, carrying a warning. But remember, the spirits of the earth are always watching. They see when we act with kindness, but they also see when we act with greed or cruelty. The balance must be kept, or the spirits will turn their faces from us. A hush fell over the group, the weight of those words pressing into their hearts. It was not fear that filled them, but a deep sense of responsibility. These stories were not just about the past, they were a call to action, a reminder that the choices they made each day carried consequences far beyond their own lives. As the fire burned lower, the elder began another tale, this one about a time when the animals and humans stood together to face a great enemy. The flames flickered and danced, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch beyond the circle, as if the spirits themselves had come to listen. The earth was dark, silent, and still, a vast void where time seemed meaningless. Then came the first sound, a whisper, faint as the rustling of leaves before a storm. It grew louder, deeper, until it became a heartbeat. From that heartbeat, the world began to stir. The Cherokee believed that the earth was born not from chaos, but from harmony. Everything had its place, its rhythm, its purpose. The Great Spirit wove the fabric of creation with care, and each thread, whether animal, plant, or human, was essential. But before humans walked the land, it was the animals who shaped the world, who breathed life into its empty spaces. In the beginning, there was only water. It stretched endlessly, shimmering under the light of a vast sky. The animals floated above it, waiting, watching. The Great Spirit had tasked them with creating a place where life could thrive, but none of them knew how to begin. The great buzzard, with wings wide as the horizon, was the first to act. He soared high above the waters, his shadow darkening the waves below. As he flew, his mighty wings dipped lower and lower until they touched the surface. With each sweep, he carved valleys and raised mountains, sculpting the land from the endless sea. But the land was barren, a wasteland of raw earth. It was the animals, guided by the Great Spirit, who gave it life. The deer danced through the forests, their delicate hooves scattering seeds that sprouted into mighty oaks and fragrant pines. The beaver built dams, shaping rivers that carried life to the dry plains. The birds painted the skies with their colors and filled the air with songs that breathed warmth into the cold silence. Yet, the animals were not alone in their work. They knew the land needed more. They whispered to the Great Spirit, asking for companions who could share in the beauty they had created. And so, humans were born, not as rulers but as partners, bound by an invisible thread to the animals who had made the earth their home. The first humans were fragile, untested. They stumbled through the forests, unsure of how to survive. The animals watched them with curiosity and compassion. The bear, strong and wise, showed them how to gather roots and berries, how to hunt with respect. The wolf taught them the importance of working together, of building families and communities. But not all lessons were easy, and not all gifts were free. The Cherokee told of a time when humans grew proud, forgetting the debt they owed to the animals. They began to hunt not for need but for sport, wasting what they took. The animals, heartbroken, turned to the Great Spirit for guidance. The Great Spirit listened and spoke. If humans will not honor the balance, they must face the consequences. And so, the animals brought disease to the humans, a punishment for their greed. The deer, who had once been their friend, sent fevers that burned through the villages. The birds carried sickness on their wings. Desperate, the humans turned to the animals for forgiveness. The bear was the first to answer. He showed the humans the healing plants that grew in the forests, teaching them how to use the earth's gifts to cure their ailments. The snake, though feared, offered its venom for medicines. Slowly, the bond was mended, but the humans never forgot the lesson. The earth and its creatures must be treated with respect, or the balance would break again. The story said that each animal carried a piece of the Great Spirit's wisdom, a lesson for humans to learn. The owl, with its haunting gaze, taught the importance of seeing beyond the surface, of understanding what lies hidden. The turtle, patient and enduring, showed the value of perseverance, of moving steadily even in the face of hardship. But none were as revered as the bear. It was said that the first Cherokee hunter met the great bear in the heart of a dense forest. The bear stood tall, its eyes filled with a knowing light. The hunter, trembling with fear and awe, raised his spear. But the bear did not attack. Instead, it spoke. "Do not take more than you need," the bear said. "And when you do, give thanks." The hunter lowered his weapon, his heart heavy with understanding. From that day on, the Cherokee hunted with reverence, offering prayers of gratitude to the spirits of the animals they took. The connection between humans and animals was not one of dominance, but of partnership. The Cherokee believed that each life taken was a gift, one that must be honored with humility and respect. They told of a time when a young girl, lost in the forest, was found by a wolf pack. The wolves, instead of harming her, guided her back to her village, showing her the paths through the trees. When she returned, the girl said she had heard the wolves speak, their voices soft as the wind. They had told her that humans and animals shared the same breath, the same heartbeat. To harm one was to harm the other. The elders nodded, for they had heard the same stories in their youth. It was the belief that carried their people through countless seasons, through times of plenty and times of hardship. The firelight danced in the elder's eyes as he told these tales, his voice thick with emotion. "We are not separate from the animals," he said. "Their blood runs in our veins, their strength in our bones. To forget this is to forget who we are." The children listened, their small faces solemn in the glow of the fire. Outside the circle, the forest was alive with the sounds of the night, crickets chirping, leaves rustling, the distant call of an owl. It was as if the animals themselves were listening, their spirits woven into the fabric of the stories. And so, the tales continued, each one a reminder of the bond between humans and the world around them, a bond as old as the earth itself. The night was thick with silence, broken only by the distant cry of a wolf. The moon hung low, a pale eye watching over the mountains and valleys. In the heart of the forest, the trees stood like silent witnesses, their branches stretching toward the heavens as if reaching for an answer. It was a night like no other, the elders said, a night when the balance of the world trembled, teetering on the edge of chaos. The animals knew it. The winds carried whispers of unease, and the rivers flowed slower, their waters heavy with foreboding. Even the stars seemed dim, their light veiled by shadows that moved and shifted like restless spirits. The Great Spirit had been watching. The harmony that once bound the earth together was beginning to fray. Humans had strayed too far from the path of respect, and their actions weighed heavily on the world. The animals, burdened with the task of protecting the balance, struggled to keep the threads from unraveling. The land cried out for help, for a protector who could bridge the gap between the physical and the spirit worlds. And so, the spirit bear was born. It began with a storm, one unlike any that had ever swept across the land. Thunder roared, shaking the mountains to their roots. Lightning tore through the sky, casting fleeting glimpses of the forest below. The animals huddled together, their fear palpable. But in the center of the chaos, a great light descended, brighter than the sun and yet soft, like the glow of 1,000 fireflies. From the light emerged a bear, unlike any they had seen before. Its fur was white as freshly fallen snow, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Its eyes burned with a gentle fire, a mixture of wisdom and sorrow, as if it carried the weight of countless lifetimes. The animals watched in awe, their fear melting into reverence. This was no ordinary bear. The spirit bear walked among them, its steps silent but heavy with purpose. Wherever it went, the earth seemed to sigh with relief. The trees straightened, their leaves glistening with renewed life. The rivers sparkled, their waters rushing forward with newfound energy. The air grew still, as if the very wind held its breath. The spirit bear spoke, not with words, but with a voice that resonated deep within the hearts of those who heard it. The animals understood its message, the balance must be restored, and it would carry this sacred task. But the spirit bear's mission was not only to protect the earth, it was also to guide the humans back to the path they had forgotten. It roamed the forests, its glowing form a beacon in the darkness. Those who were lost, whether in body or spirit, found themselves drawn to its presence. Hunters who wandered too far from their villages, their hearts heavy with fear, would see its light and feel a calm they could not explain. One such story told of a young boy, alone in the wilderness. He had ventured into the forest to prove his bravery, but quickly found himself lost. The sun had set, and the shadows seemed alive, creeping closer with every heartbeat. The boy, trembling, called out for help, his voice swallowed by the vastness of the night. Then, through the trees, he saw it, a glow, soft and steady, like the first light of dawn. The spirit bear emerged, its form towering yet gentle. The boy froze, his fear replaced by an overwhelming sense of peace. The bear did not approach, but turned, its glowing fur lighting a path through the forest. The boy followed, his steps uncertain but his heart steady. By morning, the boy found himself at the edge of his village. The spirit bear was gone, but its presence lingered, etched into his memory. He told his people what he had seen, and they listened with wonder and awe. From that day forward, the boy carried himself differently, with a respect for the forest and its creatures that had not been there before. The spirit bear was more than a guide. It was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, of the delicate threads that tied humans and animals, earth and sky, life and spirit. Its stories spread through the villages, passed down from elders to children, each retelling carrying the same sense of reverence and wonder. But the spirit bear's path was not without hardship. There were those who sought to harm it, driven by fear or greed. One tale told of a hunter, blinded by ambition, who believed that the bear's pelt would grant him unimaginable power. He tracked it through the forest, his heart hardened against its beauty. When he finally stood face to face with the spirit bear, his hand trembled as he raised his spear. The bear did not flee. It stood tall, its glowing eyes locking onto the hunter's. In that moment, the hunter felt something stir within him, an ache, a longing, a deep sadness he could not name. He dropped his spear, falling to his knees. Tears streamed down his face as he realized the weight of his actions, the harm he had caused not only to the bear but to the world itself. The spirit bear stepped forward, its gaze softening. It placed a massive paw on the hunter's shoulder, and in that touch, the hunter felt forgiveness and hope. When he returned to his village, he carried with him a new understanding, a commitment to live in harmony with the earth. His story became a lesson, a warning to those who would forget the sacred bond between humans and the world around them. The spirit bear's light continued to shine, a beacon in the stories of the Cherokee people. Its presence, though rare, was a constant reminder of the balance that must be kept and the courage it takes to protect it. The elders spoke of it in hushed tones, their voices reverent, their eyes distant as if they were looking at something far beyond the present. The sacred white bear was not a creature of flesh and bone, they said, but a living embodiment of the Great Spirit's will, a bridge between what could be seen and what lay hidden. They told of a time when the earth was young, and the people wandered in darkness, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. The world was beautiful yet untamed, and the balance that tied all living things together was fragile. It was then that the sacred white bear first walked the land. No one saw it arrive. It appeared as if it had always been there, a silent guardian watching over the forest. Its fur glowed faintly, like moonlight caught in motion, and its every step seemed to breathe life into the ground beneath it. Where it walked, the trees stood taller, their leaves glistening as though kissed by a morning dew that never faded. The rivers seemed clearer, their waters carrying a song that could not be heard with the ears, but felt deep within the chest. The sacred white bear was more than a symbol. It was a message. The Cherokee believed it was sent as a reminder of the sacred harmony between humans, animals, and the earth. Its fur, white as snow, was said to represent purity, not the kind born from innocence, but the kind that comes from enduring trials and emerging whole. One story told of a young hunter named Itzadi, who had lost his way. He was proud and bold, too quick to act and too slow to listen. He roamed far from his village, chasing a deer into the depths of the forest. When the sun set and darkness wrapped itself around him, he realized he had no idea where he was. The forest, once vibrant and alive, now seemed cold and unwelcoming. For days, Itzadi wandered, his spirit breaking a little more with each passing hour. Hunger gnawed at him, and fear whispered cruel promises in his ears. He began to think the forest would swallow him whole, leaving no trace of his existence. On the third night, when all hope had faded, he saw it. At first, it was only a flicker of light in the distance, faint and flickering. Etzadi thought it was a trick of his weary mind, but then the light grew, steady and unwavering. He crept closer, his heart pounding, until he stood face to face with the sacred white bear. Its eyes met his, deep and knowing, and Etzadi felt as though it could see every thought, every regret, every hidden fear within him. The bear didn't move, didn't threaten. It simply stood there, its luminous form lighting the darkness. Then it turned, its movements slow and deliberate, and began to walk away. Etzadi hesitated only for a moment before following. He didn't know why, but something in his heart told him to trust the bear. It led him through the forest, its glowing fur illuminating the path. By dawn, he found himself at the edge of his village. When he turned to thank the bear, it was gone. But the memory of its eyes stayed with him, a constant reminder of the humility and respect he needed to carry in his heart. Etzadi became a different man, quieter, more thoughtful. The sacred white bear had shown him not just the way home, but the way back to himself. The white bear's significance didn't end with its guidance. It was also seen as a protector, a being that appeared in times of great need. When the people faced droughts, famine, or sickness, they would pray to the Great Spirit, and there were whispers of the sacred white bear appearing in the distance, watching silently. Its presence alone was enough to fill the people with hope, as if its very existence was a promise that the world could heal. But the sacred white bear was not without its warnings. It was said that those who sought to harm it or disrespect its purpose would face the full wrath of the Great Spirit. There was a story of a warrior named Tsujino, whose heart was consumed by greed. He believed that the bear's pelt would bring him power beyond imagination, and he set out to hunt it. For days, Tsujino tracked the sacred white bear, following its glowing footprints through the forest. He was clever and relentless, ignoring the signs that told him to turn back. When he finally caught sight of the bear, it was standing in a clearing, its luminous fur casting soft light on the trees. Tsujino raised his spear, his hand steady, his breath calm. But as he prepared to strike, the bear turned its gaze toward him. In that moment, Tsujino froze. The bear's eyes were unlike anything he had ever seen, not fierce or angry, but filled with a sorrow so profound it seemed to reach into his soul. Before Tsujino could act, the earth beneath him trembled. The wind howled, and the trees seemed to bend toward the bear, shielding it with their branches. Tsujino dropped his spear and fled, his heart pounding with a fear he couldn't understand. When he returned to his village, he told the elders what had happened, and they shook their heads in solemn silence. The sacred white bear was not to be hunted, not to be harmed. It was a living symbol of balance, a reminder that the earth and its creatures were not here to serve, but to coexist. The stories of the sacred white bear spread far and wide, told around fires on cold nights and whispered to children as they drifted to sleep. It became a symbol of hope and humility, of the connection that bound all living things together. The elders would often say, to see the white bear is to be seen by the Great Spirit itself. And so, the sacred white bear remained a constant presence in the hearts of the Cherokee people, not just as a legend, but as a living reminder of the beauty and responsibility of harmony. The Smoky Mountains were alive in ways that words could never fully capture. Mist coiled through the towering trees like a living being, soft and ethereal, weaving secrets into the air. The mountains breathed with an ancient rhythm, steady and enduring, as if they held the memory of every heartbeat that had ever touched their soil. The Cherokee called these peaks Shakinage, the land of blue smoke, a name that seemed to rise with every wisp of mist curling toward the sky. It was said the mountains had a spirit of their own, a consciousness that watched, listened, and remembered. Beneath their rugged slopes and endless forests, the soul of the earth itself seemed to hum. But there was something else in these mountains, something rare and sacred. The elders whispered that the Smoky Mountains were more than just home to the people, they were a sanctuary for the spirit bears, beings born from the union of the Great Spirit and the land. There was an old tale about a hunter named Waya. He was young, strong, and proud, known for his skill with a bow and his fearlessness in the wild. But pride can blind even the keenest eyes, and Waya's heart was restless, seeking to prove himself in ways that no one had dared before. One morning, Waya awoke to a sky that was neither night nor day, a strange twilight that painted the mountains in hues of silver and blue. The air was thick with stillness, the kind that makes the skin tingle with the weight of something unseen. He decided that this was the day he would venture into the heart of the Smoky Mountains, a place so sacred that even the boldest warriors hesitated to tread too deeply. As Wyatt climbed higher, the world seemed to shift. The forest grew quieter, the usual chatter of birds and rustling leaves replaced by a silence so profound it felt alive. The mist thickened, curling around his ankles, rising like a tide until he could barely see the path ahead. Then, through the haze, he saw it, a figure, large and luminous, moving with a grace that defied its size. The spirit bear. Its fur glowed softly, as if it carried the very essence of the mountains within it. Wyatt froze, his breath caught in his chest. The bear's eyes met his, and in that gaze, Wyatt felt stripped bare, as if every thought, every intention he had carried into the forest was laid out before the creature. The spirit bear did not run, nor did it approach. It simply stood there, its presence as steady and eternal as the mountains themselves. Wyatt dropped his bow, the weapon suddenly feeling small and meaningless in his hands. He sank to his knees, unable to tear his eyes away from the bear. In that moment, Wyatt understood what the elders had tried to teach him. The spirit bear was not something to be conquered or claimed. It was a part of the mountains, as essential as the rivers that carved through the valleys or the winds that swept through the trees. To see it was to be reminded of his place in the world, a thread in a tapestry far greater than himself. The bear turned and walked away, its glowing form disappearing into the mist as silently as it had appeared. Wyatt remained on his knees for what felt like hours, his heart pounding with a mix of awe and humility. When he finally rose and made his way back to his village, he carried a new understanding with him, one that would guide him for the rest of his life. The Smoky Mountains were more than just a landscape, they were a living, breathing entity, a sacred bond between the physical and the spiritual. The spirit bears were its guardians, their presence a sign that the mountains had not been forgotten, that the balance of the world still held, if only by a thread. It was said that on nights when the mist was especially thick, the spirit bears would appear, their glowing forms moving through the trees like whispers of light. The Cherokee believed that the bears were drawn to those who had lost their way, not just in the forest, but in their hearts. Many spoke of seeing a soft glow in the distance, a silent guide leading them back to safety. One winter, during a time of great hardship, a young woman named Ayoka ventured into the mountains in search of medicine for her ailing mother. The snow was deep, the air biting and cruel, but she pressed on, her love for her mother stronger than her fear of the wilderness. As night fell and the cold grew unbearable, Ayoka began to lose hope. Her body trembled, her steps faltered, and she sank to the ground, unable to go any farther. She whispered a prayer to the Great Spirit, her breath forming fragile clouds in the freezing air. Just as her strength began to fade, she saw a light, a soft, steady glow that pierced the darkness. She turned her head and saw a spirit bear standing a few paces away, its luminous form radiating warmth and comfort. The bear didn't move, but Ayoka felt a surge of energy course through her body. She rose to her feet, following the bear as it walked ahead, its glow lighting the path through the snow. By dawn, she found herself at the edge of the forest, her village just beyond. She turned to thank the bear, but it was gone. In her hands, she found the herbs she had been searching for, though she couldn't remember picking them. She returned to her mother, who recovered soon after, and Ayoka's story became a reminder of the spirit bear's protective presence. The Smoky Mountains held countless stories like these, each one a thread in the fabric of Cherokee belief. The spirit bears were not just creatures of myth, they were a living connection to the mountains, to the Great Spirit, and to the balance that sustained all life. Even today, when the mist thickens and the forest grows still, there are those who claim to see a flicker of light moving through the trees. And in that moment, they feel the presence of the spirit bears and the timeless power of the Smoky Mountains. The firelight flickered against the walls of the Great Council Lodge, shadows dancing like restless spirits. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that made even the oldest of the elders hold their breath. They had gathered to hear the words of the medicine man, the one who had dreamed the dreams that spoke of the Great Spirit's will. His voice, steady and deep, carried the weight of an ancient story, one that held the power to change the world forever. Long before the rivers carved their way through the valleys and the stars mapped the skies, the earth was a place of wild, untamed energy. The Great Spirit watched over this creation, a force of boundless love and unshakable wisdom. Every tree, every mountain, every creature carried a piece of the Spirit's essence, and all lived in harmony. But as time passed, cracks began to form in this balance. Humans, gifted with the ability to choose, started to stray. They became blinded by greed, consumed by fear, and careless with the gifts of the earth. The animals, once allies to the humans, began to retreat into the shadows, their trust broken. The Great Spirit grieved, for this was not the world that had been dreamed into existence. One night, as the Spirit looked down upon the land, the heavens grew restless. A fierce wind tore through the stars, carrying whispers of the earth's pain. The Spirit listened and then acted. From the heart of the sky, the Spirit gathered the purest light, soft and silver like the first breath of dawn. From the depths of the earth, the Spirit called upon the richest soil, dark and strong, brimming with life. The Spirit molded these elements with care, shaping them into a creature that would walk the line between worlds, a being that was both of the earth and of the Spirit, bound to neither but a messenger of both. And so, the Spirit Bear was born. When the first Spirit Bear opened its eyes, the mountains shuddered as if awakening to its presence. Its fur shimmered with an otherworldly glow, a soft radiance that seemed to hold the light of 1,000 stars. Its eyes, deep and knowing, carried the weight of the Spirit's endless love and sorrow. The bear's breath filled the air with warmth, and its steps left trails of life in their wake. The Spirit spoke to the bear, not with words, but with a presence that filled every corner of its being. "You are my voice," the Spirit said. "You will walk the earth as a reminder of the balance I created. Where there is despair, you will bring hope. Where there is darkness, you will carry light." The Spirit Bear bowed its great head, and as it did, the winds grew still, and the earth seemed to exhale. It understood its purpose, its sacred role as a bridge between the Spirit and the world below. The bear began its first journey at the Spirit's command. It moved through forests where the trees whispered secrets older than time. It climbed mountains where the air was thin and pure, untouched by human hands. Wherever the bear walked, life stirred. Rivers ran clearer, flowers bloomed brighter, and the air felt alive with possibility. But the Spirit Bear's role was not without its challenges. It sought out the places where the balance had been broken, where humans and animals lived in fear and anger. In one village, a great famine had turned neighbors into enemies, their hearts hardened by hunger. The bear appeared at the edge of the village, its glowing form impossible to ignore. The people, frightened and desperate, gathered their weapons, mistaking the bear's presence for a threat. The bear did not retreat. Instead, it stepped forward, its glowing eyes meeting each villager's gaze. In those eyes, the people saw their own reflection, not as they were, but as they could be. They saw courage where there had been fear, kindness where there had been anger. Slowly, they lowered their weapons, and the bear turned, leading them to a hidden grove where the land overflowed with fruits and game. The famine ended, but more importantly, the people learned to trust one another again. In another place, deep in the heart of the mountains, a young boy named Kanuna had lost his way. The forest, vast and unfamiliar, closed in around him, and his cries for help were swallowed by the endless trees. Just as the cold night began to take hold, a soft glow appeared through the darkness. Kanuna turned and saw the Spirit Bear standing just a few steps away. Its presence was calm, steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. The boy followed the bear without question, his small hand brushing against the soft, radiant fur. When he finally emerged from the forest and into the arms of his frantic family, he looked back, but the bear was gone. From that day on, Kanuna carried the memory of the bear with him, a silent promise to honor the balance it had shown him. And though he would never see the Spirit Bear again, he felt its presence in every rustle of the leaves, every ripple of the water, every breath of the wind. The Spirit Bear became a legend among the Cherokee people, its stories passed from elder to child around the fire. But the bear was more than a tale. It was a living testament to the Great Spirit's gift, a reminder that even in the darkest times, light could find its way through. Sometimes, in the stillness of the mountains, the spirit bear could still be seen, a flicker of silver light moving through the trees. Those who were fortunate enough to witness it knew they had been touched by something sacred, something that carried the love and sorrow of the Great Spirit itself. A gentle wind swept through the forest, carrying the scent of earth and pine, mingling with the soft rustle of leaves. The world seemed to hold its breath, and within that silence, there was a presence, ancient and watchful. It was in the rhythm of the swaying trees, the glimmer of sunlight on a rippling stream, and the distant call of an eagle soaring high. To the Cherokee, this was not emptiness but fullness, a living, breathing harmony where every creature, every stone, and every gust of wind held a place and a purpose. Nature, vast and untamed, was more than a backdrop for life. It was life itself, a delicate web of connections where even the smallest disruption could send ripples through the whole. The Cherokee understood this deeply. They saw themselves not as masters of the land, but as part of its intricate design, bound to its rhythms, guided by its wisdom. Stories told around crackling fires often spoke of the balance that kept the world alive. One such story whispered of the spirit bears, guardians born of light and soil, protectors of this delicate equilibrium. These bears were no ordinary creatures. They carried the breath of the Great Spirit within them, their very existence a reminder of the bond between humans and the natural world. In one tale, a young hunter named Itzadi ventured into the mountains during a harsh winter. The snow lay thick and unyielding, muffling the sounds of life beneath its icy blanket. The village had grown desperate, their stores of food nearly depleted. Itzadi, brave but impatient, set out to find game, determined to prove his worth. Days passed, and the forest seemed empty, as if every animal had vanished into the cold. Hunger gnawed at Itzadi's strength, and doubt crept into his heart. On the third night, as the moon cast its pale glow over the land, a soft sound broke the silence, the crunch of snow under heavy paws. Itzadi turned and saw a spirit bear standing at the edge of the clearing. Its fur glowed faintly, a light that seemed to come from within, and its eyes held a calm that pierced through Itzadi's fear. The bear did not move toward him nor away, but its presence filled the hunter with an unspoken understanding. Lowering his bow, Itzadi followed the bear as it led him deeper into the forest. They walked for hours, the only sounds the whisper of the wind and the crunch of snow beneath their feet. When the bear finally stopped, Itzadi found himself in a small grove where the snow had melted, revealing a patch of earth teeming with life. The ground was rich with roots and tubers, and nearby, a stream bubbled, unfrozen and clear. The bear watched as Itzadi gathered what he needed, its eyes never leaving him. When the hunter finally turned to thank his guide, the bear was gone, its faint glow lingering like the last light of a setting sun. Itzadi returned to his village, not only with food but with a story that would be told for generations, a story of respect, gratitude, and the balance that must be honored. Such tales were not just stories, they were lessons etched into the hearts of the people. They taught that nature was not a resource to be exploited but a partner to be cherished. Every tree cut down, every animal hunted, every stream crossed required a prayer of thanks, a promise to take only what was needed and to give back when the time came. The spirit bears were said to appear when this balance was threatened. They moved through the mountains and forests, their glowing forms a warning and a guide. In times of plenty, they were rarely seen, their presence more felt than witnessed. But when the scales tipped, when greed, carelessness, or anger disrupted the harmony, they would emerge, silent and unyielding. One elder spoke of a time when the rivers ran dark with mud, their waters poisoned by thoughtless digging. The fish that had once swarmed the streams disappeared, and the people grew sick from drinking what remained. One night, as the villagers gathered to mourn the loss of their once thriving home, a spirit bear appeared at the edge of the river. It moved slowly, its glowing form reflected in the murky waters. The people watched in silence as the bear dipped its massive paw into the river. When it lifted the paw, a single drop of water fell, clear and pure. The bear looked at the villagers, its gaze heavy with meaning, before vanishing into the night. The next day, the people began to heal the land. They stopped digging, replanted the trees that had been cut down, and sang songs of gratitude to the river. Over time, the waters ran clear again, and the fish returned. The spirit bear did not reappear, but its message remained, a reminder of the price of imbalance and the power of restoration. For the Cherokee, nature's balance was not a distant idea but a living truth, woven into every aspect of their lives. The spirit bears, both mythical and real, were the embodiment of this truth. They were not just protectors but also mirrors, reflecting the actions of those who shared the earth with them. In the stillness of the forest, where the trees reached skyward and the streams sang their endless songs, the spirit bears walked, their glowing forms a silent promise. They reminded the people that they were not alone, that the land itself watched and listened, holding them accountable to the balance that sustained all life. The air in the mountains carried a chill that pricked at the skin, a reminder of the untamed forces that ruled the heights. The peaks rose like silent sentinels, their jagged edges cutting into the sky. To the Cherokee, these mountains were sacred, a place where the land spoke in whispers and roars, where the spirits wove their presence into every shadow and stream. Yet, not all who ventured here were welcome. It began with the sound of an axe splintering wood. A group of men, their faces hardened with greed, had entered the sacred lands. They called themselves settlers, but their purpose was clear. They sought to strip the mountains of their treasures, timber, stone, and whatever else they could take. The people of the nearby village watched helplessly, knowing the mountain's wrath was not a thing to provoke. One night, as the moon hung low and full, a strange light appeared near the summit. It moved with a deliberate grace, like a flame caught in slow motion. The villagers knew what it was before they even spoke the words aloud, the guardian of the mountains. A spirit bear, as old as the stone beneath their feet, had awakened. The bear was massive, larger than any earthly creature. Its fur shimmered like frost under the moonlight, and its eyes burned with a fierce, otherworldly glow. It was said that the guardian did not show itself without reason, and its presence now sent shivers through the hearts of those who understood its power. The men cutting into the sacred forest did not see it at first. They were too busy with their plans, their laughter ringing hollow in the still night. But the forest had grown silent around them. The usual hum of insects, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, had vanished as though the land itself held its breath. Then, the first tree fell. Its crash echoed through the valley, a sound of finality that seemed to ripple through the air. The men barely had time to react before the guardian stepped into the clearing, its glowing form illuminating the destruction. One of the men shouted, raising his axe, but his bravado melted as the bear's eyes met his. It wasn't rage he saw there, nor was it fear. It was something far more ancient, an unyielding force that demanded respect. He dropped the axe and fell to his knees, unable to look away. The guardian did not attack. Instead, it stood there, a towering figure of judgment. The men froze, their hearts pounding, as the bear let out a low, rumbling growl that seemed to shake the very ground. It wasn't a sound of anger, it was a warning. The forest began to stir. Trees swayed though there was no wind, their branches creaking like voices murmuring in disapproval. The earth beneath the men's feet felt unsteady, as though it might rise up against them. They stumbled back, their tools forgotten, and ran, leaving behind the axes, saws, and their ambitions. Word of the guardian's appearance spread quickly. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, grateful for its protection yet wary of the anger that could be unleashed if the balance were further disturbed. Elders gathered to offer prayers and gifts at the base of the mountains, leaving bundles of sweetgrass and tobacco as tokens of their reverence. But not everyone was deterred. A young boy named Daxi, filled with curiosity and a touch of defiance, decided he needed to see the guardian for himself. He had heard the stories but wanted to know if the spirit bear truly existed. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the peaks, he slipped away from the village and began his climb. The path was treacherous, the air growing thinner with each step. Shadows lengthened, and the forest seemed alive in ways Daxi couldn't explain. The sounds of his own movements, crunching leaves, snapping twigs, felt loud in the stillness, as though the mountain was listening. Hours passed, and the boy began to doubt himself. The stories had painted the guardian as a creature of beauty and power, but now, surrounded by the vast emptiness of the mountains, Daxi felt small and foolish. He was about to turn back when he saw it. The guardian stood at the edge of a ridge, its glowing fur casting light across the stones. It moved slowly, deliberately, as if every step carried weight. Daxi froze, his breath catching in his throat. The bear turned its head, and their eyes met. In that moment, Daxi understood why the elders spoke of the spirit bear with such awe. It wasn't just its size or its glow, it was the presence it carried, the way it seemed to embody the mountains themselves. Daxi felt as though the bear could see into his very soul, reading his thoughts, his fears, and his intentions. The guardian approached, and Daxi resisted the urge to run. It lowered its massive head until it was level with the boy, their faces inches apart. Time seemed to stop. Then, the bear let out a soft huff, warm breath washing over the boy like a blessing. Without another sound, it turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving Daxi alone with the stars. When he returned to the village, Daxi carried more than just a story. He carried a sense of connection, a knowledge that the mountains were alive and that the guardian was more than a protector. It was a reminder of the bond between the people and the land. From that day forward, Daxi became a voice of respect and caution, urging others to honor the mountains and the balance they represented. The guardian of the mountains remained a powerful presence, its glowing form a constant watch over the sacred lands. It did not appear often, but its story lived on, woven into the lives of those who understood what it meant to truly belong to the earth. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it the scent of rain. In the forest's heart, the mountains loomed tall, their shadows stretching long across the land. It was late afternoon when little An wandered too far from the village. She had been chasing butterflies, her laughter mingling with the chirping birds, unaware of how far she had strayed. The forest, thick with trees and vines, felt like a secret world, one that she had only begun to understand. The path, usually so clear, had begun to blur as she ventured deeper, the sunlight struggling to break through the thick canopy above. By the time she realized the forest had swallowed her whole, the warmth of the sun had faded, and the coolness of the evening crept in. Her small heart began to race as she looked around, her surroundings now unfamiliar. The trees no longer seemed welcoming, but menacing. The shadows stretched long, and the cries of distant animals seemed closer, more urgent. She called out for her mother, but the wind swallowed her words. There was no response, only the rustle of the leaves. An stumbled over the uneven ground, the sharp stones beneath her feet making each step painful. Her breath came in quick gasps as she called out once more, her voice trembling. Fear clutched at her chest. Her small hands grasped the branches around her for support, but the forest felt like it was closing in, the walls of trees pressing tighter with each passing second. She had wandered too far, and the realization hit her with a force that made her knees buckle. In her panic, An didn't see the animal that had begun to follow her. It moved like a shadow, silent and graceful, its massive form blending with the darkening forest. The creature was patient, watching, waiting. It was not the beast that she feared. It was something else entirely. Something far older. An's legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed onto the cold earth. Tears blurred her vision as she cried out once more, her voice breaking, desperate. The night seemed to close in around her, and the silence that followed felt suffocating. She had lost all sense of time, no longer aware of how long she had been alone in the wilderness. Then, through the stillness, a sound broke the air, deep and rumbling, like thunder rolling across the sky. An looked up, her heart hammering in her chest. The trees parted before her as something large stepped forward, its presence filling the space around her. It was as if the very earth had shifted to make way for it. A great, white bear, its fur glowing faintly in the dim light of the forest, appeared before her. Its eyes were like pools of molten gold, burning with a quiet intensity. An froze. The creature stood just a few feet away, its massive form towering over her small, trembling body. The air was thick with something ancient, something that seemed to hum with power. The bear did not move at first, simply watching her with those intense, unblinking eyes. Ann felt her breath catch in her throat. She had heard stories of the spirit bears, protectors of the land and guardians of the mountains, but she had never believed in them. Not until now. For a long moment, the only sound in the world was the rhythm of Ann's shallow breaths. The bear did not speak, but it didn't need to. Its presence was enough. Slowly, cautiously, Ann wiped her tears and looked up at the creature, her fear slowly melting away. There was something reassuring in its gaze, something that spoke of kindness and strength. She could feel the warmth of its presence, like the embrace of a loved one. It was not a threat. It was a protector. The bear stepped forward, its massive paws making no sound on the earth. Ann's heart pounded as it lowered its head to her level, its breath warm against her cheek. The scent of pine and wildflowers filled the air, and the soft rustle of the trees seemed to calm, as though the forest itself had stopped breathing to watch the encounter. Ann reached out a hand tentatively, her fingers brushing against the soft fur of the bear. The fur was warm, like the sun on her face during the summer, but there was something more to it. There was a feeling of the earth, of the mountains, of something ancient and eternal that seemed to flow through the very fibers of the creature's being. As her hand touched the bear's fur, a sudden calm washed over her. The fear that had gripped her moments before faded away, leaving only a profound sense of peace. She closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the forest around her, the steady heartbeat of the land beneath her feet. The spirit bear was not just a guardian of the mountains, it was the embodiment of the land's soul, a living testament to the balance and harmony that held the world together. Ann felt a gentle nudge against her side. The bear was guiding her, nudging her to her feet. She rose with a start, her legs unsteady, but the bear's presence steadied her. It turned, its fur gleaming in the dim light, and looked back at her once more. Without a sound, it began to move, its great form gliding through the forest as though the trees made way for it. Ann hesitated for only a moment before she followed, each step lighter than the last as she trusted the creature's guidance. The forest seemed to open before them, the trees parting as if acknowledging the bear's authority. The air was no longer oppressive, but full of life, filled with the sounds of the night creatures singing their songs. Ann walked beside the bear, no longer afraid, no longer alone. She knew, deep in her heart, that the bear would lead her back to her village. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, the mountains in the distance rising like sleeping giants, Ann saw the familiar silhouette of her village in the distance. The bear stopped, its golden eyes locking with hers once more. Ann understood. This was where the bear's journey with her ended. With a soft growl that seemed almost like a sigh, the spirit bear turned and disappeared into the shadows of the forest, its glowing form melting into the night. Ann stood at the edge of the village, watching the place where the bear had vanished. She didn't need to speak to anyone to know that they would understand. The spirit bear had found her, and through its quiet strength, it had brought her home. The mountains had spoken, and the child had been saved. The campfire crackled in the silence of the night, its orange glow dancing on the faces of the hunters gathered around it. The air was still, a heavy quiet settling over the group, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig in the woods. Tonight, the hunters sat in somber reflection, for the following day would be the first of the season. They would go into the forest, searching for food for their families, their communities, their people. But there was an unease in the air that none of them could quite name. A feeling that something, somewhere, had changed. They had all heard the stories. The old ones, elders who had passed on wisdom and warning alike, spoke of the balance between life and death in the forest. The unspoken agreement, the sacred contract between hunter and hunted. They had been taught to respect the land, to give thanks for every life taken, but there was a growing sense among them that this balance had been disturbed. The animals of the forest, once plentiful, had begun to grow sparse. The rivers seemed to run thinner, the trees less full, and the winds, once filled with the sweet scent of pine, now carried a bitter edge. The youngest of the group, a man named Tsalagi, sat apart from the rest, his brow furrowed. He was a skilled hunter, known for his quick aim and steady hand, but even he had begun to notice the changes. The forest was not what it once was. The animals were wary, moving through the shadows as though something was watching them, something larger than even the hunters. He could not shake the feeling that they were being tested, that the forest was watching them as closely as they watched it. As the fire burned low, a figure stepped from the edge of the camp, a shadow in the darkness. The hunters stiffened, reaching for their weapons, but they relaxed when they saw the figure was not a threat. It was an elder, one whose presence was as familiar as the earth beneath their feet. The old woman's face was lined with age, her eyes bright with the wisdom of many seasons, and her voice, though soft, carried the weight of 1,000 stories. "You seek the balance," she said, her words soft but clear. "But it is no longer so simple. The forest has been unsettled. The spirit bear watches, and it is waiting." The hunters exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of what the elder meant. But Salagi, his curiosity piqued, stood and approached her. He had heard of the spirit bear, tales whispered by the wind and sung by the rivers. Some said it was a great protector, while others spoke of it as a guardian of the forest, punishing those who upset the balance. "What do you mean?" Salagi asked, his voice steady despite the fluttering in his chest. "What is the spirit bear waiting for?" The elder's eyes glistened in the firelight, and she looked at the young hunter as though she could see into his very soul. She spoke slowly, each word measured, as if choosing them with great care. "The spirit bear is not just a creature," she began, her voice low and full of reverence. "It is the embodiment of balance itself. The bear watches over the forest, over the animals and the land. And it is also watching you. All of you. It waits to see if you remember the ways of respect, the ways of gratitude, the ways of balance." Salagi felt a chill run down his spine. He had always hunted with respect, never taking more than was needed. He had been taught to thank the animals, to offer prayers to the spirits of the forest. But now, he wondered if that was enough. Had they forgotten something? Had they taken too much? "The spirit bear," the elder continued, "came to me in a vision many moons ago. It spoke to me of an oath, one that was made long ago by the first hunters, an oath that promised to never take more than what was necessary, to never take without giving back. The animals are not ours to command, nor are the trees, the rivers, or the sky. They are all part of the same circle, and we must honor that circle if we are to survive." The fire crackled, the flames flickering as the elder's words hung in the air. The hunters, once eager to set out and prove their skill, now shifted uneasily. Salagi felt his heart beat faster, his thoughts spinning. He had been raised with the belief that the hunt was sacred, that to provide for his people was his duty. But what if there was more to it? What if the hunt was not just a matter of skill, but of understanding? The elder's gaze met his, and he could feel the weight of her words settle deep within him. "The spirit bear comes not to punish, but to remind," she said softly. "When the hunters forget the balance, the land begins to grow weary. The animals leave, the rivers dry, and the trees become hollow. The spirit bear will not allow this. It will teach those who have forgotten, and it will show them the way." That night, Salagi lay awake, the fire now cold in the center of the camp. His mind raced with the elder's words, the weight of them pressing against his chest. The next morning, as the hunters prepared to leave, he could not shake the feeling that something was different. It was as if the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting. They ventured into the forest, their steps light but cautious. As they moved deeper into the woods, Salagi noticed that the usual signs of game were scarce. The tracks of deer, the rustling of rabbits, the calls of birds, all were missing. It was as if the forest had gone still, waiting. And then, in the distance, he saw it. A white shape, moving silently between the trees, glowing faintly in the early morning light. The spirit bear. It moved with an air of quiet authority, its eyes glowing like embers in the dark. As it walked, it seemed to leave the forest in a state of reverence, the trees swaying slightly in its wake, the very earth bending toward it. Salagi felt a deep pull in his heart, a realization that struck him with the force of lightning. This was not a bear to be hunted. This was not a creature to be taken. This was a creature that held the balance of the world in its paws. The hunters followed the bear from a distance, no longer with the intent to hunt, but to understand. They watched as the spirit bear moved through the forest, not disturbing the delicate balance, but guiding it. When it paused, a bird would land nearby, the sound of its song filling the air. When it moved on, the wind would pick up, carrying with it the scent of fresh earth. Salagi knew, then, that the hunt was no longer just about taking. It was about respect. It was about giving back. The bear had shown them that the land was not theirs to command. The balance of life was sacred, and they must honor it in every step they took. And so, when the hunters returned to their village, they did not bring meat with them. Instead, they brought a new understanding, an oath they had sworn upon the mountains, the rivers, and the trees. They would hunt only what they needed, and they would always give thanks. They would respect the balance, for in the heart of the forest, the spirit bear was watching. The sky had been heavy with clouds for days, the air thick with the promise of something immense. The people of the village had been waiting, feeling the weight of the storm press against them. But it wasn't the kind of storm that would wash away their homes. No, this storm was born of something much older, something far more sacred. It was the storm of sorrow. The spirit bear had wandered the forest, as it often did, roaming with a quiet grace that could shake the very heart of the earth. It was said that the bear knew the language of the rivers, the trees, and the wind, that it could understand what the land whispered when no one else could hear. And this time, the earth had whispered a terrible secret. There had been a great injustice, a wrong committed against the balance of the world. A clan of hunters, lost in their greed, had hunted more than they needed, more than the forest could give. The animals fled, the trees bent with sadness, and the rivers began to run dry. It was a threat to the very life of the earth. The spirit bear, with its fur as white as the moon and eyes that glowed with the ancient knowledge of the earth, had seen the world suffering. And as it moved through the forest, a great heaviness settled upon its heart. It could hear the sorrow of the land, the mourning of the trees, the silence of the animals, the empty echo of the rivers. One evening, the spirit bear found a quiet clearing by the river's edge. It sat there, under the heavy sky, and let the cool breeze touch its fur. The bear's heart was full of grief, and as the moon rose high above the trees, the spirit bear wept. Its tears, pure and heavy, fell onto the earth, mixing with the soil and the roots, sinking deep into the heart of the land. The river, which had been dry for so long, began to stir. At first, it was just a soft trickle, a tiny whisper against the rocks. But then, as the bear's tears fell, the river grew. The water swelled and flowed, shimmering in the moonlight as if it had always been waiting for the touch of the bear's sorrow. The earth groaned with the power of the water, and soon the river was alive, rushing with energy, coursing through the valley like a living being, carrying with it the weight of the spirit bear's grief. The villagers, who had heard the stories of the spirit bear's power, awoke in the early hours of the morning to the sound of rushing water. They gathered at the river's edge, their eyes wide with wonder and fear. The river had not flowed like this in many seasons. The land had been dry, the animals gone, and the people had begun to worry that the earth had forgotten them. But now, here it was, life, flowing freely, like a gift from the gods. The elders spoke in hushed tones, recognizing the blessing in the river's surge. "This is no ordinary flood," they whispered. "This is the spirit bear's sorrow, given to us to heal the land." The river became sacred in the eyes of the people. It was no longer just a body of water, a simple stream that flowed from the mountains to the valley. No, this river carried the tears of the spirit bear, the essence of life itself. It was the river of renewal, the river of forgiveness, and the river of balance. The people knew, too, that the spirit bear had not wept in vain. The tears, mixed with the power of the earth and the sky, would restore what had been lost. The animals would return. The trees would bloom again. The rivers would fill with life, and the balance of the world would be mended. But the river was more than just a force of nature. It was a reminder. A reminder of what happens when the balance is broken. The spirit bear's tears were not just a gift, but a warning. The river flowed through the valley, winding its way past villages and fields, carving its path through the land. And as it flowed, it whispered the tale of the spirit bear's sorrow, of how greed had threatened to undo the harmony of the earth, and how the bear's grief had brought forth the river as a living symbol of the balance that must always be protected. As the years passed, the people gathered at the river each year, giving thanks for the gift of life it brought. They would sit by its banks, dipping their hands into the cool water, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath them. They knew the river was more than just water, it was the lifeblood of the land, carrying with it the legacy of the spirit bear's sacrifice. And sometimes, when the wind was still, and the sky was heavy with clouds, they could feel the presence of the bear. It would be there, in the rustle of the leaves, in the sound of the water, in the cool touch of the wind on their skin. The spirit bear, watching over them, reminding them of the delicate balance of the world. And so, the river lived on, its waters flowing with the weight of the spirit bear's tears, water that had once healed the earth, water that would forever remind the people of the importance of respect, balance, and the sacred bond between humans and the land. For as long as the river ran, the spirit bear's tears would live, giving life to the earth and carrying with them the eternal message that the world must be cared for, with love, respect, and understanding. It was in the quiet moments before dawn, when the earth held its breath and the wind whispered in hushed tones, that the Cherokee people first saw the bear that would change everything. The world was still wrapped in the soft embrace of darkness, and the forest around them was just beginning to stir with the first signs of life. The fire had burned low, casting shadows that danced across the faces of the sleeping village. But one man, an elder named Auli, was wide awake, his heart heavy with an unexplainable feeling that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Auli was a hunter, wise beyond his years, but on this morning, he felt the land call to him in a way he had never known. There had been strange signs, the rustling of leaves in the still air, the distant cry of an animal unlike any he had heard before, the way the stars seemed to shine brighter the night before. He had always trusted the land to speak to him, and today, it seemed to be whispering of something ancient, something hidden in the folds of the mountains. As the first rays of light began to touch the tops of the trees, casting a soft glow over the land, Auli gathered his bow and set off alone, knowing the time had come to find what had been calling to him. His feet were light on the earth, as if the land itself guided him, leading him through the dense forest, past the familiar paths that had always been safe, into the unknown. The deeper he moved into the woods, the more the air seemed to hum with energy. The birds had fallen silent, and even the wind held its breath. Auli walked on, trusting his instincts, knowing he was being led to something that had waited for centuries to be discovered. The trees grew taller and closer together, their trunks thick with age, their branches tangled like the veins of the earth itself. The path narrowed until there was no clear way forward, but still Auli pressed on, compelled by the feeling that something extraordinary was just beyond the next bend. And then he saw it. At first, it was just a flash of white, like a whisper of snow in the thick green of the forest. But as Auli moved closer, he saw it clearly, a bear, larger than any he had ever seen, its fur as white as the moonlight that filtered through the trees. It stood at the edge of a small clearing, its eyes glowing with an ancient wisdom, a wisdom that seemed to hold the secrets of the world. Auli froze, his heart pounding in his chest. This was no ordinary bear. This was something more, something sacred, something alive with the power of the earth itself. The bear's gaze met his, and in that instant, the world around Auli seemed to vanish. The trees, the ground, the very air itself, all seemed to fall away, leaving only the two of them standing in the clearing, alone but not alone. The bear did not move, but its presence was overwhelming, filling Auli with a sense of awe and fear he could not explain. Its eyes, like pools of light, held him in place, and for a moment, he felt as though the bear was looking into the deepest parts of his soul. It was then that he understood. The bear was not merely an animal, not just a creature of the forest. It was something more, a messenger, a guardian, a being connected to the very spirit of the earth. This bear was the embodiment of the land's strength and wisdom, a creature who existed to protect and to teach. And Auli knew, without a doubt, that this moment would change everything. The bear let out a low growl, a sound so deep and powerful it seemed to echo through the earth itself. But there was no threat in it. Instead, there was a call, an invitation to something greater. Auli's breath caught in his throat as he took a step forward, unsure of what he should do. But before he could make another move, the bear turned and began to walk toward the forest's edge, its steps sure and deliberate, as if it knew exactly where it was going. Auli followed, his legs moving of their own accord, drawn to the bear as though he had no choice but to follow it. The path was winding and steep, the forest growing denser with each step. But still, the bear led him, its form glowing softly in the early light, a beacon in the vast, shadowed woods. After what seemed like hours, they came to a small stream, its waters crystal clear, winding through the heart of the forest like a ribbon of silver. The bear stopped at the water's edge and looked back at Auli, its gaze intense and knowing. Auli knelt by the stream, feeling the coolness of the water rush over his hands. As he looked up, he saw the bear standing tall, its form illuminated by the rising sun, casting a long shadow across the earth. And in that moment, Auli understood. The spirit bear was not just a creature of the land, it was a sign, a gift from the Great Spirit itself, sent to guide and protect the people. The bear was a living embodiment of balance, a reminder that the earth must be cared for, and that the Cherokee people were not separate from the land, but an integral part of it. Auli remained by the stream for what felt like an eternity, watching the bear as it moved gracefully through the forest, its every step in harmony with the world around it. When the bear finally turned and disappeared into the trees, Auli felt a great sense of peace settle over him. The world felt different now, changed in a way he could not fully explain, but he knew that he had witnessed something sacred, something that would stay with him for the rest of his life. He returned to his village, his heart filled with the knowledge that the spirit bears existed, watching over the land, guiding the people, and keeping the balance of the world in their paws. And from that day forward, the Cherokee knew that they were not alone. The spirit bears walked with them, silent guardians of the earth, protectors of the sacred balance that bound them all together. The wind howled through the trees, an unrelenting force that seemed to scream of despair. The skies were dark, swollen with rain that never came, leaving the land parched, cracked, and dry. For moons, the rains had refused to fall, and the crops that had once thrived in the fertile soil now lay withered, barren, and lifeless. The animals had fled, seeking refuge in the depths of the mountains, and the people were left to watch as their once prosperous village slowly withered away. The great famine had come upon the Cherokee, and with it, a crushing weight that pressed against their hearts, leaving them without hope. The earth, their provider, had turned its back on them. The streams that once ran clear and abundant had turned to mere trickles, their whispers almost drowned out by the silence of hunger. The elders spoke of times long past when the land had flourished, but those stories seemed as distant as the stars in the cold night sky. In the heart of the village, a fire burned low. The people gathered around it, their faces drawn and hollow, their bodies weak from lack of food. In the center of the gathering, an elder named Nia spoke softly, her voice steady despite the despair that gripped the hearts of those listening. "The spirit bears have always been with us," Nia said, her eyes searching the crowd, locking with each person's gaze. "They are our protectors, our guides, sent by the Great Spirit. They walk among us, unseen but always present. But they, too, are feeling the weight of this hunger. Yet, we must not lose faith. We must trust that they will come to us in our time of need." The people listened, but their hearts were heavy, worn thin by the relentless days of suffering. The children had stopped playing, their laughter replaced by quiet whispers of fear. The hunters had returned empty-handed, their bows no match for the empty woods. The villagers had nothing left, nothing but the air, thick with desperation. It was on the 7th day of the great famine that the first sign appeared. It was a morning like any other. The sun rose behind the mountains, casting long shadows over the land. The village was silent, save for the occasional rustle of dry leaves in the wind. Then, as the people gathered in the clearing, they heard it, a sound, distant at first, like the heavy thud of great paws on the earth. The sound grew louder, steady and rhythmic, until it reached the edge of the village. A strange, soft glow emanated from the forest, like moonlight on the water. And then, they saw it. The first spirit bear stepped into the clearing, its fur glowing with an otherworldly light. It was massive, its eyes filled with the wisdom of ages, and its presence was enough to still the air itself. It moved slowly, deliberately, as though it knew the weight of the moment, as though it understood the hunger that gnawed at the people's bones. Behind it, another bear emerged, then another, until a group of 5 spirit bears stood before the villagers, their forms shimmering like the mist on the morning river. They were unlike any bears the people had ever seen. These were creatures of light and shadow, their paws leaving no mark on the earth, their steps silent, but their presence undeniable. Naya, her eyes wide with disbelief and awe, stepped forward, her voice trembling but strong. "The spirit bears, they have come." And just as the words left her mouth, the bears did something that would change the village forever. The largest of the bears, its fur nearly white, stepped toward the center of the clearing. It lowered its massive head, and with a soft growl, it raised its paw to the earth. As it did, a strange, beautiful thing happened. From the ground, as though summoned by the bear itself, sprouts of green began to appear, emerging from the barren earth, one by one. The plants grew quickly, pushing through the soil with an almost unnatural speed, their leaves lush and vibrant, reaching toward the sky. The people gasped in awe, their eyes widening as they watched the land transform before them. The plants were not ordinary crops. They were fruits, vegetables, and herbs of every kind, each more beautiful and bountiful than the last. The air filled with the sweet scent of the harvest, and as the bears moved, the land seemed to follow, flourishing under their touch. For hours, the spirit bears worked, their paws pressing into the earth, their movements graceful but purposeful. The fields that had once been barren were now filled with life, corn stalks tall and proud, sweet potatoes nestled deep in the soil, and berries bursting from the vines, their colors vivid against the green. The villagers could only watch in stunned silence, as if afraid to blink in case they might miss something sacred. When the last of the spirit bears stepped back, the land was alive again, a testament to their sacrifice. The people rushed forward, their hands trembling as they gathered the bounty that had been given to them. It was more than they had ever hoped for, more than they had dared to believe could be possible. They gathered the food, their faces streaked with tears, their hearts full of gratitude. As the sun set, casting its golden light across the rejuvenated land, Naya looked toward the mountains, her eyes filled with reverence. The spirit bears had given them life again. They had answered the call of their people, offering what they could to restore the balance. But Naya knew, as the others did, that this was not without a cost. The bears, who had saved the village, began to turn away. Their bodies shimmered with a soft glow, fading into the trees as quietly as they had appeared. The people stood in silence, knowing that the spirit bears would not stay long. They were guardians, protectors, not of this world, but of the land itself. And though they had given so much, they would never ask for thanks. In the days that followed, the famine slowly became a memory, a dark shadow pushed away by the gifts the spirit bears had left behind. The people's hearts swelled with gratitude, but they also carried with them the knowledge of the sacrifice made by the bears. They would never forget how the spirit bears had come to them in their darkest hour, providing for them when all seemed lost. From that day on, the Cherokee honored the spirit bears, not just as protectors, but as the embodiment of the land's balance and strength. The people understood, with a deep and unspoken truth, that the bears were not just creatures of the forest, they were the very heartbeat of the earth, and their sacrifice was the price of the land's life. The night had settled into an eerie quiet, with only the soft rustling of leaves carried on the cool breeze. The stars above shone like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, their twinkling lights casting a faint glow over the darkened landscape. But there was something different about this night, something that felt heavier, like the earth itself was holding its breath. The moon, full and round, hung low in the sky, its silvery light casting long shadows across the forest floor. It was a night that seemed to hold a secret, a promise of something extraordinary, though no one knew what it was. The village, nestled at the edge of the forest, slept quietly beneath the moon's gaze. But not all were at rest. An old woman, known to the people as Auli, sat outside her small cabin, her eyes fixed on the moon. Her face was withered, her hair streaked with silver, but her eyes were sharp and filled with something beyond age. She had seen many seasons pass, many moons rise and fall, but tonight felt different. She felt it in her bones, the ancient pull of the earth, calling to something deep within the forest. Naeli's thoughts were interrupted by a low, rumbling growl from the trees. At first, it seemed like the usual sounds of the forest, perhaps a wolf or a bear moving through the underbrush, but this was different. It was a growl that seemed to vibrate through the air itself, as if the sound came from the earth's very heart. Her heart skipped a beat. She had heard stories passed down from the elders, of a bear that appeared only under the light of a full moon. But she had never truly believed them. Until now. A flicker of movement caught her eye, and she stood, her old bones creaking as she slowly moved toward the edge of the forest. The air around her grew thick, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The trees whispered in the wind, their branches swaying, and the ground beneath her feet felt alive, pulsing with a quiet energy. And then, through the shadows, it appeared. At first, it was just a silhouette, a massive shape moving silently through the underbrush. As it stepped into the moonlight, Naeli gasped. There, standing before her, was the bear of the sacred moonlight. Its fur shimmered in the moon's glow, a pure, silvery white that seemed to glow brighter with each step. Its eyes, large and unblinking, shone with an almost ethereal light, deep pools of ancient wisdom that seemed to pierce into her very soul. It was a bear like no other she had ever seen, a creature born from the moon itself, a being of the night. The bear stood motionless, its gaze locked with Naeli's, and in that moment, time seemed to slow. The forest around them fell into complete silence, as if the earth itself was waiting for what was to come. Naeli could feel the weight of centuries pressing upon her, the weight of all the stories, all the myths, flooding her mind. This bear was no ordinary creature, it was a guardian, a protector sent from the heavens above. The moon had called it into being, and tonight, it had come to the village. As if sensing her thoughts, the bear took a step forward, its massive paws making no sound on the forest floor. Naeli remained still, her heart racing in her chest, but she did not feel fear. There was something about the bear, something ancient and powerful, that filled her with a strange sense of peace. This was not an omen of death or destruction. No, this bear was a messenger, a sign from the Great Spirit. The bear stopped in front of her, and for a long moment, the two stood face to face, as though the world itself had paused to witness this sacred encounter. Naeli could feel the presence of the moon all around her, in the air, in the earth beneath her feet, and the very pulse of life that seemed to hum in her veins. The bear's gaze softened, its eyes filled with a deep, knowing calm, as if it had been waiting for her all along. Then, without a sound, the bear turned and began to move deeper into the forest. It walked with a grace and power that seemed almost otherworldly, its body gliding through the shadows as though it was one with the night itself. Naeli watched it go, her heart heavy with 1,000 unspoken words, 1,000 prayers. She knew this was no ordinary bear. This was the bear that had watched over the land for generations, a guardian of the sacred moonlight, a keeper of ancient secrets. And now, it had come to her, to the village, as a sign of something greater. The next morning, the village awoke to find something remarkable. Where the bear had walked, the land seemed to have changed. Flowers bloomed in the fields, vibrant and wild, the scent of jasmine and lavender filling the air. The trees, once bare and lifeless, had begun to bud, their branches heavy with fresh leaves. The crops in the village's fields had grown overnight, their roots deep and strong, their leaves lush and green. It was as though the bear's presence had breathed new life into the earth itself. The villagers gathered in the center of their village, their faces filled with wonder. They spoke in hushed tones of the bear, of its shimmering coat and its moonlit eyes. They spoke of the miracle that had happened, of the way the land had come alive under the light of the full moon. Naeli, standing at the edge of the gathering, looked up at the sky, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She knew that the bear had come for a reason, that it had come to remind them of the balance that must always be kept between the earth and the heavens, between the creatures of the forest and the people who lived within it. As the days passed, the villagers would gather under the full moon, hoping to catch a glimpse of the bear of the sacred moonlight. But it never appeared again. It was as if the bear had come to fulfill its purpose and, having done so, had returned to the shadows of the forest, waiting for the next time it was needed. And so, the people of the village lived on, their hearts filled with the memory of the bear. They knew that it would return, just as the full moon would return each month. And until then, they would honor it, knowing that the bear was a part of something much greater than themselves, a force of nature that could not be tamed, but only respected. A reminder that the sacred balance between the earth and the heavens must never be forgotten. The full moon hung high in the sky, its silver light spreading across the forest like a quiet blanket. The trees stood tall, their shadows stretching out, dancing softly with the breeze. A hush had fallen over the land, as though the earth itself was waiting for something. Then, from the darkness of the woods, a figure appeared, moving with a grace that felt almost otherworldly. It was a bear, but not just any bear. Its fur shimmered under the moonlight, glowing with an ethereal whiteness that made it look like it was made of moonbeams themselves. The spirit bear. It was said that when the Great Spirit had something important to share, a spirit bear would appear to carry the message. And tonight, it was walking toward the village. The people of the village knew the stories. They had heard the elders speak of the spirit bears, those sacred creatures who roamed the land, messengers of the Great Spirit, carrying words of wisdom from the heavens above. But none had ever seen one with their own eyes, until tonight. In the quiet of the village, there was a stirring. Children paused in their play, and adults stopped their work. Eyes turned toward the forest, where the glowing bear moved through the shadows. It was as if the land itself had come alive, answering the unspoken call from the heart of the village. The people could feel it in their bones. The connection that had always been there, between them and the Great Spirit, had deepened. And the spirit bear, glowing and silent, was the bridge. As the bear approached, an old man, named Dakota, stood at the edge of the clearing. His face was lined with age, but his eyes were still sharp, full of wisdom that had been passed down to him from his ancestors. Dakota had heard the legends all his life, but now, standing face to face with the spirit bear, he knew he was witnessing something far beyond a story. It was a moment of divine connection. The spirit bear stopped before Dakota, its eyes deep and knowing. There was no sound, no movement except for the gentle sway of the bear's fur in the breeze. Dakota could feel the power radiating from the bear. It was not just an animal standing before him, it was the Great Spirit in physical form, a messenger sent to remind the people of their place in the world. Listen carefully, Dakota, the bear seemed to say, without words. The balance you seek is within you, as it is in all things. Dakota's heart raced. He had never heard such words, yet they rang true deep within his soul. He understood. The bear was not just a messenger, but a living reminder of the sacred harmony between all things, the land, the animals, and the people. The Great Spirit did not speak in human words, but in the language of the earth, the wind, the sky. The bear was the embodiment of that language. The villagers gathered around, drawn by the presence of the spirit bear. As they stood there in silence, they felt an unspoken connection to the creature, to the earth, and to the Great Spirit. For in that moment, the spirit bear was not just an animal, it was a living symbol of the divine. It was a reminder that the Great Spirit was always watching, always guiding them, even when they couldn't see it. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, the bear turned and began to move back into the forest. Its glowing fur slowly faded into the shadows, until it was swallowed by the night. The air seemed to stir with a soft sigh, and the villagers were left standing in silence. They didn't speak immediately, for they knew that words would not do justice to the moment they had just shared. The spirit bear had come to them, had spoken without speaking, and they would never be the same. As the days passed, the village felt a subtle shift. The crops grew strong and healthy, the animals more plentiful, and the people felt a renewed sense of peace. The presence of the spirit bear, though no longer visible, lingered in their hearts. The message had been clear. The Great Spirit was not distant and unknowable, it was a part of everything, of the trees, the animals, the rivers, and the people. The spirit bear had reminded them that they were not alone, that they were always connected to the divine, through the land, through the air, through the stars above. Years passed, and the story of the spirit bear was passed down from generation to generation. It became a tale told around the fire, under the light of the full moon. The bear was not just a figure of legend, it was a living truth, a symbol of the bond between the Cherokee people and the Great Spirit. Whenever the full moon rose high in the sky, and the land was bathed in its light, the people would gather, remembering the night the spirit bear had come to them. And though the bear never appeared again in the same way, its presence was always felt. It was there in the rustling of the trees, in the whisper of the wind, in the quiet moments when the people felt their connection to something greater. It was there in the heartbeat of the earth, and in the silence of the night. The spirit bears had come to the Cherokee not just as creatures of legend, but as the Great Spirit's messengers, reminding them of the sacred bond they shared with the land and all its inhabitants. In their presence, the people learned that the Great Spirit was never distant, never unreachable. It was always there, in the sky above, the earth below, and in the hearts of those who listened. The spirit bears had come to teach them something far more profound than they had ever known before. It was not enough to simply exist in the world. They had to listen. They had to learn to hear the messages that the Great Spirit sent through the animals, the trees, and the winds. For the spirit bears had shown them that everything, even the smallest of creatures, was a messenger, carrying with it the wisdom of the divine. And in that wisdom lay the key to balance, peace, and harmony. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a scent of pine and earth. In the distance, the sound of the river rushing over rocks filled the air. The Cherokee village was alive with quiet energy, its people moving about their daily tasks, but there was always something more, a deeper connection that they felt within their bones, an unspoken bond with the land and the creatures that shared it. It was a bond that went back generations, a connection as ancient as the stars themselves. And at the heart of that connection were the bear clans, revered not just for their strength and courage, but for their sacred link to the spirit bears, those ethereal creatures that walked under the moonlight, carrying the messages of the Great Spirit. Among the people, the bear clans were seen as protectors, leaders, and keepers of balance. It was said that each clan carried within them the spirit of the bear, a force of nature both fierce and gentle, capable of protecting the land and its people from harm. The spirit bear, with its glowing white fur and knowing eyes, was the living embodiment of the Great Spirit's strength and wisdom. And it was through the bear clans that the spirit of the bear flowed into the hearts of the Cherokee, guiding them in every step they took. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in a golden light, a young boy named Coda sat by the fire, listening to the elders tell their stories. His heart was filled with wonder, for the stories were not just tales, they were teachings, passed down through the generations. Coda's grandfather, a wise and respected leader in the bear clan, began to speak, his voice steady and deep. Long ago, he said, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames, the bear was more than just an animal. It was a guide, a protector, a teacher. The spirit bear came to us when we needed guidance, showing us the ways of the earth, the rivers, the sky. And it was through the bear clans that we learned the most important lesson of all, balance. Coda listened intently, his heart racing. He had heard these stories before, but tonight, something felt different. It was as if the very air around him was charged with a power he could not explain. His grandfather continued. The bear clan is not just a name, he said, his voice soft but carrying weight. It is a sacred bond. We carry the totem of the bear within us, passed down from our ancestors. It is a symbol of strength, of wisdom, of protection. And when we stand together as one, as the bear clan, we become something more than individuals. We become a force of nature, as powerful and as sacred as the spirit bears themselves. Coda's eyes widened. He could feel the truth in his grandfather's words. It was not just a clan, it was a spirit. The bear spirit was alive in them, guiding them in their daily lives, helping them to protect their people, their land, and their future. In the quiet of the night, with the fire crackling and the stars shining brightly above, Coda's mind began to wander. He thought of the spirit bears, the sacred creatures who roamed the forest, their glowing fur lighting the path for the Cherokee. He wondered what it would be like to meet one, to stand before the Great Spirit in its purest form. but his grandfather's voice brought him back to the present. The bear is a teacher, Koda. It teaches us to be strong, but it also teaches us to be wise. Strength without wisdom is like a river without a path. It may flood and destroy. But wisdom without strength is like the wind. It may whisper, but it cannot protect. Koda nodded, understanding the deeper meaning in his grandfather's words. He had seen the power of the bear, both in its fierce protectiveness and in its gentle care for the earth. The bear was a reminder that true strength came from balance, from knowing when to act and when to wait, when to fight and when to protect. The elder paused, looking out at the darkening sky. Tonight, he said, the moon will rise full and bright. And when the spirit bear walks the earth under its light, the bear clan will gather. We will honor the great spirit, we will honor the bear, and we will renew the bond between us. Koda's heart swelled with pride and anticipation. This was no ordinary night. It was a night when the bear clans would come together, when the spirit bears would guide them, when the connection between the people and the earth would be made whole once again. As the moon rose, casting its silver glow over the village, the people of the bear clans gathered by the fire, their faces illuminated by the light. They stood in silence, their hearts in tune with the rhythm of the earth. And in that silence, they felt it, the presence of the spirit bears, watching over them, guiding them, reminding them of the sacred bond they shared with the land. The elders led the ceremony, their voices rising in a song that echoed through the forest. It was a song of thanks, a song of renewal, a song of strength. The people stood together, united under the full moon, their spirits entwined with the bear totem that lived within them. Koda stood among them, his heart racing with the energy of the moment. He could feel the weight of the clan's history, the power of the spirit bear coursing through his veins. He was part of something much larger than himself, part of a sacred connection that had existed long before his birth and would continue long after his time. As the ceremony reached its peak, a hush fell over the crowd. The spirit bears had arrived. Koda turned his gaze to the forest, where the shadows shifted and moved. And there, emerging from the trees, he saw them, the spirit bears, glowing in the moonlight, their eyes full of wisdom and power. The people fell to their knees in reverence, the bear clans bowing their heads in honor of the sacred creatures that walked among them. Koda felt the weight of the moment, the significance of the bond between the Cherokee and the spirit bears. The bear totem was not just a symbol, it was a living force, a connection to the great spirit that flowed through the earth, through the trees, through the very blood of the people. The spirit bears moved silently among the people, their presence a reminder of the balance that had existed for so long. And as they disappeared back into the forest, leaving only their glowing paw prints behind, Koda knew one thing for certain: the bear clans were more than just families. They were guardians, keepers of the earth's sacred balance, protectors of the people, and the spirit bears would always walk beside them. The morning mist clung to the earth like a blanket, weaving through the towering pines and wrapping itself around the Cherokee village. The scent of damp earth and wet leaves filled the air as the sun began to rise, casting soft light over the land. It was a time when the world felt still, as if holding its breath. In the quiet, the heartbeat of the forest could be felt beneath the soles of the villagers' feet, a pulse that connected them all to the land they had lived on for generations. At the heart of the village, where the fire always burned, a group of elders gathered. Their faces were marked with the wisdom of age, and their eyes gleamed with a light that had seen countless seasons pass. Today, like every year, they would tell the story of the bear clans, of how the great spirit bears came to walk among the Cherokee and how the people's connection with these creatures shaped their very lives. Koda, a young boy whose heart still beat with the wildness of the world, sat at his grandfather's side. He listened closely, his eyes wide with wonder as the elder spoke. "The bear is not just an animal to us," the old man began, his voice steady like the river's flow. "It is our spirit, our protector, and our guide. Long before the world was what it is now, the first bear came to us, carrying with it a message from the Great Spirit. A message of strength, balance, and wisdom." Koda sat up straighter, his mind racing with the words. He had heard these stories before, but today, they seemed more powerful than ever. He had always felt a pull deep within him, a connection to the land and the creatures that walked upon it. The bear had always been special, but now, as his grandfather spoke, he felt that connection stretch out from his own heart to the very land itself. You see, the elder continued, his gaze sweeping over the group, the bear clans are not simply families. We are more than that. We are the living embodiment of the bear's spirit. When the first bear appeared, it chose to walk with us, to guide us, and to protect us. And when the Great Spirit called upon us to form the clans, it was the bear's power that was woven into our bones. Koda's mind wandered, his thoughts trailing through the stories of the past. The bears were not just animals, they were protectors, teachers, and warriors, living embodiments of the land's power. The clans were built around them, each clan carrying the strength of the bear and its teachings. And at the heart of each clan was the totem, the spirit of the bear, ever present, ever guiding. His grandfather's voice broke the silence, bringing him back. Each clan carries its own bear spirit, passed down through the generations. The totem is more than just a symbol, it is our connection to the Great Spirit. It is what makes us strong, what helps us find balance in our lives. Koda thought about the totems, the carved wooden figures that hung in the homes of every family, each one depicting a bear in a different pose. Some were fierce, their claws raised in defense, others were calm, resting peacefully by the river or in the forest. Each totem was a reflection of the spirit it represented, a reminder of the power and wisdom that ran through the veins of the bear. But the totem is not just something we wear or carry with us, his grandfather added, his voice growing more intense. It is something we become. The bear's spirit is inside us, guiding our actions, showing us the way. It teaches us how to live in balance with the world around us. It teaches us to be strong, but also wise. It teaches us to protect those we love, but to never take more than we need. The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Koda could feel the weight of them, like the stillness before a storm. He thought about the elders, the way they had always lived, always so deeply connected to the earth. They hunted not for sport, but for sustenance. They took what they needed, never more, and gave thanks for it. The land, the creatures, the trees, the rivers, they all gave in balance, and in return, they were respected. The bear was their protector, their guide, but it was also a reminder of the delicate balance of life. There was a deep silence after his grandfather's words, a silence that felt as if the very earth was listening. Then, the elder spoke again, his voice softer, as if sharing a secret meant only for those who were ready to hear it. When the Great Spirit first sent the bear to us, it didn't just bring strength. It brought understanding. It taught us how to live with the land, how to take only what was needed and to leave the rest. It showed us how to protect the forest, the rivers, and the animals. But most importantly, it showed us how to protect each other. Koda's heart swelled. The bear, with its great strength, was not just a symbol of power, it was a symbol of protection, of love, and of understanding. It cared for the land, for the people, and for the balance that held the world together. As the story continued, the fire crackled, and the shadows of the night deepened around the village. Koda could feel the connection between the bear clans and the spirit bears more strongly than ever before. They were not separate, they were one. The spirit of the bear flowed through them all, binding them together in a web of strength, wisdom, and love. The ceremony was about to begin, a time when the bear clans would come together to honor their totems, their spirits. Koda could feel the energy building, the sacred bond between the people and the bears strengthening with every word, every breath. His grandfather's eyes met his, and in that moment, Koda understood. He was not just a boy. He was part of something much greater, a part of the bear's spirit, a part of the clan, a part of the balance that kept the world turning. And as the ceremony began, the sound of drums filled the air, echoing through the forest. The people of the bear clan stood tall, their totems held high, their hearts full of pride and purpose. The spirit of the bear was alive in them, and it would always guide them, always protect them, as it had for countless generations before them. The totems were not just symbols, they were alive, and they would continue to live, for as long as the people held true to the balance that the spirit bear had taught them. The bond between the bear clans and the spirit bears would never be broken. It was woven into the very fabric of their souls, and nothing could ever tear it apart. The evening air was thick with the scent of cedar and pine as the sun began to dip behind the mountains, casting a golden hue across the valley. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the promise of a storm. In the distance, thunder rumbled, a reminder that nature was as powerful as it was unpredictable. But in the quiet corners of the Cherokee village, there was something even more powerful, a legend that had been passed down for generations, a tale of healing, of hope, and of the spirit bear. It had been a harsh winter. The snow came early that year, and the cold seemed to cut deeper than it ever had before. The winds howled through the village, and the rivers froze over, trapping the life of the land beneath a blanket of ice. Illness spread like wildfire, sweeping through the people in its wake. The sick lay in their homes, wrapped in furs, too weak to even sit up. Their breath came in shallow gasps, and their hearts beat in desperation for relief. Yet, nothing seemed to help. Medicine had failed them, and the prayers they offered to the Great Spirit felt unanswered. One night, as the elders gathered in the firelight, the village chief, an old man named Kitchi, spoke of a vision he had received. He had seen a great bear, its fur as white as the snow, its eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. The bear had appeared to him in a dream, walking through the village with such grace and power that it seemed as if the earth itself was holding its breath. It had stood before him, silent and steady, and in its gaze, he had felt a deep sense of peace and strength. The bear had not spoken, but Kitchi knew its message was clear. The spirit bear had come to heal the people. The village was skeptical. They had heard many stories of the spirit bear, but they had never truly believed. After all, it was only a legend, a tale told by the elders to explain the mysteries of the world. But Kitchi's vision was different. It felt real, and it was filled with a deep urgency. The chief knew that the people needed help, and he believed that the spirit bear was their only hope. The very next day, when the village was shrouded in an almost unnatural quiet, a figure appeared at the edge of the woods. It was massive, its body as large as a mountain, with fur that shimmered like moonlight on a still lake. The villagers who saw it could hardly believe their eyes. There, standing just beyond the tree line, was the spirit bear, its presence so overwhelming that the air itself seemed to tremble. The wind stopped, the trees fell silent, and even the snow paused in midair, as if time itself had stopped. The bear didn't roar or snarl, it simply watched, its gaze kind and unyielding. Its eyes shone with an ancient wisdom, and for the first time in many days, a sense of calm began to settle over the village. The people, weary and desperate, watched from their homes, too afraid to move yet too curious to look away. They had heard the stories, but now they were witnessing it firsthand. That night, a young girl named Auli, her cheeks flushed with fever, was carried to the edge of the village. Her body was weak, her skin pale, and her breathing ragged. She had been ill for many days, and no medicine seemed to ease her suffering. Her mother, desperate and tearful, had heard the elders speak of the healing power of the spirit bear. With no other choice, she decided to take her daughter to the clearing where the bear had appeared. As Auli was laid down in the snow, the bear approached slowly, its paws making no sound on the frozen ground. It circled the girl, its great head lowering as if to examine her. The villagers watched from the shadows, holding their breath, unsure of what to expect. But as the bear stood over Auli, something miraculous began to happen. The air seemed to shift. The coldness of the winter night faded, replaced by a warmth that radiated from the bear's body. Ahuli's feverish body, once burning with heat, began to cool. Her breath steadied, and her skin, which had been flushed and mottled with illness, began to take on a healthier tone. The spirit bear didn't touch her, it simply stood near her, its presence overwhelming with a power that wasn't of this world. It was as though the bear was offering a gift of life, one that transcended the mortal realm. As the minutes passed, the change was undeniable. Ahuli's fever broke, her breathing became steady, and her eyes fluttered open. She gazed up at the great bear, her face filled with awe and wonder. The bear, still and silent, looked back at her, its eyes shining with the same ancient wisdom that had guided the villagers for generations. Auli was not the only one to feel the bear's healing touch. In the days that followed, more villagers were brought to the clearing, and one by one, the spirit bear healed them. Its presence was enough to banish the sickness that had plagued them, to restore them to health and strength. The village buzzed with excitement, the people's spirits lifted by the miracles they were witnessing. They no longer questioned the stories, they knew that the bear was real, and its power was as real as the earth beneath their feet. But the bear did not stay long. After the last of the sick had been healed, it wandered back into the forest, its massive form disappearing into the trees as quietly as it had come. The villagers stood in silence, their hearts filled with gratitude and reverence. They had been touched by something sacred, something beyond their understanding, and they knew that they had been forever changed. Years passed, and the winter that had once seemed so harsh became a distant memory. But the story of the spirit bear and its miraculous healing spread far and wide. It became more than just a tale, it became a part of the village's soul, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was hope. The bear had come to heal, to remind the people of the power of the earth, the strength of their connection to the land, and the grace of the spirit that guided them all. And though the bear never returned, its presence was always felt, a silent guardian watching over the village, forever entwined with the hearts of those it had saved. The fever came quickly, like the harsh winds that sweep through the valley without warning. It gripped the villagers with an intensity they had never felt before, leaving the people weak, their bodies burning with an unnatural heat. From the elders to the children, no one was spared. The sickness spread like wildfire, consuming every home, leaving behind only despair and silence. It was as if the land itself had turned against them, and nothing could stop it. One evening, when the wind howled louder than ever and the night sky was thick with clouds, a young mother named Wyan knelt beside her sick child, Aulin. His small body was trembling, his breath shallow and ragged. His skin was hot to the touch, and his eyes, once bright with life, had become dull and distant. He had been ill for days, and there was no sign of improvement. Waya had done all she could. She had gathered herbs, brewed teas, and prayed to the Great Spirit for mercy, but nothing had worked. Tears filled her eyes as she whispered prayers into the cold night, her hands pressed against her son's forehead. "Please, bring him back to me," she begged softly. The darkness around her seemed to swallow her words, leaving her with only the sound of her own breaking heart. But then, a soft rustle came from the trees behind her, a sound so gentle that at first, she thought it was the wind. But it wasn't the wind. She turned, her heart racing in her chest, to see a large figure emerging from the shadows. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. A bear, larger than any she had heard of in the village, its fur glowing with a strange, ethereal light that seemed to shimmer under the moon. Its eyes, deep and wise, held a quiet power, something ancient, something unspoken. The bear approached slowly, its movements graceful, almost deliberate. Waya couldn't move, couldn't speak. She watched in awe, her breath caught in her throat. The creature was both beautiful and terrifying, and yet there was something comforting about its presence. It didn't growl or roar. It simply walked toward her, its eyes fixed on her son, who lay motionless in her arms. Waya's hands trembled as she slowly placed Aulin down onto the soft earth, her gaze never leaving the bear. The creature stood still for a moment, as if studying the boy. Then, without a sound, it lowered its massive head, bringing its nose close to Aulin's chest. The air grew still, and the entire forest seemed to pause in that moment. Even the wind stopped, as if holding its breath. A deep, powerful warmth radiated from the bear, filling the air around them. Waya's heart raced, her instincts telling her to be afraid, yet she felt no fear. Instead, she felt a strange sense of peace, as though the bear were part of something far greater than she could comprehend. The bear's eyes never left Aulin. It closed its eyes for a moment, and in that instant, Waya saw something that made her skin tingle with wonder. From the bear's eyes, she could see a flash of light, a golden glow that seemed to wrap around her son. It was as though the light was drawing something out of him, something dark, something heavy. It was like the very sickness that had gripped him was being lifted away, piece by piece. She held her breath, watching in disbelief as the bear gently touched Aulin with its paw, not in a harmful way, but in a soft, deliberate motion. The warmth that flowed from its touch spread through the boy's body like a gentle river washing away the cold. For the first time in days, Aelin's breathing began to steady. His body stopped trembling, and his feverish skin began to cool. Wyatt could hardly believe her eyes. Her son, who had been so close to slipping away, was now breathing deeply and peacefully. The weight of the sickness seemed to lift, leaving only calm. The bear remained still, its presence unwavering, as if waiting for something. Wyatt dared not move, afraid that even the smallest gesture might shatter the magic that was unfolding before her. Then, after what seemed like an eternity, the bear lifted its head and looked at her. The gaze was filled with a kind of knowing, a silent communication that needed no words. The bear had done what it had come to do. Without another sound, the bear turned and disappeared into the shadows of the trees, as silently as it had arrived. Wyatt stood there for what felt like hours, her heart pounding, her mind unable to process what had just happened. She slowly picked up Aelin, her arms trembling as she held him close. His face, once pale and weak, was now flushed with health, his eyes bright and clear. He was alive, and more than that, he was well. Wyatt wept with relief, her tears falling freely as she looked up at the moonlit sky. The Great Spirit had answered her prayers, but in a way she had never expected. She had called upon the Spirit Bear, and the bear had come, bringing with it the power to heal. Word spread quickly through the village of the miracle that had taken place. People came to Wyatt's home, asking her what had happened, how her son had been saved. But Wyatt had no answers, only the quiet knowing that the bear had chosen her son. It was the bear, the spirit of the earth, that had brought healing where nothing else could. As the days passed, more stories surfaced, stories of other villagers who had witnessed the spirit bear's power. One by one, the sick were healed, their bodies restored by the gentle touch of the great creature. Each person who was touched by the bear's presence felt a change deep inside, a sense of peace, a renewed strength. The spirit bear had not only cured their bodies but had healed their souls as well. In the weeks that followed, the villagers came to understand that the bear was more than just a creature of the forest. It was a messenger, a healer sent by the Great Spirit to restore balance to the world. They honored the spirit bear, knowing that it had saved their lives and had reminded them of the power that lay in the natural world, the power to heal, to restore, and to protect. And so, the legend of the spirit bear grew, a story passed down from generation to generation. It was a story of healing, of faith, and of the bond between the people and the earth. A story that would never be forgotten, for it was not just a tale, it was a part of who they were. The sky was painted in shades of orange and crimson as the sun sank behind the distant mountains. The air was thick with the scent of pine, the last whispers of the day settling into the stillness of twilight. The village was quiet, too quiet for the elders who had lived through the seasons, feeling the change in the air. Something wasn't right. It started as a murmur. The women in the village felt it first, the unease, the strange shifting in the forest beyond. They spoke in hushed voices, knowing that the animals, the trees, and the very earth itself whispered secrets. The children played near the river, but the elders gathered, their faces tense, their eyes darting toward the darkening horizon. A distant rumble sounded from the mountains, low, deep, like the growl of something large and furious. "Danger," the oldest elder murmured, her voice barely audible over the rising wind. She looked toward the trees, a shiver running down her spine. She had lived long enough to know when something stirred in the night, something that could not be ignored. And then, in the distance, the first sign appeared. A shadow. It was just a flicker at first, like the passing of a large bird in the dimming light, but it was too large, too swift. The villagers paused, their senses on edge, their hearts quickening. From the trees emerged a figure, a hulking silhouette, massive and strong, its eyes gleaming like two stars in the night. It was a bear, but not just any bear. This one was different. Its fur shimmered with an otherworldly glow, casting a faint light that cut through the growing darkness. The people had seen bears before, yes, but none like this. There was something ancient, something sacred in the air as the bear moved closer, its massive paws stirring the ground beneath it. The elders stood frozen, their breath held in their chests, watching. As the bear neared, it let out a low rumble, a growl, but not one of aggression. No, this was a warning, a declaration. And then they saw it, the reason for the bear's arrival. Through the trees, a group of shadowy figures emerged. Menacing, dark forms, their faces twisted in rage, eyes burning with malice. They were not of the village, not of the land. The warriors of a neighboring tribe, who had long held a grudge against the Cherokee, had come in the dead of night to raid their homes, to steal their food, and to bring chaos. The villagers' hearts sank. Their children were still playing near the river, unaware of the danger creeping closer. Their homes, their lives, were all at risk. Panic began to rise, but before any of them could make a move, the bear stepped forward, its eyes blazing with an ancient wisdom. The earth seemed to tremble as it moved, the ground vibrating beneath its paws, as though the land itself was rising in defense. The bear's gaze never wavered, focused entirely on the incoming threat. The warriors, unaware of the bear's power, continued to advance, thinking nothing could stop them. Then the bear reared up on its hind legs, towering over the forest. A deafening roar echoed through the trees, shaking the very air around them. It was the sound of the forest itself warning the invaders. The warriors froze, their eyes wide with fear, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. The bear was not alone. From the trees, others appeared, more spirit bears, their fur glowing softly, their presence commanding and fierce. The warriors stood in stunned silence, unsure of what to do next. They had never heard of such creatures. They had never imagined the stories the elders told were real. The legend of the spirit bear, the protector of the land, had lived in whispers for generations, but no one had believed it would manifest in such a way. With another mighty roar, the lead bear surged forward, its massive form like a tidal wave. The warriors scattered, fear now flooding their hearts. They had come with violence in their souls, but they did not know how to fight the very force of nature itself. The bear's eyes gleamed as it moved with a speed and grace that no one could match. The invaders stumbled over their own feet, turning to run, but the spirit bears were swift, moving between the trees with ease, closing in on them. The villagers watched from the safety of their homes, some of them standing in awe, others with their hands pressed to their mouths in disbelief. They had never seen anything like this. The spirit bears were no longer just creatures of myth, they were guardians, protectors, sent by the earth itself to shield them from harm. The invaders, now completely overwhelmed by the force of the bears, turned and fled. The spirit bears did not chase them for long, for the message had been made clear. The land, the people, and the earth itself were not to be harmed. The warriors had no choice but to retreat, running back into the forest, their weapons discarded in their haste to escape. As the last of the invaders disappeared into the trees, the bears slowly lowered their heads, their gaze softening. They turned, their movements graceful as they melted back into the forest shadows, leaving behind only the echo of their powerful presence. The village was safe. The threat had been vanquished, not by weapons or violence, but by the strength of the earth itself. The villagers did not speak for a long time. They stood in silence, their hearts full of gratitude and awe. They had been saved, not by men, but by the spirit bears. The very creatures they had once only heard of in stories had come to their aid, teaching them a lesson in protection and power. From that day forward, the villagers knew the true meaning of the spirit bear. It was not just a guardian of the forests, but a protector of life itself, a creature that defended those it held dear. And the people, forever changed, honored the spirit bears with a reverence deeper than they had ever known, grateful for the reminder that the earth would always stand beside them. The spirit bears had come, and they had saved them from destruction. It was a quiet evening, the kind where the air is thick with the promise of rain but still holds the warmth of the day. The sky was painted with hues of orange and pink as the sun dipped low behind the hills. The people of the village were gathered by the fire, the crackle of the flames mingling with the murmur of children's laughter. There was peace in the air, but peace, as they all knew, could be fragile. The wind shifted, carrying with it a cold edge that sent a shiver through the villagers. They paused, sensing that something was wrong. The wind wasn't just a breeze, it was a warning. The old woman who lived at the edge of the village, the one who could read the weather like no one else, stood up suddenly. Her eyes narrowed, and she sniffed the air, as if trying to catch a scent. "Trouble's coming," she said, her voice low, steady. "There's blood in the wind." Fear rippled through the village. They all knew what that meant. Trouble wasn't always human, and it didn't always come from a tribe that lived beyond the river. The wild things of the forest, too, could bring trouble, and they could be far more dangerous than any human raider. That night, as the sun disappeared behind the trees and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, the village was tense. Every creak of a tree, every rustle of leaves, felt like the whisper of danger approaching. The children were gathered inside, their laughter replaced by hushed voices, their small faces pale with fear. The elders stood watch, eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Then, just after midnight, the first sound came, something heavy, something large, crashing through the underbrush. The noise grew louder, nearer, and the villagers could hear the distinct sound of hooves pounding the earth. But it wasn't horses that approached. It was something much worse. The raiders had come. They were armed, mounted, and their faces twisted with malice. They had been stalking the village for days, waiting for the right moment to strike. They had come under the cover of darkness, knowing that the people here would not be able to see them coming, that they would have the element of surprise on their side. The village was vulnerable. They had no army, no fortifications. All they had were their families, their homes, and the land that had been passed down for generations. It was a moment of reckoning. But then, as the raiders emerged from the shadows, a low growl echoed through the trees. It was a sound unlike anything the raiders had ever heard before, deep, reverberating, full of power. The men stopped in their tracks, confused and unnerved. The raiders had no time to react. Before they could even draw their weapons, the bear appeared. It wasn't just any bear. This one was huge, its fur as black as the night and as thick as the forest itself. It was as if the shadows had taken shape and become flesh. Its eyes glowed with an eerie, almost supernatural light, and its body was a mass of muscle, built to protect, to fight, to defend. The raiders froze, fear sweeping over them like a storm. They had heard stories of the spirit bear, whispers of a creature so powerful, so fearsome, that it could protect the land and its people from harm. But they had never believed in the tales. Until now. The bear stepped forward, its massive paws leaving deep imprints in the soft earth. It didn't roar, but its presence was enough to send a chill down the spines of the invaders. The ground beneath them seemed to tremble with the force of the bear's steps, as if the earth itself was warning them to leave. The raiders didn't listen. One of them, a leader with bloodshot eyes and a cruel sneer, raised his spear. He pointed it directly at the bear, his grip tight with anger. "You think a beast can stop us?" he shouted. Without a word, the bear charged. The force of the charge was like a thunderclap. The bear moved with an incredible speed and power, its body a blur of motion. The raiders didn't have time to react. In an instant, the first one was on the ground, his spear shattered and his body thrown aside like a rag doll. The others scattered, fear overtaking their once confident strides. But the bear was relentless. It moved swiftly through the chaos, its claws swiping through the air, its growl rumbling through the earth. The invaders tried to regroup, but it was no use. One by one, they fell back, terror in their eyes as they realized they were no match for the spirit bear. In the midst of the battle, one raider managed to make a break for it. He ran, his heart pounding, his legs burning with fear. He thought he might escape, but as he looked over his shoulder, the bear was right behind him, its eyes locked on him, the weight of the world in those fierce eyes. The bear didn't chase him. It didn't need to. With a final, mighty roar, the bear stood tall, its presence commanding the forest. The raiders stopped. There would be no victory here. The leader of the raiders, shaken and defeated, turned and fled into the night, his men following without hesitation. They didn't look back, knowing that the spirit bear was not a foe to be reckoned with. The bear stood there for a long moment, watching the invaders disappear into the trees. The village was safe. It had been protected by the force of nature itself, a guardian sent from the earth to defend those who called it home. Slowly, the bear turned, its massive form disappearing into the forest. The villagers, their hearts still pounding with adrenaline, watched in awe. They had witnessed something beyond their understanding, a protector like no other. And as the bear disappeared into the shadows, the village knew they had been saved not by their own hands, but by the spirit bear, the protector of their people, the guardian of their land. The sun had just begun to rise, casting a soft golden glow over the forest. The air was cool, the scent of pine and earth lingering in the morning mist. On the edge of a small clearing, a young man named Auli sat, his legs crossed, eyes closed in quiet reflection. The village had sent him here to learn the ways of the land, to grow strong in body and mind. But the wisdom he sought was not in books or words, it was in the quiet teachings of the forest itself. Auli had heard the stories, the old legends passed down by his elders, of the spirit bears, majestic creatures that carried within them not just power, but wisdom. It was said that if you were lucky enough, the spirit bears would appear to you in your moment of need, guiding you with their ancient knowledge. He had waited many nights, but the bears had not come. And now, sitting alone in the stillness of the morning, he felt a deep sense of doubt. Could he ever truly understand the teachings the forest had to offer? Would the bears ever reveal their secrets to him? Just as he was about to rise, something in the brush stirred. It was a soft sound, barely perceptible, but it caught his attention. His heart skipped a beat. Slowly, he turned his head, and there, standing in the shadows of the trees, was a bear. But this was no ordinary bear. It was larger than any he had seen before, its coat gleaming under the rising sun as though it were made of the very light itself. Its eyes, dark and deep, locked with his, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. The bear was not just a creature of the forest, it was something else, something more. Auli's breath caught in his throat, and he could feel the ground beneath him, solid and real. The spirit bear was here. And it was not here to harm him, but to teach. The bear stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate, each paw pressing into the earth with careful intention. As it drew closer, Auli could feel the weight of its gaze, like the bear was looking into his soul, seeing not just the man he was but the man he could become. There was no fear in him, only awe. The bear paused just a few paces from where Auli sat, then lowered its massive head, as if inviting him to come closer. With a trembling hand, Auli rose to his feet. His mind raced, his heart pounded. What would this creature, this teacher, show him? Without a word, the bear turned and began to walk slowly toward the forest, glancing back to see if Auli would follow. Something deep inside Auli stirred, an urge to follow, to learn, to understand. He took a step, then another, his feet moving silently through the underbrush. The journey was quiet, save for the sound of their footsteps and the occasional rustling of leaves. The bear led him deeper into the forest, past ancient trees whose gnarled roots seemed to speak of centuries gone by, past babbling streams that whispered secrets to the earth. Auli felt as though he was walking through time itself, each step carrying him closer to something profound. After what seemed like hours, the bear stopped at a small, secluded clearing. In the center of the clearing was a single, solitary tree, its trunk twisted and bent, its branches reaching out as if trying to touch the sky. It was an old tree, its bark worn and weathered by the passage of time. The bear sat beneath the tree and motioned for Auli to do the same. Auli, feeling a sense of reverence, knelt beside the creature. The bear's eyes never left his, and in that gaze, Auli felt a pull, a deep connection, as if the bear was about to share something important. The bear spoke then, its voice not in words, but in feelings, understood through the quiet thrum of the earth, the steady beat of his heart, and the stillness in his mind. The teachings began not with advice or instructions, but with a simple lesson in patience. The bear motioned to the tree, to the wind that whispered through its branches. Look, the bear seemed to say, at how this tree stands. It has weathered storms, seen many seasons pass, yet it remains. It does not rush, does not fight the wind. It bends with it, flows with it. In that, it finds its strength. Auli nodded slowly, understanding. Life, like the tree, was full of storms, of hardships and challenges. And yet, the true strength came not from resisting them but from bending with them, from learning to endure and grow. The bear's gaze softened, and for a moment, Auli thought he saw a flicker of something ancient in those eyes, a knowledge passed down through generations, a wisdom that could not be spoken, only felt. Then the bear rose, its great form towering over Auli. With one final glance, it turned and padded into the forest, disappearing into the shadows of the trees. Auli sat there for a long time, his mind swirling with what he had just experienced. It was as if the very air around him had changed, filled with an energy that was both calming and invigorating. The lesson was clear. The spirit bear had taught him that strength did not lie in brute force or in avoiding hardship. It lay in understanding, in patience, and in the quiet strength to endure. The next morning, as the sun rose once again over the hills, Auli returned to the village. He felt different, changed, as though he had shed a skin that no longer fit him. The weight of the world seemed lighter on his shoulders, and his heart was full with the knowledge that he had learned something far more valuable than any weapon or skill. He had learned the greatest lesson of all, that true strength was not in what you could conquer, but in what you could endure, and in what you could become when you learned to live in harmony with the world around you. And so, the teachings of the spirit bear lived on, carried through the generations, reminding all who would listen that wisdom could be found not in the rush of the world, but in the quiet moments, the moments when we stop and listen to the whispers of the earth. The wind began to change, carrying with it the scent of pine and rain. In the heart of the Cherokee village, the first signs of the coming season were clear. The leaves had begun to turn, painting the trees in shades of amber and gold. The air was cool, and the sky stretched wide, as though the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Auli, now older and wiser, stood at the edge of the village, watching as the smoke from the cooking fires swirled upward into the sky. It was the time of year when the bears would return, when the spirit bears would once again walk among the trees, and the Cherokee people would gather to honor them. The earth seemed to whisper their names in the rustling of the leaves, as if reminding Auli of his first lesson, the first time he had met the great bear in the forest. As the seasons turned, so did the rhythm of the village. Every year, the people would come together, guided by the wisdom of their elders and the spirits of the land, to celebrate the turning of the seasons and the sacred bond they shared with the bears. The spirit bears were not just creatures of the forest, they were protectors, teachers, and healers, but they were also intimately tied to the rhythms of nature, to the cycles that governed life itself. The first of the seasonal rituals took place in the early days of spring. The cold winds had finally started to give way to the warmth of the sun, and the earth began to stir from its winter slumber. The people would gather in a great circle, standing with their arms outstretched to the sky, calling on the spirit bears to awaken with the land. It was a time of renewal, a time to shed the old and welcome the new. In the presence of the spirit bears, the people knew that the cycle of life would begin again, that the earth would once more offer its bounty to those who honored it. Auli stood beside the great fire, feeling the warmth against his skin, watching the flames dance and flicker. He could hear the steady drumming of the elders, their rhythm echoing through the valley, as they called upon the spirit bears to return. It was said that the bears would rise from their dens, emerging from the shadows of the trees, to greet the new season. The people believed that the bears carried the wisdom of the earth with them, and in their return, they would offer blessings for the coming year. As the ritual continued, the village became still, and a sense of peace settled over them. The bears were coming. Auli closed his eyes, letting the sound of the drums fill his soul. In the distance, he could hear the low rumble of thunder, as if the spirit bears themselves were answering the call. He felt a stirring in his heart, a deep sense of connection to the land and to the creatures that shared it with him. The bears were not just a part of the forest, they were a part of him, and through them, the Cherokee people were tied to the very essence of the earth. Summer came soon after, bringing with it the warmth of the sun and the abundance of the land. The trees were thick with leaves, and the rivers ran strong with the melting snow. It was a time of plenty, a time to gather the fruits of the earth and give thanks for the blessings of the season. The spirit bears were always present in these moments, their spirits woven into the fabric of the village. It was during this time that the bears were said to be most active, wandering the forests, feeding, and preparing for the coming winter. The people would celebrate with a great feast, their tables filled with the harvest of the season. They would offer up the first fruits to the bears, leaving offerings of berries, nuts, and honey in the forests where the great creatures roamed. The village believed that by honoring the bears in this way, they would ensure a good harvest and a strong winter ahead. But as the days grew shorter and the winds grew colder, the spirit bears would begin to retreat once again into the shadows. Autumn had come, and with it, the ritual of reflection. The leaves had turned, and the world seemed to hold its breath once more. The people knew that the bears, in their wisdom, had retreated to their dens to rest and restore their strength for the coming winter. It was a time of introspection, of looking inward, as the world outside grew quiet. Auli would often find himself walking through the woods during these times, his thoughts drifting like the falling leaves around him. He had learned much from the bears over the years, but there was always more to learn. The quiet of autumn was a time for the spirit bears to teach through silence, through the stillness of the earth. It was said that in the silence of the forest, the bears shared their wisdom with those who listened closely enough. And Auli, now a young man with a family of his own, had learned to listen. When the first frost came, the village would gather again to honor the spirit bears as they rested for the winter. It was a time of peace, a time to reflect on the years that had passed and the lessons learned. The bears, though gone from the forest, were still present in the hearts of the people. And as the first snow fell, covering the earth in a blanket of white, the Cherokee would honor the bears for their protection, for their teachings, and for the cycles they had shown them. The spirit bears, and their sacred connection to the seasons, had taught the Cherokee not only about the rhythms of nature but also about the importance of balance. The bears taught that there was a time for activity, a time for rest, and a time for reflection. They showed the Cherokee that every season had its purpose, that even in the coldest, darkest winter, there was a lesson to be learned. And so, with each passing year, as the seasons shifted and the world around them changed, the Cherokee people continued their rituals, honoring the spirit bears who had given them so much. The bears, in return, watched over the village, their spirits woven into the fabric of the land, teaching the people how to live in harmony with the world around them, how to honor the cycles of nature, and how to respect the wisdom of the earth. As Auli stood once more on the edge of the village, watching the sun set over the trees, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. The spirit bears had taught him more than he could ever put into words. They had taught him how to listen, how to live, and how to honor the world around him. And as the seasons continued to turn, he knew that the teachings of the spirit bears would live on, passed down through the generations, a timeless reminder of the sacred bond between the Cherokee people and the earth. When the sun sank low behind the mountains and the evening mist began to rise from the forest floor, a hush fell over the Cherokee village. The air was heavy, thick with the sense that something ancient was stirring in the shadows of the trees. The elders gathered around the fire, their faces solemn, their eyes reflecting the flames that danced before them. It was the time of year when the boundaries between worlds were thinnest, when the veil between the living and the dead seemed to flicker like the glow of the dying embers. Eli, a young man of the village, had lost his sister in the harsh winter months. She had been taken by illness, her body frail and cold by the time the medicine could reach her. Though he mourned deeply, a part of him felt she was not truly gone, that her spirit had not left. He had heard the stories, the whispers told in the quiet hours of night, about the spirit bears who walked the line between life and death, carrying the souls of the departed to their final resting place in the underworld. One night, when the moon hung full and bright in the sky, Eli found himself standing at the edge of the forest, gazing into the dark woods beyond. The air was still, save for the sound of his breath and the distant call of an owl. He closed his eyes and recalled the stories of the elders, the ones that spoke of the spirit bears, the great white creatures with fur that shone like moonlight. The bears were said to guide the souls of the dead, leading them from the world of the living into the afterlife. In the quiet of the night, a rustle stirred in the trees behind him. His heart raced, unsure of what was to come. And then, as if summoned by his very thoughts, a massive shape emerged from the shadows. A bear, its coat pale as the full moon above, stepped into the clearing. Eli froze, his breath catching in his chest. The creature stood tall and powerful, its eyes reflecting an ancient wisdom that seemed to pierce through him, deeper than his soul could comprehend. He had heard of the spirit bear, but had never imagined it would appear before him, especially on a night like this. The bear's gaze softened as it tilted its head toward Eli, and for a moment, the young man could feel his sister's presence, as if she were standing beside him. The spirit bear was more than just a creature of the forest. It was the bridge between the world of the living and the afterlife, the protector of souls who crossed into the realm of shadows. Eli took a step forward, his voice barely a whisper. "Are you here to guide her?" The bear did not answer, but it moved toward him slowly, with an air of purpose. As it approached, its massive paw gently touched the earth. Eli could feel the ground beneath his feet tremble, not with fear, but with a sense of deep, ancient power. The air seemed to hum with energy, and in that instant, he knew the bear was not just a guardian of the dead, it was the protector of all life, holding the balance between the living world and the spirit world. The elders had spoken of this moment, but never in such detail. They said the spirit bears could lead those who had passed into the afterlife, into the underworld where the spirits would find peace. The journey was long, and not all souls would make it. Some were lost, wandering between worlds, unable to find their way. But the spirit bears never failed. They were the bridge between light and shadow, guiding souls into the realm beyond. Eli felt a shiver run down his spine as the bear stepped closer. It looked directly into his eyes, as though understanding his grief, his longing to know if his sister was at peace. The bear's soft, glowing eyes seemed to communicate without words, showing him a vision of his sister, not as she had been, weak and frail, but vibrant and whole. In the vision, she stood by the river of the underworld, where the waters sparkled with an ethereal light, and the land stretched out into eternity. Eli could see her walking beside other spirits, their faces peaceful, their steps steady, as they made their way to their final resting place. The bear's low growl broke the silence, and Eli's heart swelled with understanding. He wasn't alone in his grief. The bear was here to tell him that his sister was safe, that the spirit bears had guided her to the place where souls found rest. The bear's presence was a reminder of the Cherokee belief that death was not the end, but a transition, a return to the earth, where the spirits would live on, watching over the living. As the bear began to turn, Eli reached out, his fingers brushing the creature's fur. He felt a warmth that spread through his hand, filling him with a sense of comfort he had not known since his sister's death. It was a warmth that came from the earth itself, from the spirit of the land and the souls that inhabited it. "Thank you," Eli whispered, the words catching in his throat. He knew that he would never see his sister again in this life, but he also knew that she was not lost. She was with the spirit bears, walking in the underworld where peace awaited her. The bear slowly began to retreat into the shadows, its steps silent and graceful. Eli watched as it disappeared into the darkness, its glowing eyes the last thing he saw before the forest swallowed it whole. The night was still again, but something had changed. The air felt lighter, as though the weight of his grief had been lifted. He had learned that death was not something to fear, but a part of the great cycle of life. When Eli returned to the village, he found the elders waiting by the fire. He did not need to speak, they already knew. Their faces were filled with understanding, and as they gathered around him, they offered their quiet prayers. The spirit bears had done their work, guiding his sister and bringing him peace. And in that moment, Eli understood the true power of the spirit bears, their ability to guide not only the souls of the dead but also the hearts of the living, reminding them that love and connection transcended even death. The night was dark, with clouds rolling across the sky like heavy waves on an unseen ocean. The wind howled through the trees, a deep, eerie sound that felt like a warning. Below the swirling heavens, the earth lay still, as though holding its breath. There, in the depths of the forest, the great spirit bears gathered, their massive forms glowing faintly under the light of the full moon. They were silent, watching the sky with eyes full of ancient wisdom and an unspoken tension in their hearts. This was a night of great significance. A night when the boundaries between worlds would be tested, when the earth and the heavens would clash in a battle that had not been seen for generations. The spirit bears, protectors of the earth, had always walked in harmony with the land and the people. They were the guardians of the balance, the link between the living and the afterlife. But tonight, they were about to face an enemy unlike any they had encountered before, the sky beings, the celestial beings who ruled the heavens and controlled the stars. The story of this battle had been passed down for generations, told by the elders in whispers, around fires, and in the quiet of the night. The sky beings, proud and mighty, had long looked down upon the earth, watching the spirit bears with disdain. They believed that the bears, with their power and connection to the earth, had become too strong, too influential in the world below. The sky beings, in their arrogance, decided that it was time to reclaim control, to bring the spirit bears to their knees and remind the earth of its place beneath the heavens. And so, under the cover of darkness, the sky beings descended from their celestial home. Their forms were like mist, shifting and flickering with an otherworldly light. Their eyes burned with the fire of stars, and their voices were like the thunder of distant storms. They reached the edge of the forest, where the spirit bears waited, their forms silent but ready, their paws heavy on the earth. The air hummed with the tension of the coming battle, the earth trembling beneath the weight of what was about to unfold. The first strike came not from the earth, but from the sky. A streak of blinding light shot from the heavens, a bolt of pure energy aimed at the largest of the spirit bears, the leader of their clan. The bear, massive and ancient, stood tall, his fur gleaming like the moonlight itself. He raised his great paw, blocking the bolt with a power that shook the very ground beneath him. The force of the strike sent ripples through the forest, trees bending under the pressure, but the bear remained steady, his eyes filled with resolve. The sky beings, unfazed, began their descent, their forms twisting and turning in the air, each one a flicker of light and shadow. They circled the spirit bears, striking with lightning speed, their hands reaching out to grasp the great protectors of the earth. But the bears were swift, their movements as graceful as they were powerful. They danced through the forest, their great bodies moving in harmony with the land, each paw touching the earth with the reverence it deserved. With every strike the sky beings made, the bears answered with strength and purpose. The clash was deafening, a symphony of power and will. The ground shook with the fury of the battle, trees splintering and rocks tumbling under the weight of the struggle. The spirit bears fought not only with their physical strength, but with the power of the earth itself, calling upon the ancient forces that flowed through the land. The winds howled, the trees groaned, and the very earth seemed to tremble as the battle raged on. But the sky beings were relentless. They were beings of light and energy, their forms shifting like the stars themselves. They struck again and again, each blow carrying the force of the heavens. The spirit bears, though mighty, began to falter under the onslaught, their strength waning with every passing moment. Their fur, once glowing like the moon, now seemed dimmer, their bodies battered and weary. But the great leader, the largest of the spirit bears, refused to yield. He stood firm, his eyes locked on the sky beings, a deep, burning determination in his heart. It was then, in the midst of the chaos, that the earth itself seemed to respond. The great leader of the spirit bears lifted his head to the sky, his roar echoing through the forest like a thunderclap. The sound was raw, full of grief, power, and ancient wisdom. As if answering his call, the earth trembled beneath him, and from the ground rose a great wave of energy, an immense force that spread out like the roots of an ancient tree. The sky beings faltered, their forms flickering as they tried to regain their footing. The earth, it seemed, had come alive, fighting back against the heavens, reminding the sky beings that they were not invincible. The spirit bears, drawing upon the power of the earth, charged forward with renewed strength. The battle raged on, fiercer than before, the earth itself joining the bears in their fight to protect the balance of the world. At last, the leader of the spirit bears, using the strength of the earth and his own power, struck the final blow. With a roar that shook the heavens themselves, he slammed his massive paw into the center of the sky being's form. The celestial being let out a cry, a sound like the cracking of the stars, as it was forced back into the heavens. The remaining sky beings, seeing their leader fall, hesitated. In that moment, the balance shifted. They realized they could not conquer the earth, that the spirit bears, and the land they protected, were too strong. Slowly, they began to retreat, their forms fading into the sky, leaving the earth below untouched. As the last of the sky beings disappeared into the night, the spirit bears stood in silence. The battle was over, but the forest was forever changed. The earth hummed with the energy of the fight, the land scarred but alive with the power of the spirit bears. The bears, though battered, stood tall, their glowing fur returning to its full brilliance under the light of the moon. The sky was quiet now, the stars twinkling as if in quiet reflection of the battle that had just unfolded. The spirit bears had proven their strength, not only in their bodies but in their connection to the earth, to the land they protected, and to the people they guided. And in the silence of the night, as the echoes of the battle faded into the wind, it was clear, the spirit bears would always be the guardians of the earth, and no celestial being, no matter how powerful, could ever take that away. The air was thick with tension as the forest stood still, as though the world itself had held its breath. A soft rustle in the underbrush sent a shiver through the trees. It was as if the very earth knew that something ancient, something dangerous, was moving through the shadows. The spirit bear, larger than life and glowing with the wisdom of the ages, stood at the edge of a clearing. His eyes, deep and knowing, scanned the darkness, sensing the presence of an enemy that had been a forgotten threat for generations. The serpent had returned. Long ago, the serpent had been a force of nature, one with the earth's fury. It was a creature of cunning, deceit, and unmatched strength. It slithered in the shadows, weaving through the veins of the earth, whispering of destruction and chaos. The spirit bear had once defeated it, sending the serpent into the depths of the world, but now it had resurfaced, more powerful and vengeful than ever. The ground beneath the bear's massive paws trembled as the serpent's presence grew nearer. The earth itself seemed to shudder, as if it recognized the danger that the serpent brought. The bear's breath grew steady, each inhale filling his lungs with the strength of the mountains, each exhale a promise to protect the land he had sworn to defend. He had faced many trials, but this was different. This was a battle for the very soul of the forest. From the shadows, the serpent appeared. Its scales shimmered in the moonlight, 1,000 shades of green and black, moving like a living river of silk. Its eyes, cold and calculating, locked onto the bear, a challenge in their gaze. The serpent hissed, the sound like 1,000 whispers carried on the wind, full of ancient knowledge and dark intent. The battle had already begun, even though no words had been spoken. With a flick of its tail, the serpent struck, its massive body coiling and uncoiling like a whip through the air. The bear reacted instantly, his powerful limbs propelling him forward, his claws slashing through the air. The serpent hissed again, its tongue flicking in and out, tasting the air for the bear's next move. It was fast, too fast, and the first strike missed by mere inches. The bear's eyes narrowed, calculating, waiting for the right moment to attack. The serpent's attack came again, this time from beneath the earth itself. It burrowed through the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and dirt, as if the earth were trying to tear itself apart. The bear leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the serpent's deadly strike, his muscles rippling with power. He landed with a thud, his paws sinking deep into the earth, leaving behind deep prints that seemed to pulse with energy. The serpent coiled, its body twisting in midair as it slithered toward the bear with lightning speed. The bear's body tensed, ready for the next strike. With a roar that echoed through the forest, the bear charged forward, his claws extended and aimed at the serpent's vulnerable underbelly. The serpent twisted, its body folding like a knot, but the bear's claws found their mark, tearing through the scales in a flash of silver light. For a moment, everything seemed to stop. The serpent hissed in pain, its body writhing and thrashing in agony. The bear stood tall, his chest heaving with each breath, his eyes burning with the fire of determination. But the serpent was not finished. It drew upon the ancient power that had kept it alive for so long, and with a great heave of its body, it pushed the bear back, sending him crashing to the ground. The ground beneath the bear cracked as he fell, the force of the serpent's strike sending shockwaves through the earth. The bear struggled to rise, but the serpent was upon him, its tail whipping like a lash, striking the bear across the face. The blow sent the bear reeling, his vision swimming, but his resolve remained strong. The serpent would not win. Not while he still drew breath. The serpent circled, its massive form rising up like a shadow over the bear. It struck again and again, its fangs glinting in the moonlight, aiming for the bear's throat. The spirit bear fought back with all the fury of the forest itself, his claws swiping through the air, his roars shaking the leaves from the trees. The battle raged on, each strike more desperate than the last, both creatures pushing each other to their limits. But as the serpent lunged for another strike, the bear found his opening. He slammed his body into the serpent with all the force of a mountain falling, his claws sinking deep into the serpent's scales. The serpent let out a deafening hiss, a sound that seemed to shake the very sky, as the bear's claws found their mark in the creature's heart. The serpent's body went rigid, its dark eyes wide with surprise and pain. For a moment, it seemed as though time had stopped, the entire world holding its breath. Then, with a final, shuddering gasp, the serpent fell to the ground, its body crumpling in on itself like a deflated balloon. The forest grew still, the wind no longer howling, the earth no longer trembling. The spirit bear stood over the defeated serpent, his chest rising and falling with each breath. His fur was matted with sweat and dirt, his body bruised from the battle, but his eyes were steady. He had won. The serpent was no more, banished once again to the depths of the earth. But the victory had come at a cost. The forest would not forget the battle it had witnessed. With a final, solemn glance at the fallen serpent, the bear turned and lumbered away, his steps slow and deliberate. The earth seemed to sigh in relief as he passed, the trees whispering their gratitude in the soft rustle of the leaves. The bear had done what he was born to do, he had protected the land, defending it against an ancient enemy. And though the serpent had been defeated, the spirit bear knew that there would always be more threats, more battles to face. But as long as he walked the earth, the land would be safe. And so, the story of the spirit bear and the serpent passed into legend, told around fires and passed down through generations. It was a tale of bravery, of strength, of the bond between the earth and its protectors. And though the serpent was gone, the spirit bear's presence would remain, watching over the forest, guarding it from the darkness that lurked just beyond the horizon. The forest had always been a place of reverence and mystery for the people who lived on its edge. The wind whispered ancient stories between the trees, and the land itself seemed to hum with a power that was not entirely of this world. To walk in the forest was to walk among spirits, among the souls of creatures and ancestors long gone. Yet, there was one man who did not see it that way. His name was Jonah, and his eyes were clouded by the arrogance of a hunter who had seen his share of victories. Jonah had heard the stories, the legends of the spirit bears, of the ancient protectors that roamed the forests, keeping the balance of nature intact. But he had never believed them. To him, the spirit bears were just myths, stories told to make the forest seem more mystical, more dangerous. Jonah was no fool. He had tracked animals through these woods for years, and he had never encountered anything that could not be hunted, nothing that could not be conquered. But that day, he made a mistake. It started like any other hunt. Jonah had ventured deep into the heart of the forest, following the scent of an elk. His heart was steady, his grip firm on his bow. The sound of the forest was calm, too calm. The birds had fallen silent, the wind had stilled, and even the trees seemed to lean in, watching him. Yet Jonah paid it no mind. He was a skilled hunter, and he had a prize in his sights. It was then that he saw it, an enormous bear, its coat as white as the snow that fell in the deepest winters, standing at the edge of a clearing. The creature was magnificent, its fur shimmering in the fading light. But Jonah's heart did not fill with awe or respect. It filled with greed. This was no ordinary bear. This was a spirit bear, one of the protectors of the forest. And Jonah saw only a trophy. A rare kill that would make him famous. A story he could tell for the rest of his life. He knocked an arrow, steadying his aim. The bear turned, its eyes locking with Jonah's, and for a fleeting moment, Jonah felt a shiver run down his spine. There was something ancient, something wise in those eyes, a knowing that seemed to see straight into his soul. But he pushed it aside, focusing only on the kill. With a deep breath, he released the arrow. The shot was true. It struck the bear in the side, a clean hit, and the creature staggered. But instead of retreating, instead of running into the shadows of the forest, the bear stood tall, its head raised high. Its eyes never left Jonah's. The hunter stood frozen for a moment, his heart pounding in his chest, a thrill of triumph rising within him. But that thrill quickly faded as the bear's stance changed. It began to glow, a soft light surrounding it, growing brighter with each passing second. Jonah took a step back, suddenly unsure of what he had done. The forest, which had been eerily quiet moments before, was now alive with sound. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, and the earth seemed to tremble beneath his feet. The bear's form seemed to stretch, growing larger and more imposing, as if the very forest was awakening with it. Jonah's blood ran cold as he realized his mistake. This was no ordinary animal. This was a spirit bear, a creature of legend, and he had heard it. The bear did not grow angry, not in the way a normal animal might. Instead, it turned, its eyes still fixed on Jonah, and began to walk away. But as it did, Jonah felt a deep, gnawing unease. The air grew heavier, and the world around him began to blur. The bear had left, but its presence lingered, as if a part of it had stayed behind, watching, waiting. Jonah tried to brush it off. He had killed the bear, after all. He was the victor. But as he made his way back to the village, something strange began to happen. His senses grew dull, his steps slower, as though something unseen was weighing him down. The sky above darkened, and the wind howled in his ears, whispering something he couldn't understand. His body felt heavy, as if an invisible force had wrapped itself around him, pulling him into the ground. That night, Jonah could not sleep. His dreams were filled with images of the bear, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. It was as if the creature was following him, haunting him. The ground beneath him trembled, the wind howled, and he could hear the bear's roar echoing in his mind. He woke in a cold sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. Days passed, and Jonah's life began to unravel. He became weaker, his strength draining away with each passing day. His once proud chest no longer filled with the air of a conqueror, but with a choking sense of fear. The world seemed to close in around him. The trees, the mountains, even the animals, all seemed to be watching him, waiting. The earth had rejected him, and the spirits of the forest had taken notice. One morning, Jonah set out to hunt once more, but his legs gave way beneath him. He fell to his knees, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His body was no longer his own. It was as if something had taken root within him, something dark and ancient, pulling him down. The spirit bear's curse was taking hold. In his final moments, as Jonah lay in the forest, the earth beneath him cracked open, and a shadow fell over him. The bear appeared once more, its eyes still glowing with that ancient light. Jonah reached out, his hand trembling, but the bear did not move. Instead, it stood over him, its gaze unyielding, its presence heavy with the weight of 1,000 years. The curse had come full circle. Jonah had disrespected the spirit bear, and now he would pay the price. The ground around him began to tremble once more, and the wind whispered in his ear. The forest had claimed him, just as it had claimed so many others who had dared to defy its protectors. The hunter had become the hunted, a victim of his own pride. The bear's eyes bore into him, and for the first time in his life, Jonah understood. It was not about the kill. It was about the balance, the respect, the understanding that all creatures had their place. And now, Jonah had learned the hard way that some forces were beyond even the most skilled hunter's control. As the shadows of the forest closed in around him, Jonah knew that the price of disrespect had been steep, and he would never walk among the living again. The sky above had always been a place of awe, a vast expanse of power and mystery. Thunderstorms, with their booming roars and flashing lights, were not merely weather. To the people of the forest, they were the voice of the thunderbird, a creature as mighty as the storm itself. And beneath the sky, in the deep, untamed woods, there roamed another spirit, one just as ancient, just as powerful, the spirit bear. Few knew of the bond between the thunderbirds and the bears. Some said it was a connection formed in the beginning of time, when the sky and earth were not separate but intertwined, when the winds and the trees shared a language older than any words. There were stories of the thunderbirds soaring above the forest, their wings beating like drums, sending the earth into tremors. And there were stories of the spirit bears, glowing white with an otherworldly light, watching the world below with wise eyes. But what most did not know was that these two creatures, these forces of nature, were not strangers. They had met long ago, and their bond had shaped the very fabric of the world. It was said that when the thunderbirds roared, the spirit bears would stir from their slumber in the depths of the forest. The two would speak in a language that was not words, but feeling, not sound, but vibration. Their connection was a harmony of the earth and the sky. The thunderbirds, with their mighty wings, would send the storm to cleanse the land, and the spirit bears, with their quiet strength, would guide the animals and the people, ensuring the balance was kept. One day, during a season when the thunder rolled with greater fury than usual, the forest was quieter than it had ever been. The animals, sensing something powerful in the air, hid in their dens and nests. The wind howled with a restless energy, the trees bending and swaying in a dance that seemed to speak of an ancient promise. In a small village on the edge of the woods, a young boy named Connie sat by the fire, his eyes wide with wonder. His grandmother had told him stories of the thunderbirds, of their great power, and of the spirit bears, the protectors of the forest. But it was on this night, as the storm raged outside, that he would see the connection between these two forces for the first time. Connie had always felt drawn to the forest, as if it called to him. On this night, with the storm above and the quiet stirring around him, he could not resist. He slipped from the warmth of the fire and crept into the woods, his heart pounding with excitement and fear. The storm seemed to grow louder, the thunder shaking the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper into the trees, he saw them, the spirit bears. They were not like any other bear he had ever seen. They were large, their white fur glowing softly in the dim light of the storm, their eyes calm and wise, as if they had seen centuries pass and understood the rhythm of all life. The bears moved gracefully, their paws barely touching the earth, as if they were part of the very ground itself. Connie stood still, awestruck, as one of the bears turned to him. It looked at him with eyes that seemed to know everything about him, everything he had ever felt or thought. It did not approach him, but it did not flee either. The storm raged on, but Connie felt strangely calm, as if the bear's presence was a protection against the chaos in the sky. And then, as the thunder roared louder than ever before, something incredible happened. The sky above split open, a great crack of light illuminating the forest. A massive shape descended from the clouds, wings outstretched, filling the entire sky. The Thunderbird had arrived. Connie's heart raced, his breath catching in his throat. The Thunderbird's wings beat like thunder, shaking the trees and sending a wave of energy through the air. But the Spirit Bear remained still, unshaken by the force of the storm. The two creatures, one from the sky and one from the earth, seemed to communicate in a way that Connie could not understand but felt deeply in his bones. There was no anger, no fear, only a profound connection, as if they had been waiting for this moment for all time. The Thunderbird hovered above them, its mighty wings creating gusts of wind that tore through the forest. The Spirit Bear raised its head, its glowing eyes reflecting the light of the storm. For a long moment, they remained like that, two ancient beings, one from the sky and one from the earth, locked in an unspoken understanding. And then, with a mighty cry, the Thunderbird surged into the sky, disappearing into the clouds as quickly as it had come. The storm slowly began to subside, the winds dying down, the thunder fading into the distance. The Spirit Bears, too, seemed to settle, their luminous forms softening in the dimming light. They turned and walked silently into the forest, their presence a gentle reminder of the balance they maintained. Connie stood in the clearing, his heart still pounding, his mind racing. What he had witnessed was beyond anything he could have imagined. The Thunderbird and the Spirit Bear, the forces of the sky and the earth, were not separate at all. They were connected, intertwined in a way that was beyond understanding, yet so beautifully simple. The storm had been a song, the earth had been its music, and the sky had been its voice. Together, they kept the world in balance. As Connie made his way back to the village, he knew that he would never be the same. The night had shown him something he could never forget, something that would live in his heart for the rest of his days. The thunder in the sky, the glowing of the spirit bears in the forest, were not just stories. They were truths, ancient truths, older than the stars themselves. And as Connie returned home, he could still feel the presence of the bears and the thunderbirds, not just in the storm that had passed, but in every gust of wind and every rustling of the leaves. The connection between the earth and the sky was eternal, and Connie now knew that it was something he, too, was a part of, something woven into the very fabric of his being. The wind howled through the trees that night, carrying a strange warmth that had never been felt in the forest before. The stars above seemed to pulse with a soft glow, as if they too were watching, waiting. It was a time of change, a time of legend. And in the heart of the wilderness, a bear was about to change everything. For many moons, the people of the Cherokee had lived without the gift of fire. They had survived by the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the nights. But as the winters grew harsher, the cold pressed in on their villages. They knew that the Great Spirit had given them many gifts, but they had not yet been given the power of fire. It was a force so mighty, so dangerous, that it was only whispered about in legends. The people longed for it, but it was out of their reach, held in the hands of a world that they could not understand. Hunters, for example, approached their task with solemnity. If a bear was taken, it was never for sport, never for pride. Before a hunt, prayers were whispered into the wind, asking for permission. The hunters promised to use every part of the bear, its meat to sustain, its fur to warm, its bones to craft tools or instruments. And when the hunt was successful, they did not celebrate with loud boasts. Instead, they knelt by the bear's body, placing leaves over its eyes as a sign of gratitude. There was a story told in hushed tones about a man named Jistu. He was a skilled hunter, but his heart grew greedy. He took more than he needed, bragged about his kills, and ignored the rituals of respect. One day, while hunting deep in the forest, he came across a great bear, a beast larger than any he had ever seen. Without a thought, he raised his bow and loosed an arrow. The arrow struck true, but the bear did not fall. Instead, it turned to him, its eyes burning like embers. Jistu felt the ground tremble beneath him, the forest itself seeming to rise against him. He fled, but the bear's spirit followed. For days, he wandered, unable to find his way home, his footsteps leading him in circles. When he finally returned, he was a shadow of himself, his once proud spirit broken. He never hunted again, and the village elders told his tale as a warning: the bear does not forget disrespect. Even in daily life, the bear's presence was felt. Mothers taught their children never to speak ill of bears, even in jest. To call a bear clumsy or slow was to invite misfortune. If someone saw a bear in the wild, they would bow their head slightly and whisper a blessing, acknowledging the bear's greater place in the world. Food, too, was tied to this respect. Certain dishes, like corn cakes or wild berries, were considered sacred to the bears. These were often left at the edges of the forest as offerings, especially during harsh winters when the bears were believed to dream deeply beneath the earth. The Cherokee knew that by honoring the bear's needs, they ensured harmony for all creatures. There were also taboos, boundaries that could never be crossed. One of the most sacred was the rule of silence. If a bear wandered into the village, no one was to shout or scare it away. Instead, the villagers would quietly retreat, giving the bear space to explore. If the bear chose to leave on its own, it was a blessing. If it stayed, it was a sign that the village had been chosen for protection or for a warning. Once, a young girl named Auli saw a bear near her family's home. She was terrified and ran to fetch her father, but he stopped her. "Wait," he said softly. Together, they watched as the bear moved slowly around their fire pit, its snout sniffing the air. It paused by the doorway, its massive form blocking out the sunlight. Auli clutched her father's hand, but he only whispered, "Be still." The bear turned, lumbering toward the forest. Days later, a storm swept through the area, uprooting trees and flooding streams. But Auli's family and their home were untouched. Her father later explained that the bear had been a messenger, its presence a sign to prepare. Had we disrespected it, he said, we might not have been so fortunate. These lessons extended even to art and storytelling. Bear symbols were carved into tools, painted onto pottery, and woven into blankets, each one a reminder of the bond between the Cherokee and these powerful beings. But these symbols were never used frivolously. To misuse a bear's image, to sell it, or treat it as decoration, was to risk angering the spirits. One of the most sacred practices was the telling of bear stories. These were not told lightly, nor to just anyone. They were reserved for winter nights, when the bears were said to be dreaming. To tell a bear story at the wrong time was to risk waking them, disrupting their sacred rest. Yet, for all their reverence, the Cherokee also recognized the bear's duality. It was both a creature of great power and a being capable of gentleness. The same paw that could tear down a tree could also cradle its cubs with tender care. This balance was something the Cherokee sought to emulate in their own lives, strength tempered with compassion, dominance balanced by humility. And so, the boy in the clearing watched as the bear disappeared into the forest. He stayed kneeling long after it was gone, the bowl of berries untouched at his feet. His heart swelled with a mix of fear and gratitude, knowing he had been part of something greater than himself. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves in a soft, almost musical rhythm, and he felt a quiet peace settle over him. The bear had come, and he had honored it. That was enough. The forest was silent except for the rhythmic thud of drums echoing in the valley. Beneath the shadow of towering trees, the warriors stood in a tight circle, their faces streaked with ochre and ash. Each man carried the weight of unspoken fears and unshakable duty, their hearts pounding as one with the drumbeat. Tonight was not an ordinary night. Tonight, they would call upon the spirit of the bear. At the center of the circle, a fire roared, sending embers spiraling into the night sky. Beside it, the shaman stood tall, his voice low and commanding as he chanted ancient words. His staff, adorned with feathers and claws, caught the firelight, casting shifting shadows across the warriors' faces. They listened intently, for the shaman was not merely speaking, he was inviting the bear to walk among them. A hush fell as the shaman's chant ceased. Then, from the depths of the forest, came a sound, a deep, guttural growl that sent a chill rippling through the men. A massive silhouette emerged from the darkness. It moved slowly, deliberately, its hulking form outlined by the flickering flames. Though every instinct screamed to flee, not a single warrior moved. They knew this was no ordinary bear. This was a spirit bear, a guide from the beyond. The bear paused at the edge of the firelight, its amber eyes scanning the circle. It did not need words to convey its message. Its very presence was enough. The warriors felt its strength, its unyielding power, and its fierce determination. It was said that those who saw the bear before battle would be granted courage beyond measure and the wisdom to strike at the right moment. The first to step forward was Talia, a young warrior whose hands trembled despite his best efforts to hide it. He had never faced war before, but his heart burned with the need to protect his people. As he knelt before the bear, it lowered its massive head and let out a low rumble. Talia felt a warmth spread through his chest, steadying his breath and calming his thoughts. The bear's spirit seemed to seep into him, filling the cracks where fear had taken root. When he rose, his eyes were fierce, his resolve unshakable. The others followed, each man kneeling in turn. The bear met them all with the same solemnity, its presence an unspoken promise that they would not face the coming storm alone. As dawn broke, the warriors marched into battle. They moved as one, their steps firm, their hearts steady. It was as if the bear itself walked beside them, its silent strength bolstering their own. When the enemy came, fierce and unrelenting, the warriors did not falter. They fought with a precision and ferocity that left their foes shaken. But there were those who believed that fire was not a gift meant for the gods alone. There was one among the animals, a bear, whose strength and courage surpassed even the bravest of warriors. The bear was a creature of the earth, mighty and unyielding, but it carried within it the heart of the fire spirit. It was said that the bear could feel the pulse of the flames within its own chest, could sense the fire in the faraway mountains where the earth itself seemed to burn. One day, when the winds had shifted and the nights grew even colder, the people saw something they had never seen before. A bear, larger than any they had ever known, emerged from the forest. Its fur was dark and rich, but where the light touched it, the hair seemed to shimmer with a faint orange glow, as though the bear itself carried the flame inside it. The village elders gathered around the fire, their eyes wide with wonder and fear. They had heard the stories, but to see the bear in person was something else entirely. It was a creature of legend, sent by the Great Spirit, they believed. But what could it mean? What was the bear doing here, at the very edge of the village, standing against the backdrop of the setting sun? The bear did not speak, for it did not need to. It simply stood there, its massive form a testament to the power it carried. Then, as if it knew the people were watching, it slowly turned and walked towards the mountain to the west. The glow around it seemed to intensify, and the air around the bear grew warmer, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of the people's necks stand on end. The villagers had never seen fire in its true form. They had learned to use embers from lightning strikes, small sparks caught in dry grass. But the bear carried something else. Something stronger. Something more alive. As the bear made its way to the mountain, the people began to follow. They were drawn to it, compelled by something deep within them. It was as if the fire itself was calling to them. With each step, the earth trembled slightly beneath their feet, and the air shimmered with warmth. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the sky had darkened, and the stars above were blotted out by the dark clouds that gathered like a great storm. The bear moved toward the peak with determination, as though it had always known where it needed to go. Then, with a mighty roar that shook the earth, the bear reared up on its hind legs, and the very mountain itself seemed to come alive. Suddenly, the earth split open, and from the depths of the mountain, a fire erupted. It wasn't a fire like any the people had ever seen. It wasn't wild or untamed. It was controlled, a living thing that pulsed with energy and warmth. The flames rose, twisting toward the sky like the fingers of a great hand reaching upward, beckoning. The bear, standing tall against the eruption, had somehow called forth the fire from the heart of the earth itself. The flames danced around the bear, swirling with a force that seemed to match the creature's power. The light they cast turned the night into day, and the warmth spread like a comforting blanket over the cold earth. The people stood in awe, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and reverence. The bear was not just a creature of the forest, it was the bringer of fire, a spirit of both life and destruction. For what seemed like hours, the fire raged, a powerful force that illuminated the sky. The people watched in silence, understanding that they were witnessing something extraordinary. They were not just witnesses, they were participants in a story that would be told for generations. The fire was now part of them. It was their gift from the Great Spirit, given through the strength of the bear. When the flames finally began to subside, the bear lowered itself to all fours. It looked around at the people, its eyes glowing with the last embers of the fire it had summoned. Without a word, it turned and walked back into the forest, disappearing as quietly as it had come. The people returned to their village, their hearts full of wonder and gratitude. They had received the gift of fire, an ancient, sacred gift that would warm them in the coldest of winters and light their way through the darkest nights. But they had also received something more, a reminder that power, true power, came not from force or fear, but from the balance between all things. The bear, with its quiet strength and its deep connection to the earth, had brought them fire. But it was not just fire, it was a fire that could be tamed, a fire that could give life and warmth. And so, the legend of the fire bear lived on. It became a story passed down through the generations, a tale of courage, strength, and respect. The people knew that the fire they carried in their hearts was a gift, not just of warmth, but of life itself. Every time they kindled a flame, every time they huddled around a fire in the cold of winter, they remembered the spirit bear, who had brought the fire to them, and they knew that the balance of the world was ever changing, ever evolving, but always tied to the very soul of the earth. The forest was unusually quiet, as if every creature held its breath, waiting for something unseen to emerge. The trees, tall and ancient, swayed gently in a breeze that seemed colder than usual. Shadows stretched unnaturally long under the fading light, their dark edges flickering like restless spirits. Deep within the woods, the bears stirred uneasily. Their growls were low, almost hesitant, as if they could sense an unwelcome presence encroaching on their sacred ground. In the heart of this silence, a lone bear stood at the edge of a clearing. It was not an ordinary bear. Its coat shimmered faintly, catching the last rays of sunlight like threads of silver woven through its fur. Its eyes, fierce yet wise, scanned the trees. It knew something was wrong. The forest, its home, felt different. There was a tension in the air, an energy that buzzed with malice. From the shadows of the trees came movement, silent, almost imperceptible at first. Then, shapes began to emerge. They were tall, humanoid figures, their forms obscured as though made from smoke and whispers. The Shadow People. They moved with an eerie grace, their bodies bending and twisting unnaturally as they crept forward. Their eyes glowed faintly, 2 pinpoints of dim light piercing through the darkness. The bear let out a warning roar, a deep sound that reverberated through the clearing. The ground seemed to tremble with its power, a call to arms for the creatures of the forest. The Shadow People stopped, their forms flickering as if undecided whether to advance or retreat. For centuries, they had remained hidden, haunting the farthest reaches of the forest, their existence known only in hushed stories told around the fire. But now, they had come closer, threatening the balance of the woods. The leader of the Shadow People stepped forward, its form slightly more solid than the others. It raised a long, spindly arm, pointing toward the bear as if issuing a challenge. The bear responded with another roar, louder this time, and the forest seemed to awaken. Birds took to the skies, their wings beating frantically against the gathering darkness. Small animals scurried into burrows, seeking refuge from the confrontation about to unfold. The first attack came swiftly. One of the Shadow People lunged toward the bear, its movements impossibly fast, its arms reaching out like tendrils of smoke. The bear reared up on its hind legs, swiping with claws that gleamed like polished obsidian. The shadow being dissolved into a cloud of darkness, only to reform a moment later, circling the bear like a predator sizing up its prey. The fight was unlike anything the forest had ever witnessed. The Shadow People, though insubstantial in form, moved with deadly precision, their strikes aimed at the bear's most vulnerable spots. But the bear was no ordinary creature. It was a spirit of the forest, a guardian with strength and resilience unmatched by any mortal beast. Each time the shadows struck, the bear countered with powerful swipes of its claws, its movements a blend of brute force and calculated grace. The other bears in the forest watched from the edges of the clearing, their eyes wide with fear and awe. They had always revered the spirit bear, but now they saw it in a new light, a protector willing to face the darkness head-on. Even the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches rustling softly as if whispering words of encouragement. The Shadow People grew more aggressive, their numbers multiplying as more emerged from the forest. They moved as one, a dark tide intent on overwhelming the bear. But the bear stood its ground, its roars echoing like thunder through the trees. It fought not just with its strength, but with a fierce determination, a refusal to let the Shadow People claim the forest as their own. In the midst of the chaos, the bear did something extraordinary. It dropped to all fours, its head bowing low as if drawing power from the earth itself. The ground beneath it began to glow faintly, a soft golden light spreading outward like ripples in a pond. The light grew brighter, stronger, pushing back the shadows and illuminating the clearing in a warm, radiant glow. The Shadow People recoiled, their forms flickering wildly as if struggling to maintain their shape. The leader hissed, a sound like the rustling of dry leaves, and raised its arms in a final, desperate attack. The bear met it head-on, charging with a force that shook the very ground. When the two collided, the light exploded outward, blinding and brilliant, scattering the Shadow People like leaves in a storm. When the light faded, the clearing was empty save for the bear. It stood tall, its fur glowing softly in the aftermath of the battle. The air was still, the oppressive tension lifted. The Shadow People were gone, banished back to the farthest reaches of the forest, their threat subdued, for now. The other bears slowly emerged from the trees, approaching their protector with cautious reverence. They nuzzled against it, their movements a silent expression of gratitude. The spirit bear, though weary from the fight, stood strong. Its eyes, glowing with an inner light, surveyed the forest once more. The balance had been restored, but the bear knew that vigilance was the price of peace. The forest, too, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering a song of thanks. The animals ventured out from their hiding places, their movements tentative at first but growing bolder as the night settled in. The spirit bear watched over them all, a silent guardian ensuring that the shadows would not return. But even in victory, the bear remained watchful. It knew that the shadow people were not gone forever. They would return, as darkness always does, testing the boundaries of the light. And when they did, the bear would be ready. It was the protector of the forest, the keeper of balance, and the embodiment of strength and resilience. The shadows might come and go, but the light, the bear's light, would endure. The fire crackled softly, its golden flames casting flickering shadows on the faces of those gathered around it. The scent of sage and cedar filled the air, mingling with the earthiness of the forest floor. Elders sat cross-legged near the flames, their expressions solemn yet warm. Around them, the younger ones watched with wide, curious eyes, their breaths held in anticipation. Tonight was no ordinary night. It was a time to call upon the spirit bears, to honor them, to seek their wisdom and strength. A young woman stepped forward, her hands trembling slightly as she carried a carved bowl filled with water from the sacred spring. The bowl was etched with intricate patterns of bears, mountains, and stars, symbols of the spirit bear's connection to the earth and sky. As she knelt before the fire, the elders began to hum a low, rhythmic chant. The sound grew, swelling like a rising wave, each note vibrating with ancient power. The chant was not just music, it was a call, a bridge between worlds. The spirit bears were said to hear it, their ears attuned to the songs of those who walked in reverence. The young woman dipped her fingers into the bowl, letting the water drip into the flames. Each drop sizzled, releasing a fragrant steam that seemed to dance with the rising smoke. It was a simple act, yet it carried the weight of generations. Water to cool the fire, fire to light the dark, balance, as the spirit bears had taught. The elders' voices grew louder, and the flames responded, rising higher as if stirred by unseen hands. The young woman closed her eyes, her lips moving in silent prayer. She asked for guidance, for courage, for the strength to face what lay ahead. In her heart, she pictured the spirit bears, majestic, glowing, their eyes filled with ancient wisdom. She felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a presence that was both comforting and humbling. Suddenly, the fire shifted. The golden flames turned a deep blue, their tips flickering white like stars. Gasps rippled through the gathering, and even the elders paused in their chant. This was a sign, a rare and sacred moment. The spirit bears were here. The air grew thick with energy, a hum that seemed to resonate in the very bones of those present. Some claimed they could see shapes in the smoke, great bears, their forms both solid and ethereal, watching from the other side. A young woman named Awanada sat outside, her hands busy weaving a basket, though her mind wandered far beyond the task. Her heart carried an unshakable unease, a sense that something was not right. She looked toward the edge of the forest, dark and impenetrable, as if it were hiding a secret too heavy to be spoken. That was when the growl came, a deep, guttural sound that rumbled through the air. It wasn't threatening, but it wasn't ordinary either. Awanada froze, her hand stilling mid-weave, as her eyes scanned the tree-line. Then, stepping into the faint glow of the village fires, a bear emerged. Its fur glistened silver under the starlight, a sheen that made it seem otherworldly. It was no ordinary bear. Even from a distance, Awanada could feel its presence, a weight in the air that made her chest tighten. She knew the stories, knew what the appearance of such a bear could mean. The elders had spoken of moments like this, warnings wrapped in fur and power. The bear didn't move closer but stood firm at the edge of the forest. Its gaze swept over the village like a watchful guardian, then locked onto Awanada. For a heartbeat, she thought it would turn and leave, but instead, it rose on its hind legs. The motion wasn't aggressive, it was deliberate, a gesture meant to be seen. The bear's massive body silhouetted against the night sky, it swayed gently, its claws outstretched toward the ridge. Awanada's breath hitched. She understood. The bear was pointing, no, urging, toward the highlands. Without hesitation, she abandoned her basket and sprinted to the lodge of the village chief. Her voice was frantic as she explained what she had seen, how the spirit bear had come, how it had gestured toward the ridge. The chief, an older man named Yona, didn't doubt her. He had lived through enough to know that such visits were not to be dismissed. He gathered the village, and soon, a small group of brave souls, including Awanada, followed him into the forest, their torches casting trembling light against the trees. The climb to the ridge was steep and treacherous, but the bear's tracks were unmistakable, luminous against the damp earth. They followed them without question, hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and hope. When they reached the summit, the reason for the bear's warning became clear. Below them, a landslide had already begun. The earth trembled as great chunks of rock and soil slid down the slope, crashing into the valley where their village lay. Awanada gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. But the village was safe, just barely. Had they not seen the bear's warning, had they not climbed to this vantage point, they wouldn't have known to alert the others in time to evaluate. The next hours passed in a blur. The villagers worked together to move their belongings and livestock to higher ground, their eyes wide with gratitude and awe. By the time dawn broke, the valley was unrecognizable, buried under tons of earth and debris. But no lives were lost. The bear had saved them. Stories like Awanada's were not rare. Across the Cherokee lands, tales of spirit bears acting as protectors were woven into the culture. There was the tale of a fishing village by the river, where the water turned bitter and strange one morning. The fishermen were puzzled, but no one could understand what it meant. That evening, a bear appeared, its fur matted with reeds and its paws wet as if it had emerged from the river itself. It paced along the shore, growling low and constant, before finally retreating to the forest. The villagers were uneasy but heeded the bear's warning. They abandoned their homes that night, moving to higher ground. By morning, the river had swelled with such fury that it consumed the entire village in a single wave. Not a soul was lost, and the people believed the bear had come to warn them of the flood. Another tale spoke of a time when fire swept through the forest, a blaze so fierce that it turned night into day. A group of hunters had been deep in the woods, unaware of the approaching danger. As they tracked their prey, a bear appeared, running toward them with a speed that defied its size. The hunters hesitated, but the bear didn't slow. It charged past them, swiping at the air as if to urge them to follow. One hunter, skeptical, stayed behind, convinced the bear was simply frightened by the fire. The others followed, their steps quickened by the bear's urgent pace. They reached safety just as the flames consumed the trees behind them. The skeptical hunter was never seen again. These warnings were never random, never without purpose. The bear seemed to understand the balance of the world, sensing danger before it could be seen or heard. They were not just animals, they were messengers, their actions carrying a weight that transcended words. Even in times of peace, the bear's warnings were heeded. There was a story of a man named Kanuna who had been building his home near the base of a mountain. He had chosen the spot for its beauty, its proximity to a clear stream and fertile land. But one day, a bear appeared and began to dig at the ground near his foundation. It clawed at the earth with a ferocity that made Kanuna uneasy. When he tried to chase it away, the bear growled and struck the ground again. Kanuna, wary of the bear's intent, decided to move his home. He chose a new site farther from the mountain, though it was less ideal. Months later, a rockslide buried the original site. Kanuna's home would have been destroyed, his life likely taken, had he not listened to the bear. These legends were not just stories. They were lifelines, reminders that the world spoke in ways that humans didn't always understand. The bears, with their great strength and silent wisdom, were protectors, their warnings as vital as the air the Cherokee breathed. The boy stood in the clearing, his small hands trembling as he clutched a clay bowl filled with berries. The forest seemed alive around him, branches swaying in a breeze he couldn't feel, shadows shifting as if watching. His grandmother's voice echoed in his mind, "When you meet the bear, show respect. What you give freely, it will return in ways you cannot see." He had been chosen, a rare honor for someone so young, to perform the offering. The air carried the scent of moss and earth, and a low growl rumbled from the edge of the trees. He froze as the bear emerged, its massive form both majestic and intimidating. Its fur was dark as night, save for a single streak of white on its chest, a sign, the elders said, of the spirit bear's favor. The boy knelt slowly, lowering the bowl onto the ground. His heart pounded, but he kept his gaze steady, just as he had been taught. Never look directly into the bear's eyes, the elders had warned, for it could be seen as a challenge. The bear sniffed the air, lumbering closer. The boy's breath caught as the bear's massive paw brushed the bowl, but it did not take the berries. Instead, it let out a low, guttural sound, almost like a sigh, and turned back toward the trees. The boy knew what this meant. The bear accepted the respect, but did not need the offering. The balance between them was intact. This was not just a ritual, it was a way of life. To the Cherokee, respect for the bear went beyond ceremonies. It was woven into every moment, every decision. The bear was a creature of strength and wisdom, but also one of mystery. To harm it carelessly, or worse, to show arrogance toward its spirit, was unthinkable. One of the elders, an old man with a voice like gravel and honey, stood and raised his arms. He spoke not in words, but in sounds, guttural and melodic, a language older than time. It was said to be the tongue of the bears, a way to speak directly to their spirits. The flame seemed to lean toward him as he spoke, the blue light reflecting in his withered eyes. The young woman opened her eyes and looked around. She saw tears streaming down the faces of some, others with their hands clasped in awe. She felt a tug at her soul, a connection she couldn't quite describe. It was as if the spirit bears were looking at her, seeing her, knowing her in a way no one else could. The feeling was overwhelming, and she let out a shaky breath, grounding herself in the moment. The elder motioned for her to rise, and she did, holding the bowl close to her chest. He took a handful of ash from the edge of the fire and sprinkled it into the water. The mixture swirled, turning silvery under the blue light. He dipped his finger into the bowl and traced a mark on her forehead, a crescent, the symbol of the moon, a reminder of the cycles the spirit bears followed. He whispered words meant only for her, a blessing and a charge. Around the fire, others stepped forward, each bringing their offerings, feathers, stones, dried herbs, small tokens of their gratitude and devotion. Each offering was placed near the flames, their shapes casting long shadows that seemed to dance with the unseen presence of the bears. A young boy brought a bundle of wildflowers, their petals still glistening with dew. An elder placed a carved totem, its surface smooth from years of handling. These gifts, though simple, were powerful in their intention. As the night deepened, the chant softened, turning into a gentle hum. The fire dimmed, its flames returning to their natural golden hue. The air felt lighter, as if the spirit bears had taken the weight of the world upon their shoulders for just a moment, offering a reprieve. The gathering sat in silence, the only sounds the crackling of the fire and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. The young woman felt a warmth on her cheek and turned her head slightly. For a brief moment, she thought she saw a bear at the edge of the clearing, its eyes glowing softly in the dark. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, but she knew it had been real. The spirit bears had accepted their offerings, their prayers, their devotion. She felt a peace she had never known, a quiet assurance that she was not alone. One by one, the gathering began to rise, their movements slow and reverent. The fire was allowed to burn out on its own, its smoke carrying their gratitude to the skies. The young woman lingered for a moment, her eyes fixed on the last flicker of flame. She clutched the bowl to her chest, its surface cool now, but its significance burning bright within her. As she turned to leave, she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was the old elder, his eyes twinkling despite his serious expression. He nodded once, a silent acknowledgement of what she had experienced. No words were needed. The bond between the living and the spirit bears was not something that could be fully explained. It was felt, shared, and honored in moments like these. The forest seemed to sigh as the gathering dispersed, the trees swaying gently in the night breeze. The young woman walked slowly, her steps light but purposeful. She knew she would return to this place, to this fire, to these rituals. The spirit bears had touched her life, and she would carry their lessons with her, honoring them in every step she took. And in the depths of the forest, unseen but felt, the spirit bears watched. Their presence was a constant, their wisdom a guiding light. They had been honored, and in return, they would protect, guide, and teach those who sought their counsel with open hearts. The drums began softly, their rhythm mimicking the heartbeat of the earth. Each beat carried a weight, a pulse that resonated through the bodies of those gathered in the clearing. The air was thick with the scent of pine and fresh rain, and the distant calls of night birds fell silent as if they too were listening. A hush fell over the crowd, anticipation crackling like a charged storm. From the shadows of the forest, figures emerged, their faces painted with earthy tones and their bodies draped in furs that shimmered in the firelight. They moved slowly, deliberately, their steps heavy and grounded. Each motion echoed the movements of the great bears, as if channeling their essence. The people whispered amongst themselves, a mix of awe and reverence coloring their voices. This was the Great Bear Dance, a ceremony that had been performed for generations, honoring the bears who walked between the worlds of men and spirits. A young boy stood at the edge of the crowd, his wide eyes fixed on the dancers. It was his first time witnessing the ceremony, and his heart pounded in rhythm with the drums. He clutched his grandmother's hand tightly, feeling the roughness of her skin, the strength in her grip. She leaned down and whispered, "Watch closely. The bears will show you the way." The dancers moved in a circle, their steps slow and deliberate, their heads dipping low as if to sniff the ground. The rhythm of the drums quickened, and so did their movements. They rose on their toes, their arms spreading wide to mimic the powerful swipes of a bear's paw. With each turn and leap, the firelight caught the painted markings on their skin, spirals, stars, and claw-like streaks, symbols of the connection between earth, sky, and the great creatures they honored. The boy felt a strange pull in his chest, a warmth that spread to his limbs. He imagined himself as one of the dancers, his small feet mirroring their steps. His grandmother released his hand, and he found himself stepping forward, drawn closer to the circle. The drummers noticed him and smiled, their beats softening for a moment before building into a wild crescendo. The dancers roared, a sound deep and guttural, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. It was not an act of intimidation but an invitation, a call to the bears that roamed the forest and the spirits that lingered unseen. The boy froze, his breath catching in his throat. For a moment, he thought he saw shapes moving beyond the light of the fire, massive forms, their eyes glinting like stars. He blinked, and they were gone, leaving only the shadows of the trees. The dancers began to sway, their bodies low to the ground, their movements fluid and graceful. They mimicked the way bears walked, their steps heavy but deliberate, their heads turning as if listening to the whispers of the forest. The boy's grandmother stepped forward, her old bones creaking but her spirit strong. She joined the circle, her movements slower but no less powerful. The other dancers welcomed her, their roars softening to a hum, their steps adjusting to her pace. "The bear has chosen you," Connie said softly. "It sees the strength you do not yet see in yourself. Listen to it, honor its message, and you will find your way." Naya left with more questions than answers, but she also felt a spark of something she hadn't felt in years, hope. She didn't know where the bear's vision would lead her, but she trusted it. The bear had come for a reason, and she would not let its message fade into the noise of everyday life. In the days and weeks that followed, Naya found herself noticing things she had once overlooked, the way the sunlight filtered through the trees, the soft hum of the wind, the small joys hidden in the simplest moments. It was as if the bear's dream had opened her eyes not just to her own path, but to the beauty of the world around her. And though the dream itself became a memory, the bear's presence stayed with her, a quiet strength she carried in her heart. The forest was alive with the hum of insects and the rustle of leaves. A boy named Talia sat by a stream, his legs dangling into the cool, rushing water. He was no older than 10, with eyes full of curiosity and a spirit too restless to be confined. The day had been long, and the sun hung low in the sky, casting golden light over the world. He had wandered farther than he ever had before, chasing the call of the unknown. That's when he saw it. On the other side of the stream stood a bear. It was larger than any animal he had ever seen, its fur the color of freshly fallen snow. It didn't move, didn't threaten, only watched him with an expression that seemed almost curious. Talia froze, his breath caught in his throat, but something about the bear's presence calmed him. For a long moment, they stared at each other, the boy and the bear. Then, slowly, it lowered its head and lapped at the water. Talia felt the tightness in his chest ease. He reached for a handful of berries he had collected earlier and rolled them toward the bear. The creature sniffed the offering before eating them with slow, deliberate movements. When it finished, it looked back at him, as if to say, "We are not so different, you and I." Days turned into weeks, and Talia returned to the stream every evening, hoping to see the bear again. It always came, emerging from the trees like a ghost of the forest, silent yet undeniable. They never touched, never crossed the divide of the stream, but an unspoken bond grew between them. Talia began to speak to it, sharing his thoughts and fears, and though the bear never replied, he felt as though it understood. One evening, a storm rolled in, dark clouds swallowing the sky and thunder shaking the earth. Talia's village was in chaos as people secured their homes and livestock. But Talia slipped away, his heart pulling him to the stream. He knew the bear would be there, and he couldn't let it face the storm alone. The rain fell in sheets, drenching him to the bone. When he reached the stream, the bear was there, its white fur slick and clinging to its massive frame. It paced along the water's edge, its eyes locked on him, and for the first time, it crossed the divide. Talia didn't flinch as the bear approached. Instead, he stepped forward, closing the distance between them. The bear stood before him, its great head lowered, and Talia reached out with trembling hands to touch its soaked fur. It was warm, its heartbeat steady beneath his fingers. They stood like that as the storm raged around them, the boy and the bear united against the chaos. In that moment, Talia felt more connected to the world than ever before. The bear was not just an animal, it was a friend, a guardian, and a bridge to something greater than himself. Talia's story was not the only one of its kind. Among the Cherokee, tales of bonds between humans and spirit bears were woven into the fabric of their lives, passed down through generations. Some spoke of bears guiding lost travelers home, their glowing forms lighting the way through the darkest nights. Others told of bears rescuing children from danger, standing watch until help arrived. These were not mere coincidences, but acts of a sacred relationship built on trust and respect. One elder, Auli, often recounted his own encounter with a bear during his youth. He had been injured while hunting, a deep gash on his leg leaving him unable to walk. As night fell and the forest grew cold, he resigned himself to the worst. But then, out of the shadows, a bear appeared. It approached slowly, sniffing the air, and Auli feared it would see him as prey. Instead, it lay down beside him, its massive body shielding him from the chill. When morning came, the bear was gone, but its warmth had kept him alive through the night. With renewed strength, Auli managed to crawl to safety. From that day on, he carried a small carved bear with him, a token of gratitude and a reminder of the bond he had shared with the creature. Not all stories were about moments of danger. Some spoke of quiet companionship, of bears appearing during times of grief or uncertainty, offering their silent presence as comfort. A woman named Auli once told of a bear that visited her every evening after her husband's passing. It would sit at the edge of her garden, watching as she tended to the plants. She felt no fear, only solace, as if her husband's spirit had sent the bear to keep her company. These bonds were not forged easily. They required respect, a willingness to see the bears not as beasts but as beings with their own wisdom and dignity. Those who harmed or disrespected a bear found themselves cursed, their lives unraveling in ways they could not understand. But those who honored the bears, who treated them with kindness and reverence, were blessed in ways both tangible and unseen. There was a story of a hunter named Waya who once found himself face to face with a bear in the forest. He had his bow drawn, ready to strike, but something in the bear's eyes stopped him. It did not attack, did not run. It simply watched him, its gaze steady and knowing. Waya lowered his bow and knelt, offering the bear the prey he had caught earlier. The bear accepted the gift, and from that day on, Waya's hunts were always bountiful, as if the bear had granted him its favor. These stories were more than tales, they were reminders of the sacred balance between humans and the natural world. The bonds between the Cherokee and the spirit bears were not one-sided but mutual, built on a foundation of respect and understanding. They were a testament to what could be achieved when humans saw themselves not as masters of the earth, but as part of its great web of life. The night was eerily silent, as if the world itself had paused to listen. The wind, which usually hummed through the trees, was still. Stars hung like pinpricks in the vast, dark sky, but their light felt cold and distant. In the Cherokee village nestled below the ridge, the fires burned low, casting flickering shadows on the walls of the lodges. The boy watched in awe as his grandmother raised her arms, her fingers curling like claws. She spun slowly, her fur-lined cloak billowing around her. The firelight caught her silver hair, making her look otherworldly. The crowd murmured in admiration, and the boy felt pride swelling in his chest. This was his grandmother, a bridge between the past and the present, a bearer of the stories that kept their people connected to the bears. The drums shifted again, their rhythm sharp and commanding. The dancers leapt into the air, their roars turning into high-pitched calls. They slapped the ground with their hands, their palms hitting the earth with a resounding thud. The boy felt the vibrations travel through his feet, up his legs, into his chest. It was as if the ground itself was alive, responding to their movements. He wanted to join them, to feel the earth under his palms, to roar like the bears. Before he realized what he was doing, the boy stepped into the circle. The drummers saw him and smiled, their rhythm changing slightly to match his small, tentative steps. One of the dancers knelt down and held out a hand, inviting him to join fully. The boy hesitated, his eyes darting to his grandmother. She nodded, her expression one of encouragement and pride. The boy took the dancer's hand and stepped into the center of the circle. The fire roared higher, as if celebrating his courage. The dancers surrounded him, their movements slowing to guide him. They showed him how to sway, how to step, how to hold his arms like a bear ready to protect its cubs. The boy followed, his small body finding a rhythm he didn't know he possessed. The crowd cheered softly, their voices a soothing backdrop to the pounding drums. As the boy danced, he felt something shift within him. He was no longer just a boy, he was a bear, strong and fearless. He imagined his paws digging into the earth, his fur bristling in the wind. He roared, a sound that surprised even himself, and the dancers joined him, their voices blending into a powerful symphony. The crowd roared back, their energy feeding into the circle, creating a bond that seemed unbreakable. The dance reached its climax, the drums thundering, the fire crackling wildly. The boy spun faster, his movements bolder, his heart bursting with a joy he had never known. The dancers slowed, their steps becoming deliberate once more, their roars softening to hums. The fire began to calm, its flames lowering as if bowing in respect. The boy stopped, his chest heaving, his face flushed. He looked at the dancers, then at his grandmother, who smiled proudly. She stepped forward and knelt before him, placing her hands on his shoulders. "You have the heart of a bear," she said softly. "Never forget that." The boy nodded, tears prickling his eyes. He felt a warmth on his cheek and turned to see the fire's glow softening, its light flickering gently as if the spirit bears were watching and approving. He glanced at the forest edge, half expecting to see those massive shapes again, but there was only darkness. The drums slowed to a stop, their echoes lingering in the still night air. The dancers bowed to the fire, then to the crowd, their faces serene. The boy stood among them, his small frame straight and proud. He had danced the Great Bear Dance, and he knew he would carry this night with him forever. The healer knelt beside the fire, her hands moving with purpose as she crushed herbs into a fine paste. Her face was calm, but her eyes held the intensity of someone who knew they were calling upon something greater than themselves. The flames crackled softly, casting long shadows on the faces of those who sat in a quiet circle around her. No one spoke. The air was thick with an unspoken reverence, the kind that only came when one was in the presence of something sacred. In the center of the circle lay a young man, his face pale and slick with sweat. His breathing was shallow, each breath rattling like dry leaves in the wind. He had been bitten by a venomous serpent, his life slipping away with every passing moment. The villagers had carried him here, to the healer who was known for invoking the power of the bear spirit. They believed she could call on the strength and wisdom of the bear to pull him back from the brink. The healer stood, holding the paste in her hands. She raised her arms to the sky and began to chant. Her voice was low and rhythmic, a sound that seemed to resonate not just in the air but in the bones of everyone present. It was a song passed down through countless generations, a plea to the bear spirit for its healing power. As the chant filled the air, something shifted. The wind stilled, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The flames of the fire flickered, bending as though bowing to an unseen presence. The villagers glanced at one another, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. They could feel it, something was here, something ancient and powerful. The healer stepped forward and placed her hands on the young man's chest. The paste was warm, it scent earthy and sharp, a blend of cedar, sage, and the roots of a plant known only to those who walked the path of the healer. She closed her eyes, her hands steady despite the trembling of her own body. She could feel the bear spirit, its immense presence surrounding her, filling her with strength. A growl echoed through the clearing. It was low and guttural, unmistakably a bear's roar, but there was no bear to be seen. The villagers gasped, some clutching their chests, their hearts pounding. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, vibrating through the ground, the air, and the very fabric of their souls. The young man stirred. His eyelids fluttered, and a soft moan escaped his lips. The healer pressed her hands more firmly against him, her chant growing louder, more urgent. She called upon the bear spirit to lend its vitality, its resilience, to this fragile body. She begged it to share its wisdom, to teach this young man's flesh how to fight back against the venom coursing through his veins. The fire roared suddenly, its flames leaping high into the night sky. The villagers shielded their eyes, some crying out in alarm. And then they saw it, a shape within the flames. It was massive, its silhouette unmistakable. A bear, standing on its hind legs, its head thrown back as it let out another earth-shaking roar. But this was no ordinary bear. Its body shimmered with light, as if it were made of stars and fire. Its eyes burned with an intensity that seemed to see into the hearts of everyone present. The healer did not flinch. She kept her hands on the young man, her chant unwavering. The bear's gaze shifted to her, and for a moment, the world seemed to stop. It felt as though time itself had paused, holding its breath as the two connected. The healer felt the bear's power flood through her, a tidal wave of energy that left her gasping but resolute. When the fire dimmed and the forest returned to its usual stillness, the shaman rose. He turned to face the villagers, his eyes shining with a light that was not his own. He spoke of the bear's message, of the need to honor their connection to the land and to each other. He told them of the bear spirit's warning, of the consequences of forgetting their place in the natural order. The villagers listened, their hearts heavy but hopeful. They vowed to change, to live in harmony with the forest and its creatures. They knew the path would not be easy, but they also knew they were not alone. The bear spirit was with them, a guardian and guide, its presence a reminder of their shared destiny. As the shaman finished speaking, the fire flared once more, a final blessing from the bear spirit. The villagers bowed their heads, their hands clasped in silent prayer. And though the bear spirit had disappeared, they could feel it still, a quiet strength that would carry them through the trials to come. The shaman returned to his hut that night, his body weary but his spirit light. He knew his role was not just to heal or to lead ceremonies. It was to be a bridge, a voice for the bear spirit in a world that often forgot to listen. and as he closed his eyes, he felt the bear's presence, a warm and steady heartbeat that reminded him he was never truly alone. The night was unusually silent, the kind of stillness that wraps itself around a soul and whispers of something extraordinary on the horizon. Naya lay in her small, earthen home, staring at the flickering shadows cast by the fire. Sleep had come and gone in fleeting waves, but tonight was different. Her eyelids grew heavy, her breathing slowed, and the world around her dissolved into darkness. She found herself in a forest bathed in silver light, the trees impossibly tall and their leaves shimmering like stars. A soft rustling sound reached her ears, a sound both soothing and unsettling. She turned, her bare feet sinking into the mossy ground, and there it was. A bear, massive and luminous, stood at the edge of the clearing. Its fur glowed faintly, as though it carried the moonlight within. Its eyes met hers, and in that gaze was something ancient, something that knew her better than she knew herself. She wanted to run, to hide, but her body refused to move. Instead, the bear began to approach, each step soundless yet deliberate. As it drew closer, the air seemed to thicken, charged with a power that made her heart pound. When it finally stopped before her, Naya felt a tear escape down her cheek. She didn't understand why, only that this moment was not hers to control. The bear tilted its great head, as if steadying her, and then it spoke, not with words, but with images, feelings, and a low hum that resonated in her chest. She saw her life unfold before her eyes, moments of joy, pain, and decisions she had avoided for too long. She saw the path she might take, their outcomes clear as day, and felt the weight of the choices ahead. It was not a warning but a gift, a chance to see what lay beyond the veil of uncertainty. When she woke, her hands trembled. She touched her face and found it wet with tears, just as it had been in the dream. The vision lingered, vivid and unyielding, and she knew it was not something to dismiss. The spirit bear had come to her for a reason, and its message was a thread she had to follow. In the Cherokee lands, dreams of spirit bears were never taken lightly. They were bridges between the waking world and the unseen forces that shaped it. Elders spoke of such dreams with reverence, saying that when a bear appeared, it carried the weight of the ancestors' wisdom. To ignore it was to deny the voice of the earth itself. Connie, an elder known for her connection to the spirit world, had once shared her story of a bear dream. She had been just a child, wandering alone in a forest when she stumbled and fell. In her dream that night, a bear had appeared, nudging her gently and guiding her to safety. When she awoke, her path through life seemed clearer. She became a healer, her hands skilled in tending wounds both physical and spiritual, and she always credited the bear for showing her the way. Not all bear dreams were gentle, though. Some were fierce, storm-like warnings that tore through the dreamer's mind with unrelenting intensity. Leno, a hunter, once spoke of such a dream. He had been reckless in his pursuits, taking more from the land than he needed, and one night the bear came to him. Its growls echoed like thunder, and its claws slashed through the air, stopping just short of his chest. He woke with his heart racing and his body drenched in sweat, but he understood the message. From that day forward, he hunted with care, ensuring balance and respect in all he did. Dreams of spirit bears were not merely visions, they were encounters with the essence of life itself. The bear was a guide, a protector, and at times, a stern teacher. To dream of it was to step into a space where the boundaries of the physical world dissolved, where time and place held no meaning, and the truths of existence stood bare. For some, the dreams came as a quiet reassurance, a reminder that they were on the right path. For others, they were a call to change, a mirror held up to reveal what they had been avoiding. But for all, they were deeply personal, woven into the fabric of their being in a way that could never be undone. In one tale, a young woman named Talia dreamed of a bear during a time of great loss. She had been mourning her mother, the ache in her heart a weight she could not lift. The bear appeared to her in a forest where the leaves were aflame with autumn colors. It sat beside her, silent and steady, its presence as comforting as a warm embrace. She spoke to it of her grief, her anger, and her loneliness, and though it did not respond, its quiet listening was enough. When she awoke, she felt lighter, as if the bear had carried some of her burden into the forest with it. The dreams were never random. They came when they were needed, whether the dreamer was ready or not. And though the bear's message was not always clear at first, it always revealed itself in time, like the slow unfolding of a flower. Naya, still shaken by her own dream, sought out Connie the next day. She told the elder of the luminous bear, of the images it had shown her, and of the overwhelming sense of purpose it left behind. Connie listened carefully, her withered hands folded in her lap, and when Naya finished, she nodded. She lowered her voice, her chant becoming a soft murmur, a thank you whisper to the spirit that had answered her call. The bear in the flames began to fade, its form dissolving into sparks that drifted upward, merging with the stars above. The fire settled, its flames returning to their gentle crackle. The young man gasped, his chest rising and falling in a deep, steady rhythm. His eyes opened, their clarity a stark contrast to the dull blaze they had held before. The villagers erupted into relieved cries and murmurs of gratitude. Mothers hugged their children, elders bowed their heads, and the young man's family wept openly. The healer sank back on her heels, her hands trembling now that the ritual was complete. She looked at the young man and saw the life returning to his cheeks, the light rekindling in his eyes. She whispered a final prayer of thanks to the bear spirit, her voice barely audible over the sounds of celebration around her. But the villagers would never forget the bear's roar, nor the sight of its form within the flames. They would speak of this night for generations, passing down the story of how the bear spirit had saved one of their own. They would tell their children to respect the bears, to honor their power and wisdom, for they were not just animals, but guardians, healers, and teachers. And the young man, though he would recover fully, would never again set foot in the forest without pausing to offer a silent prayer to the bear spirit. He would leave offerings of honey and berries at the edge of the trees, tokens of his gratitude. He would carry the memory of the bear within him, a reminder of the strength that had pulled him back from the jaws of death. The healer, too, would remember this night. She would carry the bear's power with her, using it to heal others, to bring comfort to those in pain. And every time she called upon the bear spirit, she would feel that same connection, that same surge of strength and wisdom, reminding her that she was never alone in her work. The fire burned low, its light casting soft shadows on the faces of those who remained. The villagers began to disperse, their voices hushed now, their steps careful as if afraid to disturb the lingering presence of the bear spirit. Only the healer stayed behind, her eyes fixed on the dying embers. She felt the weight of the night's events, the power of the bear still thrumming in her veins. She whispered one last prayer, her voice soft but steady. And somewhere, deep in the forest, a bear lifted its head to the sky, its ears twitching as if it had heard her. It turned and lumbered into the shadows, its massive form disappearing into the darkness. But its presence lingered, a quiet reminder that it was always watching, always listening, ready to answer the call when its strength was needed. The air was thick with the scent of burning sage, its tendrils of smoke curling upward like restless spirits seeking the heavens. The shaman, clad in a robe of woven fibers and adorned with bear claws and feathers, sat cross-legged at the edge of the sacred clearing. His eyes were closed, his face calm yet intense, as if he were listening to a song that only he could hear. Around him, the forest seemed to hum with quiet anticipation, the trees standing sentinel, the wind carrying whispers of something ancient. A drumbeat began, soft, deliberate, like the steady heartbeat of the earth itself. The shaman's hands rested on his knees, but his breathing matched the rhythm, deep and unhurried. Those who watched from the shadows dared not speak. They knew this was not a performance. It was a conversation, a bridge between their world and the realm of the spirit bears. The shaman raised a hand, his fingers curling as if to pluck something from the air. He whispered words in the old tongue, a language as fluid as the rivers and as enduring as the mountains. It was not a plea but a greeting, a call to the bear spirit to join him, to share its wisdom and guidance. The flames of the central fire danced higher, and for a moment, the villagers thought they saw shapes within the light, broad shoulders, sharp claws, a silhouette of raw power. The shaman's voice grew stronger, resonating with a force that sent shivers down their spines. He spoke of respect, of the harmony that once existed between their people and the bears. He spoke of the need to restore that bond, to understand the will of the bear spirit. The forest responded. The rustle of leaves became a low murmur, and the distant cry of an owl carried a note that seemed almost human. A shadow moved at the edge of the clearing, too large to belong to any man. It stopped, waiting, as if testing the sincerity of the invitation. The villagers held their breath, but the shaman did not flinch. He rose slowly, his movements deliberate, and walked toward the shadow. As he approached, the shadow took shape, a bear, its fur shimmering with an otherworldly glow, its eyes deep pools of golden light. It was both real and not, a being that existed between the tangible and the ethereal. The villagers could feel its presence like a weight in the air, heavy yet comforting, like the embrace of the earth itself. The shaman bowed low, his voice steady as he spoke words of gratitude and reverence. The bear watched him, its massive head tilting slightly, as if weighing his intentions. Then, with a slow, deliberate step, it crossed into the clearing, its paws leaving no mark on the ground. The villagers trembled, but the shaman remained still, his gaze locked with the bear's. The two stood face to face, the shaman barely reaching the bear's shoulder. Yet there was no fear in his eyes, only a quiet strength. He extended a hand, palm upward, and the bear lowered its head. Its nose brushed his palm, and a shiver ran through the shaman's body. He closed his eyes, his breath hitching as the bear spirit's voice filled his mind, not a voice of words, but of feelings, images, and sensations. He saw the forest as the bear did, its beauty and balance unmarred by human hands. He felt the strength of the bear's body, the power in its muscles, the steady rhythm of its heart. And he understood its message, one of caution and hope. The balance was fragile, but it could be restored. The people must honor the forest, honor the bears, and remember the old ways. The shaman's body trembled with the weight of the bear spirit's wisdom. It was not just knowledge, it was a responsibility, a charge to protect the delicate thread that connected all living things. He whispered his vow, his voice cracking with emotion, and the bear spirit responded with a soft growl that seemed to echo in his very soul. The villagers watched in awe as the bear stepped back, its form fading into the light of the fire. The shaman fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He did not wipe them away. They were not tears of sadness but of reverence, of gratitude for the gift he had been given. The elders nodded, their faces grim. They knew the challenge before them was unlike anything they had faced. The newcomers were not like the neighboring tribes with whom they had shared the land. They did not respect the spirits of the earth, nor did they understand the delicate balance that sustained life. To them, the land was something to be conquered, its treasures taken without thought of the cost. As the years passed, the impact of colonization became impossible to ignore. Villages were uprooted, their people forced to move farther into the wilderness. The forest shrank, their once imposing canopies replaced by open skies and stumps. The spirit bears, already rare, became even harder to find. Some whispered that they had left entirely, retreating to a world beyond this one where the destruction could not reach them. But not all the stories were ones of loss. In the midst of the upheaval, there were moments of resilience, acts of defiance against the forces that sought to erase the Cherokee way of life. A young warrior named Itzadi, known for his connection to the spirit world, became a symbol of hope. One night, he ventured deep into the remaining forest, determined to find a spirit bear. He carried with him a pouch of sacred herbs and a heart full of questions. After hours of walking, Itzadi came to a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, standing as if waiting for him, was a bear. Its fur shimmered with an otherworldly glow, and its eyes met his with a depth that made him feel both small and infinite. Itzadi knelt, his voice steady as he spoke the words of respect and gratitude passed down through generations. The bear approached him slowly, its movements deliberate and calm. It stopped just inches away, lowering its massive head until it was level with his. Itzadi felt a wave of emotion wash over him, grief, anger, but also a fierce determination. In that moment, he understood what the bear was telling him. The Cherokee could not stop the tide of change, but they could hold on to their spirit. They could remember. They could resist. Etsadi returned to the village, his story spreading like wildfire. His encounter with the bear became a rallying cry, a reminder that the spirit bears had not abandoned them. They were still there, watching, guiding, even as the world around them shifted. The Cherokee adapted, finding ways to preserve their traditions even as they faced unimaginable challenges. The stories of the spirit bears changed during this time, reflecting the new reality. They became tales of resilience and survival, of enduring against all odds. The bears were no longer just symbols of balance, they were symbols of resistance, their strength a beacon for those who refused to be broken. Even as the forests continued to shrink and the Cherokee were pushed farther from their ancestral lands, the spirit of the bear lived on. It was in the chants sung by the fire, the stories whispered to children, and the quiet strength of those who carried their culture forward. The bears, though harder to see, remained a part of the Cherokee soul, their presence a reminder that even in the face of great loss, some things could never be taken away. The first sign was silence. The forest, once alive with the melodies of birds and the soft whispers of wind through leaves, seemed to hold its breath. For those who listened closely, it was not just the absence of sound, but the absence of something greater, a heartbeat that had always been there, steady and strong, now growing faint. In the village, elders spoke of the spirit bears, their voices hushed and tinged with worry. These sacred beings had always been more than animals. They were guardians, teachers, bridges between the human and natural worlds. Yet, their sightings had grown rare, their presence fading like mist at sunrise. What once brought awe and comfort now stirred unease. A young girl named Ioka sat by the fire, listening to her grandmother tell stories of the bears. The tales were vibrant, filled with moments of courage and wisdom, the bears always at the center. But tonight, her grandmother's voice faltered, her hands ringing nervously in her lap. "They are leaving us," the old woman whispered, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "The balance has been broken. They can no longer stay where the harmony has been torn apart." Ioka's heart tightened. She had never seen a spirit bear, though she had dreamed of them often. In her dreams, they were vast and gentle, their fur shimmering like the stars. They stood among the trees as if part of the forest itself, their eyes holding the weight of ancient knowledge. Now, the thought of never seeing them felt like losing a part of herself she didn't yet understand. The disruption began subtly, creeping in like shadows at dusk. The rivers, once clear and alive with fish, turned murky, choked by waste. Trees fell to the relentless bite of axes, leaving scars across the land. The forest shrank, their edges retreating like a tide. What once seemed infinite now felt fragile, vulnerable to forces that cared nothing for the sacred. Hunters returned to the village with grim news. Tracks that had once been easy to find were gone. The trails the bears had carved over generations, winding paths through dense woods and over quiet streams, had vanished. Where they once drank, the waters now carried poison. Where they once roamed, there were open plains, barren and lifeless. Elder Wyatt stood in the center of the village one evening, his voice heavy with grief. "The spirit bears are tied to the health of this land," he said, his words carrying a weight that silenced even the youngest children. "When the land suffers, they suffer. And when they suffer, they disappear." The villagers worked desperately to protect what they could. They cleaned the rivers with their hands, planting trees to replace the ones that were lost. They sang the old songs, hoping their voices might reach the spirits and bring them back. But the damage was deep, and the world was changing too quickly. One night, Ioka woke from a dream so vivid she could still feel the damp earth beneath her feet. In the dream, she had followed a glowing bear through the forest. It walked slowly, its massive paws pressing softly into the ground. When it reached a clearing, it stopped and turned to her. Its eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to say, "We are going where you cannot follow." She ran to the elders, her small frame trembling with urgency. "They spoke to me," she said, her voice breaking. "They said they're leaving. What can we do to stop them?" Wyatt placed a hand on her shoulder, his gaze filled with both pride and sorrow. "You are brave to seek them," he said. "But their message is clear. The world we have created is no longer one where they can live. The village grew quieter in the weeks that followed, the absence of the bears hanging over them like a storm cloud. Hunters no longer spoke of tracks or sightings. Even the stories told by the fire began to change. The bears, once central and alive in the tales, became memories, whispers of a time when the world had been whole. Talia found himself cornered, 3 enemies surrounding him. Fear flickered in his chest, but then he remembered the bear's gaze, the calm it had bestowed. He lunged forward, his movements swift and sure. His blade struck true, and the enemies fell, their surprise etched on their faces. Talia knew then that the bear's spirit had guided his hand. The battle raged for hours, the clash of weapons echoing across the valley. When it was over, the warriors stood victorious, though weary and bloodied. They returned to the forest where they had first met the bear, their spirits heavy with both relief and sorrow for those they had lost. The shaman greeted them, his expression unreadable. "The bear watched over you," he said simply. "You fought with honor." But the bear's role did not end on the battlefield. It was believed that in the days that followed, the spirit bear would visit the dreams of the warriors. It would walk beside them in their sleep, offering guidance and comfort as they wrestled with the memories of battle. For even the bravest among them could not escape the weight of what they had seen and done. Talia was no exception. He dreamed of the bear often in the weeks after the battle. In one dream, it led him to a stream where the water ran red with blood. He knelt to drink, hesitating as he stared into the crimson depths. The bear nudged him gently, urging him forward. When he finally cupped the water in his hands, it was clear, cool, and pure. He drank deeply, waking with a sense of peace he hadn't felt since before the battle. The elders spoke of another time when the bear had guided the Cherokee to victory. Long ago, when their village was threatened by an enemy twice their number, the warriors had been desperate. They turned to the spirit bear, asking for its help. That night, the bear appeared in the dreams of the war chief, showing him a hidden path through the mountains. The path allowed the warriors to outflank their enemies, turning what seemed like certain defeat into a resounding victory. These stories were not just tales of triumph, they were lessons. The bear taught the Cherokee to fight with purpose, to respect the lives they took, and to honor the sacrifices made. It reminded them that strength without wisdom was dangerous, and courage without compassion was hollow. Even in times of peace, the warriors honored the bear. They wore its symbol on their clothing and carried small carvings of bears into battle. These were not mere decorations, they were talismans, reminders of the bond between the Cherokee and the spirit bear. To lose one was considered a grave misfortune, for it was believed that the bear's protection was tied to these sacred objects. But the bear's greatest gift to the warriors was not its strength or its guidance. It was the understanding that they were never alone. In the darkest moments, when fear threatened to consume them, they could feel the bear's presence, steady and unyielding. It was a bond forged in respect and trust, one that endured even when the warriors laid down their weapons for the last time. As Talia grew older, he often found himself returning to the forest where he had first met the spirit bear. Though his body bore the scars of many battles, his spirit remained strong. He would sit by the fire, listening to the sounds of the forest, and feel a deep gratitude for the bear that had guided him. For in its eyes, he had found not just courage, but a part of himself he had never known was there. The forest was quieter than it had ever been. The usual hum of life, the chatter of birds, the rustle of leaves under small feet, was subdued, as if the land itself held its breath. The Cherokee elders gathered in the sacred circle, their faces lined with worry. A distant rumble, the sound of axes and saws biting into ancient trees, carried through the air like a warning. The world they had known, the world where the spirit bears roamed freely, was changing, and not in a way they could stop. It began with whispers, stories of pale-faced men crossing the great waters. They brought strange tools, loud thundersticks that could fell a deer in an instant, and an insatiable hunger for land. At first, they were distant, their presence a murmur at the edges of the Cherokee world. But the murmurs grew louder, and soon, they were no longer just a distant tale. They were here, and their presence was impossible to ignore. The first encounter was tense. A group of Cherokee hunters, returning from a successful day in the woods, stumbled upon a clearing they didn't recognize. The trees had been stripped away, their trunks left scattered like fallen giants. At the center of the clearing stood a group of strangers, their skin pale and their clothing strange and heavy. They spoke in a language that rolled off their tongues like water over stones, incomprehensible but charged with an energy that felt foreign and intrusive. The hunters withdrew quietly, their instincts warning them not to provoke. But the memory of that clearing haunted them. When they described what they had seen to the village, the elders exchanged uneasy glances. They had heard stories from other tribes, warnings of what these newcomers brought with them, not just tools and goods, but sickness, greed, and a disregard for the spirits of the land. The spirit bears were the first to sense the shift. For generations, they had been the guardians of balance, their presence a symbol of the harmony between the Cherokee and the natural world. But now, the harmony was fractured. The forests that had once been their sanctuary were being cut down, the rivers where they drank and hunted poisoned by strange substances. The bears began to appear less frequently, their absence a heavy weight on the hearts of the Cherokee. One night, an elder named Wyatt sat by the fire, his gaze fixed on the embers as if searching for answers in their glow. He had always been attuned to the spirit bears, often dreaming of their wisdom and strength. But for weeks now, his dreams had been empty, a silence that left him restless and uneasy. As he sat there, the sound of drums echoed faintly in the distance, a call to the spirits, a plea for guidance. Wyatt closed his eyes, letting the rhythm of the drums fill him. He whispered the ancient chants, his voice carrying the weight of generations. And then, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he saw the bear. It stood at the edge of the firelight, its massive form shimmering like smoke. But this was not the bear he remembered. Its eyes, once bright and fierce, were clouded with sorrow. Its movements were slow, burdened by an unseen weight. Wyatt's heart clenched as the bear let out a low, mournful growl, a sound that seemed to carry all the pain of a world being torn apart. When Wyatt woke, he called for a council. He told the elders of his vision, of the bear's sadness and the warning it carried. "The spirit bears are suffering," he said, his voice heavy with grief. "Our bond with them is being tested. If we do not act, we risk losing them forever." One day, Ioka ventured into the forest alone. She walked for hours, her feet carrying her to places she had never been. The trees thinned as she climbed a ridge, the air growing cooler. At the top, she paused, looking out over the vast expanse of land below. The forest stretched out like a patchwork quilt, but here and there were scars, bare earth, twisted roots, streams that glinted unnaturally in the sunlight. She sat down, the weight of it all pressing against her chest. She whispered a prayer, the words trembling on her lips. "Please don't leave us. We need you. Even if we don't deserve you, please stay." As the sun dipped below the horizon, she thought she heard a sound. A low, resonant hum, almost like a heartbeat. It grew louder, surrounding her like a warm embrace. She felt it more than heard it, a presence that filled the air. For a brief moment, she thought she saw movement, a shadow that flickered at the edge of her vision, too large to be anything but a bear. But when she turned, there was nothing. The elders told her she had been blessed, that the spirit bears had chosen to show her they were not truly gone, only hidden. "They are waiting," Wyatt said. "Waiting for the day when the land can welcome them back." The knowledge brought some comfort, but it was bittersweet. The bears were not lost, but their absence was a reminder of all that had been taken. Ioka carried the memory of that sound, that presence, with her. It became her guide, her reason to fight for the land, even as others around her began to lose hope. The forest, though wounded, held its own memory of the bears. In the way the trees swayed with the wind, the way the streams murmured softly as they wound through the earth, there was a faint echo of what had been. The bears might have disappeared, but their spirit lingered, woven into the fabric of the world they had once called home. And as long as the Cherokee remembered them, they were never truly gone. The moon hung low and heavy in the night sky, its silvery light pouring over the forest like a whispered promise. The trees stood still, their branches etched against the starlit canvas. The world seemed to hold its breath, as if it knew something extraordinary was about to unfold. Old Maka sat by the fire outside her small lodge, her weathered hands tracing patterns in the dirt. She had lived through more seasons than most, her hair now the color of the frost that coated the ground in winter. Her sharp eyes had seen the changes in the land, the slow erosion of traditions, and the disappearance of the spirit bears. Yet she felt something stirring that night, a pull she hadn't felt in decades. Her grandson, Talia, approached, his steps hesitant but filled with curiosity. "Grandmother, why are you out here so late?" he asked, his voice soft in the stillness. She looked up, her gaze piercing. "There is a call in the wind tonight, child. Can you not feel it? Something sacred stirs in the shadows." Talia frowned, but before he could respond, a sound drifted through the air, a low, mournful howl that carried the weight of centuries. It wasn't a wolf, nor any creature he recognized. It was a voice that seemed to emerge from the earth itself, echoing with a primal sorrow. Maka stiffened, her eyes shining with a mix of fear and awe. "It's him," she whispered, barely audible. "The last great spirit bear." Talia's heart raced. He had grown up hearing the legends of these mystical creatures, bears that glowed like the moon and carried the wisdom of the ancestors. But those were just stories, weren't they? The spirit bears had vanished long before he was born, their existence fading into myth. "Stay here," Maka said, rising slowly. Her old bones protested, but her spirit was alive with purpose. "I must see him with my own eyes before it's too late." But Talia couldn't let her go alone. He grabbed a torch and followed her into the forest, the flickering light casting long shadows around them. The air was thick, each step muffled as if the forest itself was watching. The sound came again, closer this time, resonating deep within their chests. They came to a clearing surrounded by towering pines. In the center stood the spirit bear. Its fur shimmered like liquid silver, glowing softly in the moonlight. The bear was massive, its presence both intimidating and comforting. Its eyes, deep and golden, locked onto Maka and Talia, holding them in place. Maka fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. "You came," she said, her voice trembling. "You are the last, aren't you?" The bear didn't move, but its gaze seemed to answer her. It was alone, the final thread of a once thriving lineage. Yet, even in its solitude, it radiated strength and dignity. Talia felt a lump rise in his throat. This wasn't just an animal, it was a being of profound importance, a connection to everything they had lost. Maka reached out a hand, not to touch, but in reverence. "I am sorry," she whispered. "We failed to protect you, to protect this land. And now you are the last." The bear let out a low rumble, a sound that resonated with sadness and forgiveness. It stepped forward, each movement slow and deliberate, as if time itself had slowed to honor this moment. Talia's grip on the torch tightened. He wanted to run, to bow, to do something, but he was frozen, overwhelmed by the weight of what he was witnessing. Then the bear did something extraordinary. It stood on its hind legs, towering over them, and let out a roar that shook the ground. It wasn't a roar of anger but a call, a final message to the world. The sound was both haunting and beautiful, echoing through the trees, across the rivers, and into the hearts of those who could still hear the language of the wild. In that roar, Talia felt the stories of his people come alive. He saw the forests as they once were, teeming with life. He saw the bears roaming freely, guiding the Cherokee through times of hardship and celebration. And he saw their slow disappearance, the world growing quieter and colder with each loss. The bear dropped back to all fours, its golden eyes lingering on Maka and Talia for a moment longer. Then, without a sound, it turned and walked into the shadows, its glowing form fading with each step until it was gone. The clearing felt empty, as if the very spirit of the forest had departed with it. Maka sat in silence, her hands trembling. Talia knelt beside her, his own tears falling freely. He didn't need her to explain what they had just witnessed. He knew this was the last time anyone would see a spirit bear. It was an ending, and yet it felt like a beginning, a call to remember, to honor, and to fight for what remained. As they walked back to the village, the forest seemed quieter than before. But in the stillness, there was a sense of resolve, a promise that the spirit of the bear would live on, even if only in their hearts. For the first time, Talia truly understood the weight of the stories his grandmother had told him, and he vowed to carry them forward, no matter the cost. The wind carried an unusual chill that night, whispering through the trees like a voice searching for ears willing to listen. The sky was heavy with clouds, veiling the stars and casting the world in shadow. It was the kind of darkness that made the air feel alive, as if it held secrets too heavy for the earth to bear alone. In the heart of the forest, a fire crackled faintly, struggling against the cold. Elder Noah sat beside the flames, his eyes closed and his face marked by years of wisdom and grief. The young ones had gathered around him, their faces reflecting the firelight as they waited for him to speak. They could feel it too, the strange weight in the air, the sense that something was about to happen. Noah opened his eyes, and for a moment, they glinted like embers. "Tonight, I will tell you of the warning," he began, his voice low and steady. "A message carried by the spirit bears long ago, a prophecy we have ignored for too long." The forest fell silent, even the restless winds seemed to pause. Noah's words held a gravity that pulled at their hearts, drawing them closer to the fire. "It began in a season like no other," he said. "The rivers ran slower, their waters murky and warm. The trees shed their leaves too early, their branches bare before the frost arrived. The animals grew restless, their paths more desperate, their calls sharper and full of fear. The people knew something was wrong, but they didn't know how to name it." One of the children shifted uneasily, glancing toward the shadows beyond the firelight. Noah noticed and smiled faintly, though it was a sad smile. It was on a night like this that the first warning came. A hunter named Tika had wandered into the forest, searching for food. He was skilled, quiet as the falling snow, and his aim never missed. But that night, his traps were empty, his arrows untouched. Tika, the elder continued, had found himself deep in the woods, a place where the trees grew so close their roots tangled and the sky was barely visible. It was there he saw the spirit bear. It stood among the trees, its white fur shimmering faintly even in the dim light. Tika froze, his breath caught in his chest. The bear looked at him, not with the wary gaze of an animal, but with something deeper, something ancient. The bear did not attack, nor did it flee, Noah said. Instead, it began to move, leading Tika deeper into the forest. Though his fear was great, something greater compelled him to follow. The listeners leaned in, their eyes wide. Even the crackling fire seemed subdued, as though it too were listening. As Tika followed, the forest began to change, Noah continued. The trees grew thinner, their bark gray and brittle. The ground beneath his feet turned soft, like ash, and the air grew thick with a bitter smell. He realized he was no longer in the world he knew but in a vision, one granted by the spirit bear. The scene Noah described was haunting. The hunter saw rivers choked with debris, their waters black and lifeless. He saw fields barren, the soil cracked and dry. He saw animals lying still, their bodies wasted, their eyes empty. Above it all, the sky hung heavy and strange, painted in hues of gray and red, as though the heavens themselves were wounded. Tika fell to his knees, Noah said, his voice shaking now as if the vision still lingered in his own mind. The bear turned to him and spoke, not with words, but with a presence that filled his heart. It told him that this was the fate awaiting the land if the people continued to take without thought, to destroy without care. A woman sitting near the fire drew a sharp breath, her hand pressed to her chest. Noah's gaze met hers briefly before he went on. The bear warned that the balance was fragile, he said. The earth could give, but it could also take away. It spoke of waters that would rise, consuming the land. Of winds that would tear through forests and homes alike. Of fires that would rage uncontrollably, leaving only ash in their wake. It said these were not punishments, but consequences, a reflection of humanity's choices. The young ones shifted uneasily. They had heard tales of storms and wildfires, of the floods that sometimes came too suddenly to escape. But to hear these things tied to the spirit bears, creatures of wisdom and protection, made it feel different. It made it feel real. Tika begged the bear to tell him how to stop it, Noah said, his voice softening. The bear told him it was not too late, but it would not be easy. The people would have to remember their place in the web of life. They would have to give back to the land, to honor its cycles, and to live with care. The bear, Noah explained, showed Tika images of what could still be. Forests green and thick with life. Rivers flowing clear and strong. Animals thriving, their paths crossing with humans in harmony rather than conflict. But it also showed him the price of ignoring the warning, a world where the spirit bears, and all they represented, would fade into nothing. When the vision ended, Tika found himself back in the forest, Noah said. The bear was gone, but its message burned in his heart. He ran to the village and told his story, pleading with the people to listen. For a time, they did. The people hunted less, planted more, and thanked the earth for its gifts. But as seasons passed, the warning faded into memory. The changes were slow, and the land was vast. It was easy to believe the balance would hold, even as they pushed it further and further. Noah's voice broke slightly as he finished. And so, the warnings came again, each time more urgent. But we did not listen. Now the winds scream louder, the rivers rise higher, and the fires burn hotter. The spirit bears have fallen silent, but their message remains. It is up to us to hear it. The fire crackled loudly, startling the listeners. Noah's words hung in the air like the smoke spiraling upward, lingering long after the last embers began to fade. The wind picked up as dusk settled over the small Cherokee village. The mountains stood silent, their outlines softened by the purple haze of twilight. The smell of pine and damp earth filled the air, and the crackling of a distant fire could be heard, a steady rhythm in the cool evening. Sitting around the fire, the elders gathered with a quiet, purposeful air. A hush fell over the young ones as the familiar, comforting sound of drumbeats began to fill the space. The night was alive with stories, stories that had been passed down from one generation to the next, stories that had endured through time, shaping the hearts of those who would listen. Elder Shauna was one of the last of the old storytellers, and tonight, her voice carried the weight of all those who had come before her. Her eyes, aged yet sharp, glimmered in the firelight as she looked upon the young faces in front of her. The flames cast dancing shadows on the faces of the listeners, their expressions filled with anticipation. "You have heard of the spirit bears, yes?" Shauna asked, her voice low and soothing. The children nodded, eager for the tale that would come next. The bears are not just animals in our stories. They are messengers, guides, protectors. And their stories are not only from the past, they are here, now, in the world around us. Her words hung in the air like a heavy mist. A few moments passed before she spoke again, the fire crackling between her words. "When I was young," she continued, "I would sit by the fire with my grandmother. She would tell me stories of the old days, of the time when the spirit bears roamed the mountains freely. But even then, there were whispers of them fading away. Not gone, but harder to see, harder to feel. The world was changing." The young faces around her leaned in closer. Shauna's voice had a way of pulling them into the heart of the story, of making them feel as though they too were walking alongside the spirit bears in the dark, deep forests. "But the bears," she whispered, "they don't just fade away. They leave behind a trail, a path for those who listen, for those who are willing to remember." One of the young boys, his face barely visible in the firelight, spoke up with a question. "But Elder Shauna, how do we hear them? How do we see the spirit bears?" Shauna smiled, her expression soft, full of something tender and ancient. "You hear them in the stories," she said. "The stories never die. They live on in the words we speak, in the fires we light, and in the songs we sing. The spirit bears are with us still, if we are willing to listen." The group sat in a spellbound silence, the fire's flicker illuminating their faces. Elder Shauna's words seemed to fill the very air with something otherworldly. It was as if, for a moment, they could feel the presence of those spirit bears, watching, waiting. Shauna's voice softened as she spoke once more, her gaze turning to the mountains in the distance. "In my grandmother's time, they saw the spirit bears often. They came to those who needed them the most, those who were lost, or in danger, or had forgotten the way. The bears would lead them back, always showing them the path when they had lost their way. She paused, her eyes growing distant, as though lost in memories of a time long past. But even today, the spirit bears are here, she said, her voice steady and clear. They live on in the stories we tell, the songs we sing, the fire that burns in our hearts. The younger listeners seemed to hang on every word, their eyes wide, their minds searching for that deeper truth. Elder Shana was no longer just telling a story, she was passing down a piece of the world that was fading, a world that was only kept alive by the voices of those who refused to let it die. The elders of today, she continued, the storytellers, we keep the spirit bears alive with each story we tell. Every word we speak is a bridge to the past. Every time we remember the bears, they are here with us. In the wind, in the trees, in the very ground beneath our feet. The fire crackled, the flames stretching higher as if to reach for something just out of grasp. Shana's gaze moved across the group, meeting the eyes of each young person. You, too, must carry the stories forward, she said, her voice filled with a quiet urgency. You must not let them fade. In your hearts, in your words, the spirit bears will live on. The youngest boy, his face full of wonder, spoke again, his voice trembling with awe. Will we ever see them? The spirit bears, I mean? Shana looked at him, her eyes soft with wisdom. You will see them when you are ready. Not with your eyes alone, but with your heart. The bears are never far. They are always with those who remember and respect them. The fire burned brighter, the shadows dancing more wildly as if in response. A strange silence hung in the air, a silence that was not empty but full of something unseen. The young ones looked around, their minds trying to understand, to grasp something deeper. As the night grew older, Elder Shana's voice became the heartbeat of the village. Her stories wove through the dark, their echoes traveling far beyond the firelight. And with each tale she told, the spirit bears, though hidden from sight, seemed to come a little closer, their presence felt in every word and every heartbeat. When the last ember flickered out and the children made their way back to their homes, their hearts were full. Full of stories, full of the spirit of the bears that had walked with their ancestors. They would carry the stories with them, pass them on to the next generation. For as long as they spoke of the spirit bears, they would remain alive in the stories, alive in their hearts. And so the myth, the legend, the presence of the spirit bears lived on, not in the silence of the past, but in the voices of those who would never forget. The forest was cloaked in mist, the kind that softened the edges of everything it touched, turning the world into something both mysterious and familiar. The trees stood tall and ancient, their roots winding deep into the earth, their branches reaching skyward like silent sentinels. Somewhere in the distance, the mournful cry of a bird echoed, carrying a weight that felt almost like a warning. In the stillness, an elder sat cross-legged on a moss-covered rock, her eyes closed, her lips moving in a quiet chant. The younger ones gathered around her, their breaths visible in the crisp morning air. They were drawn to her presence, a kind of gravity that promised stories not just to entertain but to shape the way they saw the world. You must listen with your hearts, she began, her voice as steady as the earth beneath them. The spirit bears, they were more than animals. They were teachers, guides, and protectors. They carried wisdom that could change a life if one was willing to receive it. The elder opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on the group before her. I will tell you a story, she said, her voice softer now. A story of a young hunter who thought he understood the ways of the forest, but who had yet to understand himself. The children leaned forward, the tension in the air almost tangible. The elder let the silence stretch for a moment, then began. There was once a boy, no older than some of you, she said, gesturing to the youngest in the group. His name was Kahitio, and he was swift as the wind and sharp-eyed as a hawk. But Kahitio was proud. He believed that his strength and cleverness made him invincible. He would boast to the others, saying he could hunt any animal, track any path, and find his way even through the densest forest. The elder's voice grew softer, drawing the children even closer. One day, Kahideo ventured into the forest alone, determined to prove his bravery. He followed the trail of a great bear, its tracks deep and sure in the soft earth. He told himself he would return with the bear's pelt, a prize that would make him the envy of the village. The children gasped, their faces filled with a mix of fear and excitement. The elder smiled faintly, then continued. But as Kahideo followed the tracks, the forest began to change. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the sun. The air grew colder, and the silence was no longer comforting, it was heavy, almost alive. Still, Kahideo pressed on, his pride refusing to let him turn back. Her voice dropped to a whisper, forcing her listeners to hang on every word. It was then, in the heart of the forest, that he saw it. A spirit bear, its fur as white as the snow that blankets the mountains in winter. It stood still, watching him with eyes that seemed to see not just his face, but his soul. Kahideo raised his bow, his hands trembling. But before he could release the arrow, the bear let out a low, resonant growl that echoed through the forest like a thunderclap. Kahideo froze, his heart pounding in his chest. He felt something then, something he could not explain. It was as if the bear was speaking to him, though it made no sound. The elder paused, her eyes scanning the faces before her. The bear turned and began to walk away, its movements slow and deliberate. Kahideo hesitated, then lowered his bow and followed. He didn't know why, but he felt compelled to go where the bear would lead. The children held their breath, their imaginations filling in the eerie silence that the elder allowed to linger. The bear led him to a clearing, she said at last, her voice steady once more. There, in the center, was a fallen tree covered in moss. Kahideo knelt beside it, drawn by an instinct he didn't understand. Beneath the tree, he found something hidden, a nest of tiny cubs, their fur pale and soft, their eyes barely open. The mother bear was nowhere in sight. The elder's tone shifted, becoming more reflective. Kahideo realized then what he had almost done. If he had taken the spirit bear's life, these cubs would have been left to perish, their tiny voices silenced before they had even had a chance to grow. He understood, in that moment, that his pride had blinded him, that his strength and cleverness meant nothing without compassion and wisdom. Her gaze hardened, and her voice grew firmer. The spirit bear turned to him once more, its eyes full of something ancient and powerful. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished into the trees, leaving Kahideo alone with the cubs and the weight of what he had learned. The children sat in silence, their expressions thoughtful. The elder let the story sink in before she spoke again. Kahideo returned to the village with a different prize, she said, her voice softer now. Not the pelt of a bear, but the lesson it had given him. He spoke of the spirit bear and what it had shown him about humility, respect, and the interconnectedness of all living things. The fire crackled, the only sound in the stillness that followed. The spirit bears teach us many things, the elder said at last. They teach us that true strength is not in taking life, but in protecting it. That wisdom is not in knowing everything, but in knowing enough to listen. And that our pride should never come before our respect for the world around us. Her words lingered in the air, heavy with meaning. The children looked at one another, their eyes wide, their hearts full. They would carry this story with them, its lessons woven into the fabric of their own lives. And somewhere, deep in the forest, the spirit bears watched, their presence unseen but always felt. The earth beneath their feet was soft and damp, the scent of rain lingering in the air. Leaves glistened with droplets, catching the faint light of dawn. A young boy knelt near a patch of wildflowers, his hands hesitating just above the delicate petals. His grandmother stood behind him, her voice calm but firm. "Don't pluck them, Talia," she said. "They're not yours to take." The boy frowned and looked up at her. "But they're so beautiful. Can't I take just one?" She knelt beside him, her weathered hands brushing the earth. "If you take one, the others will grieve," she whispered. "Flowers aren't just decorations, Talia. They're part of this land, part of a song we don't always hear. When you take them without need, you silence that song." Talia blinked, unsure how to respond. He had heard his grandmother speak of the land as if it were alive, but this was different. Her words felt heavy, like they carried something more than just a lesson. "Do you remember the story of the spirit bears?" she asked, her voice softer now. He nodded, the memory of tales told by the fire flickering in his mind. She smiled faintly and placed a hand on his shoulder. "The spirit bears don't just walk the forests, child," she said. "They watch, they feel. They know when the land is treated with care and when it's harmed. Long ago, they taught us how to live with respect for this earth, how to see it not as something to own, but as something to honor." Her words carried a weight that settled deep in Tyanita's chest. He lowered his hands and let the flowers remain untouched, their colors vivid against the green. His grandmother nodded approvingly, then rose to her feet. "The land remembers kindness," she said, her gaze distant. "And it remembers wounds. Let me tell you a story." The boy's curiosity sparked, and he followed her as she walked toward the edge of the forest. They sat beneath a great oak, its roots twisting like ancient hands reaching into the soil. "Many seasons ago," she began, "there was a hunter named Itzadi. He was known throughout the village for his skill, for his ability to track and take down even the most elusive prey. But Itzadi saw the land as nothing more than a means to an end. He hunted without restraint, cutting down more than he needed, leaving behind what he could not carry." Her voice grew heavier, carrying the weight of the tale. The forest began to change. The animals grew scarce, their paths fading like whispers in the wind. The streams, once clear and lively, turned sluggish and dark. The people suffered, but Itzadi refused to see that his actions had consequences. He believed the land would always provide, no matter how much he took. The boy shifted, sensing the story's turning point. His grandmother's voice softened, tinged with sadness. One night, under a moon that hung low and heavy in the sky, Itzadi ventured deep into the forest. He sought a spirit bear, not for its wisdom, but for its pelt, a trophy he believed would cement his greatness. The air around them seemed to grow colder as she continued. He found one, its white fur glowing faintly in the moonlight, its eyes filled with something far beyond human understanding. Itzadi raised his bow, but before he could release the arrow, the bear spoke, not with words, but with a power that shook him to his core. She paused, her voice trembling ever so slightly. The bear showed him visions. A land stripped bare, rivers choked with ash, skies thick with smoke. Itzadi saw the pain he had caused, not just to the animals he hunted, but to the trees, the water, the soil itself. The spirit bear's message was clear: the land was alive, and it was suffering. The boy's eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat. His grandmother placed a hand on the tree trunk beside her, her fingers tracing its rough bark. Itzadi fell to his knees, his pride shattered. He begged for forgiveness, for a chance to make things right. The spirit bear gave him that chance, but with a warning: honor the land, or it will one day turn away from you. She looked at Tyanita, her gaze piercing. Itzadi returned to the village a changed man. He taught the people to take only what they needed, to give thanks for every gift the earth provided. He told them to plant where they had harvested, to speak prayers of gratitude over every drop of water they drank. And the land began to heal. Her voice softened, a note of hope weaving through the sorrow. But Itzadi's story is not just his. It is ours. It is yours. Every step you take, every choice you make either honors the spirit bear's wisdom or ignores it. Tyanita looked down at his hands, now folded in his lap. The weight of her words pressed against him, but it wasn't an unpleasant feeling. It was a responsibility, one he felt ready to carry. His grandmother smiled, a warmth in her eyes that chased away the chill of the story. The spirit bears are still watching, Tyanita. They see how we treat this land, and they remind us, through their stories, that we are not above it. We are part of it. The boy reached out, his small hand resting on the oak tree's roots. He felt a strange sense of connection, as if the tree were alive in a way he hadn't noticed before. The forest around them seemed to breathe, its sounds and smells more vivid than ever. As they walked back to the village, the boy's mind buzzed with thoughts. He didn't need to ask what he could do to honor the land. The answer was already there, in the way his grandmother moved through the world, with respect, with care, with an understanding that every action mattered. And somewhere, deep in the forest, a spirit bear watched, its white fur blending with the mist, its eyes filled with an ancient knowing. The drumbeat was steady, a low thrum that seemed to rise from the earth itself. It carried through the evening air, mingling with the scent of pine and the faint glow of firelight. Around the circle, elders and children, warriors and weavers, all sat in reverent silence. At the center, a man began to sing, his voice weaving a melody both haunting and beautiful. His words, though ancient, spoke clearly to those gathered. It was a song of the spirit bear, a tale told not in whispers but in the bold rhythm of creation. His voice rose and fell, carrying the image of the bear, a creature of white fur and deep, soulful eyes, through the fabric of the night. As he sang, a young woman stepped forward, her hands cradling a clay bowl filled with paint made from crushed berries and earth. Her gaze was steady, and her movements deliberate as she began to paint. Her canvas was a smooth piece of wood, stretched wide and sturdy. With each stroke of her brush, the spirit bear began to emerge. Its form was majestic, yet ethereal, its fur shimmering in tones of white and silver under her skilled hand. Around the bear, she painted symbols, a flowing river, a crescent moon, and a cluster of stars. Each mark carried a meaning, a story woven into the bear's existence. The crowd watched her, captivated, as the painting came to life. Some saw the spirit bear as a protector, others as a guide, and a few as a reminder of their connection to the land. But to everyone there, it was sacred. The rhythm of the drum, the melody of the song, and the strokes of the paintbrush merged into a single act of creation, an offering to the spirit that had inspired generations. Later, when the music softened and the painting was complete, an elder rose to speak. He held in his hands the carved figure, its edges smoothed by time and care. The small bear, made of dark wood, bore intricate markings etched into its surface. He raised it high, and the firelight caught its details, casting flickering shadows across the gathering. This carving, he began, his voice steady and clear, was made by my grandfather. He said the spirit bear appeared to him in a dream, guiding his hand as he shaped it. Every line, every curve, tells of the bear's wisdom and strength. And now, it is a part of us, as we are a part of it. He passed the carving around, each person holding it with a reverence that spoke volumes. Some traced the lines with their fingers, others simply closed their eyes and held it close. To each, the carving was not just an object, but a connection, a reminder of the bear's presence in their lives. In another part of the village, a group of children gathered around a young musician. He held a flute carved from cedar wood, its surface decorated with tiny, hand-painted bears. He brought it to his lips, and the sound that emerged was soft and mournful, like the call of the wind through the trees. The melody told of the bear's solitude, its journey through the wild, and its quiet watchfulness over the people. The children listened, their faces reflecting the emotions carried by the notes. One of them, a boy with wide, curious eyes, asked, "Do the bears hear our songs?" The musician smiled, lowering the flute. "They do," he said. "When we sing, when we carve, when we paint, the spirit bears hear us. It's how we speak to them, how we honor them. And in their way, they sing back to us." The boy frowned, as if trying to hear the bear's song in the silence that followed. The musician ruffled his hair. "You'll hear it one day," he said. "But you have to listen with more than your ears." In another part of the forest, a weaver sat before her loom. Threads of white, gray, and black ran through her fingers, their textures soft and rough, smooth and coarse. She worked with a rhythm that matched the pulse of the earth, her hands creating a tapestry that told of the bear's journey. Its form took shape in the weaving, surrounded by mountains, rivers, and trees. She paused to examine her work, her eyes tracing the patterns she had created. "This is for you," she murmured, though no one else was there to hear. In her heart, she felt the presence of the spirit bear, watching, guiding her hands. She smiled and returned to her work, the threads becoming a story that would hang in the village long after she was gone. Throughout the village, the spirit bear lived, not just in stories, but in art, in music, and the hands and hearts of the people. Each act of creation was a way to honor the bear, to keep its spirit alive in a world that often seemed to forget. And somewhere in the vastness of the forest, a spirit bear moved through the shadows, its steps silent, its gaze steady. It paused beneath the canopy of stars, its ears tilting as if listening. The faint sound of a drumbeat reached it, carried on the wind. It stood still, its white fur glowing softly in the moonlight, as if an acknowledgement of the song sung in its honor. The fire burned low, its embers casting a warm glow over the gathering. The storyteller leaned forward, his shadow stretching long across the circle. His voice was steady but carried a weight, as though the words he was about to speak held an ancient power. Once, he began, there was a hunter who strayed too far into the mountains. He was young and eager, his arrows sharp, his aim sure. But the land he entered was not his own. It was the domain of the great bear spirit, the one who walks between worlds. The listeners leaned closer, their breaths shallow. It was a story they had heard before, yet it never lost its hold. Each retelling seemed to carry something new, as if the bear itself whispered to the teller. The hunter was bold, the storyteller continued, but he was also foolish. He saw a bear, larger than any he had ever known, its fur white as snow, its eyes dark as the deep earth. He raised his bow, but before he could release the arrow, the bear turned and spoke. At this, a child gasped. The storyteller smiled briefly but pressed on, his tone grave. The bear's voice was low and rumbling, like thunder rolling across the hills. It said, "Do you not know who I am? I am the guardian of balance, the keeper of the sacred." The hunter, trembling now, lowered his bow. He begged forgiveness, and the bear, with a slow nod, allowed him to leave. But the hunter was forever changed. From that day on, he became a healer, dedicating his life to the harmony the bear had shown him. When the story ended, the circle sat in silence, the crackle of the fire the only sound. Then, an elder spoke, her voice soft but resonant. "That story reminds me of another, from the people of the northern forests. Their bear spirit also guards the balance, teaching those who cross its path the ways of wisdom and respect." Heads nodded in agreement. It was a thread they all recognized, a shared truth woven through the lives of their neighbors, their kin. In the tales of the Lakota, the bear was a healer, its spirit called upon to mend broken bodies and guide lost souls. Among the Blackfoot, it was a protector, fierce and unyielding, yet compassionate to those who honored its ways. In the stories of the Ojibwe, the bear was a teacher, its paw prints leading the way to survival and understanding. A young woman in the circle spoke next. "My grandmother told me a story from the dying people. She said their bear spirit taught the first medicine man how to cure the sickness that plagued his people. It led him to the plants and whispered the songs he needed to sing. Isn't that like our stories, where the bear shows us how to live in harmony with the earth?" The elder nodded, her face thoughtful. "Yes. The bear's wisdom crosses rivers and mountains, connecting us all. It's as if the spirit bear walks not just through the forest, but through the hearts of every tribe." The firelight flickered, casting patterns on the faces around the circle. The shared stories began to flow, each one adding to the tapestry of connection. A man spoke of the Inuit, whose bear spirit was a bridge between the human and the divine, guiding hunters safely across icy plains. Another recalled the Haida, whose tales of the bear spoke of transformation, of humans and bears sharing a kinship so deep they could become one another. As the stories intertwined, a sense of wonder filled the air. How could people separated by such vast distances share these truths? Was it the bear itself, moving through the dreams of the storytellers? Or was it the land, speaking through the bear, reminding them all of their place within its embrace? The elder's voice rose again, drawing the circle's attention. "There is one story," she said, "that has stayed with me since I was a child. It is about the bears of the Shoshone. They say the great bear spirit taught their people how to honor the cycles of life. When the salmon returned to the rivers, the bear showed them how to take only what they needed, leaving enough for the waters to replenish. It taught them patience, reminding them that the earth provides when treated with care." Her words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. A man across the fire stirred, his face lit with memory. It's the same with the Mi'kmaq. Their stories say the bear's hibernation teaches us to rest, to pause and reflect, so that we might emerge stronger. It's as if the bear carries the seasons within itself, showing us how to live with the ebb and flow of the world. The young woman spoke again, her voice full of quiet awe. Maybe that's why the bear is so important to all of us. It's not just a symbol, it's a guide, a reflection of what we can be. Strong, but gentle. Fierce, but fair. Always connected to the land and its rhythms. The circle grew quiet once more, each person lost in their thoughts. The fire crackled softly, its warmth a reminder of the bonds they shared, not just with each other, but with the wider circle of life. The bear, in all its forms, seemed to sit among them, its presence felt even in its absence. Somewhere in the distant forest, a bear moved through the shadows, its steps silent and deliberate. Perhaps it was drawn by the stories, by the voices that spoke its name with such reverence. Or perhaps it simply moved as it always had, guided by the same truths that flowed through the veins of those who honored it. The fire burned low, and the stars above seemed brighter, as if bearing witness to the night's exchange. Around the circle, there was no division, no boundary between the tribes whose stories had mingled like rivers converging. There was only the bear, walking its timeless path, and the people, forever following in its wake. The mountain air was heavy with silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves as a soft wind brushed through the trees. In the distance, a lone figure stood still, eyes fixed on a massive stone etched with ancient carvings. The markings were unmistakable, a bear, its paws stretched wide, its head tilted toward the heavens. It was a guardian, a symbol older than memory itself. Yet this was not Cherokee land, nor even the Americas. It was a place far removed, a dense forest in Siberia where the stories of the bear were no less sacred. The shaman, draped in layers of fur and adorned with feathers, began to chant. His voice rose and fell, mimicking the cadence of the wild, soft as the river's flow, fierce as a storm's roar. He sang of a bear that carried the souls of the departed to the stars, a celestial being whose power shaped both the earth and sky. His people believed that when the northern lights danced, it was the bear's spirit leading the way. Far away, in the mountains of Japan, another bear story unfolded. In the Ainu culture, the bear was not just a creature of the wild, but a god in animal form. When a bear was taken, it was with profound respect and elaborate rituals. The hunters spoke to it as one might address a revered elder. They thanked it for its sacrifice, ensuring that its spirit returned to the divine realm unburdened. The Ainu believed the bear was a messenger, a bridge between their world and the gods. Its death was not an end but a passage, a continuation of a sacred bond. On the other side of the globe, in the cold shadows of Norse forests, tales of the bear took a different shape. To the Vikings, the bear was a symbol of ferocity and unyielding strength. Warriors adorned themselves with bear pelts, believing it would grant them the beast's unmatched courage in battle. They called these warriors berserkers, those who fought in a trance-like fury, channeling the spirit of the bear. Yet beneath the savagery lay a deeper truth: the bear was also a protector, a guardian of the vulnerable. In their myths, the bear often appeared to guide lost travelers or shield children from harm. In the mountains of the Pyrenees, the Basque people spoke of a bear goddess, a figure both wild and maternal. Her name was Mari, and she was said to dwell in caves, emerging to teach humanity the ways of survival. She embodied the untamed power of nature, but also its nurturing hand. Farmers would leave offerings at the mouth of her caves, seeking her favor for bountiful harvests and safe winters. And then there were the legends of the Himalayas, where the people of Nepal and Tibet whispered of a bear-like creature that roamed the high altitudes. The Yeti, though feared for its immense power, was also revered as a guardian of the sacred peaks. Monks spoke of encounters with the creature, moments that felt less like chance and more like fate. To see it was to be reminded of humanity's smallness in the face of nature's grandeur, a humbling encounter with something greater than oneself. Across the oceans, in the dense jungles of South America, the stories shifted again. Here, the bear took the form of the spectacled bear, a creature rare and elusive. In Andean mythology, it was a guide, leading lost souls through the labyrinth of the afterlife. It was said that those who honored the bear in life would find their way to peace in death, their path lit by its watchful gaze. In the Inuit tales of the Arctic, the bear was more than a hunter, it was a creator. They spoke of Nanook, the great polar bear spirit who shaped the ice and taught their ancestors the ways of the hunt. To harm a bear without proper ritual was to bring misfortune upon the entire village. Hunters would speak to the bear's spirit, asking for forgiveness and vowing to honor its gift by wasting nothing. The connections were undeniable. Though separated by continents and oceans, cultures around the world saw the bear as more than an animal. It was a symbol of power, wisdom, and connection, a thread binding humanity to the earth and its mysteries. It was as though the bear itself carried these stories across the globe, planting seeds of understanding in every corner it roamed. Back in the Cherokee lands, a storyteller sat by the fire, her voice steady as she recounted the tales of the spirit bear. "It is not just our bear," she said, her eyes reflecting the flames. "The bear speaks to all who will listen. Its message is in the whispers of the wind, the crash of the river, the stillness of the forest. It tells us to live with respect, to honor what we take, and to give back what we can." The listeners, young and old, nodded in solemn agreement. They had heard these stories before, but hearing them again felt like hearing them anew. The spirit bear was theirs, yet it belonged to everyone. It was in the Siberian carvings, the Ainu chants, the Viking pelts, the Basque caves, the Himalayan peaks, the Andean jungles, and the Arctic ice. It was everywhere, watching, waiting, reminding. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, the storyteller paused. Her gaze swept over the circle, her voice soft but firm. "The bear's message is simple," she said. "Respect the earth, and it will sustain you. Disrespect it, and it will break you. This is what the bear teaches, no matter where you are. And this is what we must never forget." The silence that followed was heavy with understanding. The fire burned low, its embers glowing faintly against the dark. Somewhere, in the vast wilderness beyond the circle, a bear moved silently through the shadows, carrying the weight of countless stories on its back. The old woman's voice trembled as she spoke, not from age, but from the weight of what she carried. Her words, soft as they were, held the room captive. The glow of the fire flickered across her lined face, casting shadows that seemed to mimic the figures she described, a mighty bear standing tall, its fur shimmering like moonlight, eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of 1,000 lifetimes. "Long ago," she began, "the spirit bear roamed freely, its presence a gift and a warning. It came to those who listened, to those who remembered." Her hands moved as if painting the scene in the air. But what happens when we forget? What happens when the stories fade into silence? A child in the front row leaned forward, his wide eyes reflecting both wonder and fear. The elders in the circle nodded solemnly, their expressions heavy with understanding. These stories weren't just tales, they were lifelines, threads connecting their past to an uncertain future. It wasn't always easy to keep these threads from fraying. Time had a way of stealing things, memories slipping through the cracks like grains of sand. The languages once spoken fluently were now whispered only in corners, and the songs that called to the spirit bear were growing faint. Yet there were those who refused to let the silence win. Years ago, a young man named Eli sat at his grandmother's feet, notebook in hand. He was barely 18, his dark hair tied back, his eyes sharp and intent. His grandmother, a keeper of stories, spoke as though the weight of her ancestors rested on her tongue. "Write it all," she said, her voice firm despite the quiver in her hands. "The bears, the rivers, the mountains, they all have voices. If we don't keep their stories, who will?" Eli wrote furiously, his pen moving faster than his thoughts. He recorded every detail, how the spirit bear appeared during the first frost, how its paw prints glowed faintly in the moonlight, how it could vanish into thin air, leaving behind only the scent of pine and earth. When his grandmother paused, he asked questions. What did it say? Why did it choose them? What does it want us to remember? The answers didn't always come directly. His grandmother believed that some truths were felt more than spoken. But she gave him enough to fill pages, enough to start something he didn't yet understand. Years later, Eli's notes became part of a larger project. With the help of other storytellers, artists, and scholars, he began compiling the tales into books, recordings, and even interactive exhibits. Children listened to the songs of the spirit bear on headphones while staring at its image painted on large, sweeping canvases. The bear's presence felt alive, even if only through stories. One storyteller, Clara, had a gift for bringing the bear to life with her voice. Her words were like music, her tone shifting with the rhythm of the tale. At community gatherings, she would sit under the open sky, the audience around her silent as she began. "The bear doesn't just walk through the forest," she said. "It walks through us, through our hearts. Every time you feel the urge to protect the land, that's the bear speaking to you." Clara's performances were recorded, shared with schools and cultural centers far beyond Cherokee land. Teachers played her stories in classrooms, children drawing their interpretations of the bear while listening. Some drew it towering over trees, others nestled against the earth. The bear became theirs, too, a symbol that transcended generations. But keeping these stories alive wasn't without its challenges. Some worried that sharing too widely might dilute their meaning, turning sacred tales into mere entertainment. Others believed that the stories should evolve, adapting to new mediums and audiences. The debate wasn't easy, but it was necessary. At its heart was a shared goal, to ensure that the bear's voice was never silenced. Technology became an unexpected ally. A group of young Cherokee programmers created an app that allowed users to track the spirit bear through virtual forests. Using augmented reality, players could follow clues, listen to narrated stories, and even watch recreations of key moments from the myths. It was a hit among the younger generation, bridging the gap between tradition and modernity. One of the app's most powerful features was its storytelling mode. Users could record their own interpretations of the spirit bear's tales, adding to a growing archive of voices. A 10-year-old boy shared how he imagined the bear teaching people to care for rivers. An elder spoke of the time she believed she felt the bear's presence during a snowstorm. The recordings were raw and heartfelt, each one a thread in the tapestry of the myth. The bear also found its way into music. A Cherokee composer wrote a symphony inspired by the stories, each movement capturing a different aspect of the spirit bear's journey. The first was soft and mysterious, like footsteps in a quiet forest. The second was bold and thunderous, echoing the bear's strength. The final movement was haunting, a reminder of what could be lost if the stories were forgotten. The symphony premiered to a packed audience, many of whom left the theater in tears. Art played its part as well. Painters and sculptors created works that brought the bear to life in vivid color and texture. A mural in a local community center showed the bear walking alongside Cherokee ancestors, its fur shimmering with the colors of the sunrise. A sculptor crafted a life-sized statue of the bear, its eyes so lifelike that visitors often paused to stare, as if expecting it to move. Despite these efforts, the work was never finished. There were always more stories to gather, more voices to include. A group of elders began traveling to neighboring communities, seeking out forgotten variations of the bear's tales. They sat with other tribes, trading stories and finding common threads. "The bear is ours, but it's also everyone's," one elder said. "It carries wisdom that no one people can claim alone." Back in the circle by the fire, the old woman finished her story. Her audience sat quietly, the weight of her words settling over them like a blanket. The child in the front row raised his hand. "Will the spirit bear ever come back?" he asked, his voice small but hopeful. The woman smiled, her eyes gleaming with something that could have been sadness or wisdom. "The spirit bear never left," she said. "It's in the stories. It's in the land. And as long as we remember, it will always be here." Her words hung in the air, a promise and a challenge all at once. The fire crackled softly, its embers glowing like tiny stars against the darkness. And somewhere, in the vast expanse of the world, the spirit bear watched, waiting, its story still unfolding. The forest was quiet, but not silent. There was a rhythm to the stillness, a hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. Beneath a canopy of towering trees, a young woman knelt, her hands resting on the cool earth. She had come seeking answers, though she wasn't sure what kind. In her heart, she carried a longing, an ache she couldn't quite name. Closing her eyes, she whispered a prayer, not to any deity she knew but to something older, something she could feel in her bones. The spirit bear. She had heard its story as a child, a tale her grandmother told with a voice full of reverence. It wasn't until now, years later, that she felt its pull. She had searched for meaning in so many places, in books, and conversations, and long, restless nights staring at the stars. But nothing had filled the quiet void inside her. The stories of the bear had lingered, though, weaving through her thoughts like a thread she couldn't untangle. "Show me," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the wind. "If you're real, if you're listening, show me something." She didn't expect the bear to appear, not in the flesh. That wasn't how it worked. But as she sat there, a strange sensation washed over her, a warmth, as if the earth beneath her had come alive. She opened her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, she swore she saw it, a pair of luminous eyes watching her from the shadows, steady and knowing. Her breath caught, and when she blinked, the vision was gone. But the warmth remained, spreading through her chest, filling the hollow places she had carried for so long. The spirit bear had become more than a myth for people like her. In a world that often felt disconnected and chaotic, it was a symbol of something ancient and grounding. Some saw it as a guide, a reminder of the delicate balance between humans and nature. Others viewed it as a protector, a force of quiet strength in the face of uncertainty. For many, it was simply a presence, a whisper in the stillness, urging them to slow down, to listen. A man named Daniel found solace in the spirit bear after losing his father. He had grown up hearing the stories, but hadn't paid them much mind. They were just tales his grandfather told, words that drifted in one ear and out the other. But when grief struck, those words came rushing back. He remembered his grandfather's voice describing the bear's eyes, how they seemed to see straight into your soul, understanding everything without judgment. Desperate for comfort, Daniel began hiking the trails his father had loved, hoping to feel closer to him. One day, deep in the woods, he stumbled upon a tree with claw marks etched into its bark. They were too large to belong to any ordinary bear, and for a moment, he felt the same warmth that the young woman had described. It wasn't an answer, not exactly, but it was something. A sign, maybe, that he wasn't alone. Daniel wasn't the only one. Across towns and cities, people began to share their stories, moments when they felt the presence of the bear, even if they'd never seen it. An artist in New York painted it over and over, each canvas capturing a different emotion: strength, sorrow, peace. She said the bear came to her in dreams, guiding her hand as she worked. A musician in Seattle wrote songs inspired by the stories, his lyrics weaving together the bear's wisdom with his own struggles. Even those who had never heard the myths before found themselves drawn to its image. The bear became a symbol in unexpected places, tattooed on skin, engraved into jewelry, printed on prayer flags that fluttered in the wind. It wasn't just a Cherokee legend anymore, it had taken on a life of its own, touching people from all walks of life. But for those who knew its origins, the connection ran deeper. They understood that the bear wasn't just a symbol, it was a reminder of responsibility. The elders spoke of it as a teacher, one that demanded respect not only for the earth, but for the stories themselves. To honor the bear meant honoring the land, the rivers, the forests, the very fabric of life. One elder, named Naya, spent her days teaching children about the bear. She didn't just tell them the stories, she showed them what they meant. Together, they planted trees, cleaned streams, and tended to gardens. "The bear watches," she would say, her voice gentle but firm. "It sees what we do. It knows if we care." The children listened, their small hands working diligently as if the bear might appear at any moment to inspect their efforts. For some, connecting with the bear became a spiritual practice. They meditated on its image, visualizing its strength and wisdom as they sought clarity in their own lives. A healer in Colorado incorporated the bear into her rituals, lighting candles and burning sage as she called upon its energy. The bear teaches us to face our fears, she told her clients. It shows us that we are stronger than we think. Not everyone understood this connection, and some dismissed it as mere superstition. But for those who felt the bear's presence, there was no doubt. They carried its lessons in their hearts, finding strength in its stories and comfort in its symbol. A single thread ran through all their experiences, the sense that the bear was watching, not as a judge, but as a witness. Its presence was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a call to live with intention and respect. In a world that often felt fragmented, the bear offered a kind of wholeness, a way to reconnect with what truly mattered. And so, the spirit bear lived on, not just in the forests of myth, but in the hearts of those who carried its story. It became a bridge, linking the past to the present, the tangible to the intangible. For every person who felt its presence, the bear's voice grew louder, its lessons spreading like ripples on a still lake. And somewhere, in the quiet places of the world, the bear watched, its luminous eyes filled with a knowing that words could never fully capture. A lone figure sat at the edge of the forest, the early morning mist wrapping around her like a fragile veil. The world was silent, save for the distant rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a bird. She closed her eyes, her breath mingling with the cool air, and listened. She wasn't sure what she was waiting for, but deep down, she felt it, a pulse, a rhythm, something ancient that connected her to this place. The spirit bear wasn't just a story, it was a presence. It was in the way the trees leaned toward the sunlight, the way the river carved its path through stone, and the way the earth seemed to breathe beneath her. It was a reflection, not only of the wilderness, but of herself. She had heard it said that the bear was a mirror for humanity, showing them who they were and who they could become. In Cherokee stories, the bear was a teacher, a guide that walked the line between the physical and the spiritual. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized that the bear's lessons weren't confined to one culture or one land. It stood for something universal, a thread that ran through the stories of people all over the world. The bear wasn't just a creature, it was a metaphor, a reminder of humanity's fragile connection to nature. Her mind wandered to a tale her grandmother had once told her. In it, the bear wasn't merely an animal but a protector of balance. It carried the wisdom of the forest in its paws and the strength of the mountains in its heart. When people strayed too far from harmony, the bear appeared, not to punish, but to remind. Its roar echoed with the voice of the earth, calling them back to what they had forgotten. She opened her eyes and looked out at the trees. How many other cultures had their own bear stories? She thought of the Ainu people of Japan, who revered the bear as a god, a messenger between the divine and the human. The Sami people of Scandinavia saw it as a sacred being, one that could traverse the realms of the living and the dead. Even in the stories of the Inuit, the bear was a figure of immense respect, a creature that embodied both the power and the fragility of life. In each of these tales, the bear wasn't just an animal, it was a symbol, a bridge between humanity and the natural world. It reminded people that they weren't separate from the earth, but a part of it, as intertwined as the roots of the trees beneath their feet. She thought of the time she had felt that connection most deeply, when the wind carried the scent of rain, or when she stood barefoot on the grass and felt the hum of the earth beneath her. Those moments were fleeting, but they stayed with her, like whispers of a truth she couldn't quite grasp. The bear, she realized, was that truth made flesh. It was a reminder that to harm the earth was to harm oneself, that every cut tree and polluted river was a wound in their own soul. A sudden movement caught her eye, and she turned her head. It was only a shadow, the play of light and leaves, but her heart quickened nonetheless. For a moment, she imagined the bear there, watching her with eyes that saw far more than they should. What would it see in her? A protector, or someone who had forgotten the old ways? She wanted to believe she was the former, but she wasn't sure. The bear was more than a symbol of nature, it was a challenge. To see the bear was to see oneself, stripped of pretense and illusion. It showed humanity what they had gained and what they had lost in their climb toward progress. It asked them to remember the forests they had cleared, the rivers they had dammed, the skies they had filled with smoke. It asked them to choose, not with guilt but with hope, to walk a different path. Her thoughts turned to the stories of people who had encountered bears in the wild. Some spoke of fear, of the primal recognition that they were standing before something far greater than themselves. Others spoke of awe, of a quiet understanding that passed between them and the animal. But whether the encounter was terrifying or humbling, one thing was always the same: it left them changed. The bear didn't just walk away, it left its mark, not on their bodies but on their spirits. She wondered if that was the bear's true power, not its strength, but its ability to transform. It was a symbol, yes, but it was also a mirror, a teacher, and a guide. It called people to remember who they were, not as individuals, but as part of something larger. It showed them the threads that connected them to the earth, to each other, and to the past. And in doing so, it offered them a choice: to ignore those threads, or to honor them. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves around her. She stood, her feet sinking slightly into the damp earth, and turned back toward the forest. She didn't know if she would see the bear, not today, maybe not ever. But she didn't need to. Its presence was already here, in the earth beneath her feet, in the air she breathed, and in the stories that had been passed down through generations. As she walked away, she felt lighter, as if the forest itself had shared some of its wisdom with her. The bear wasn't just a myth or a memory, it was alive, not in the way she had expected, but in a way that mattered. It was in the quiet hum of the earth, in the rhythm of the trees, and in the hearts of those who chose to listen. The fire crackled softly, its embers glowing like the last breath of the day. The elder sat still, her silhouette framed by the darkened forest. She spoke, her voice a blend of warmth and weight, weaving a story older than the trees themselves. Around her, the children leaned closer, their faces glowing in the firelight, eyes wide with anticipation. Her words seemed to stir the wind, carrying whispers of something both ancient and eternal. The spirit bear, she began, is never truly gone. It walks through the stories we tell, the songs we sing, and the dreams we dare to dream. Its steps leave no trace on the ground, but they echo in the hearts of those who listen. A hush fell over the circle, and for a moment, even the forest seemed to hold its breath. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called out, its haunting cry like a reminder of the unseen. The elder's gaze drifted upward, as though she could see beyond the stars. It is said that the spirit bear carries the essence of balance, the pulse of life itself. But balance is fragile. When the world forgets, the bear grows quiet, retreating into the spaces where only silence speaks. She paused, her eyes meeting those of the youngest child, who clutched a small, carved bear to his chest. And yet, the spirit bear waits. It is patient, like the mountains. It knows that even in the darkest times, there are those who will remember. A gust of wind swept through the clearing, causing the flames to flicker. One of the children shivered, drawing her blanket tighter. "Do you think the spirit bear is watching us now?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The elder smiled, a knowing glint in her eye. "The spirit bear is always watching. Not with eyes, but with something deeper. It sees the kindness in your actions, the respect in your heart. It feels the way you treat the earth and each other. It doesn't judge, but it remembers." The children exchanged glances, their faces filled with both awe and uncertainty. The elder continued, her voice soft but unyielding, like the tide. "Once, a boy ventured into the mountains, angry and lost. He cursed the world for its unfairness, for the hardships he faced. He stomped through the forest, breaking branches and scattering stones, his heart a storm of bitterness. But as night fell, he found himself face to face with a great white bear." She leaned forward, her tone growing heavier. The boy froze, his anger forgotten in the bear's gaze. He expected fear, but instead, he felt calm. The bear's eyes were like mirrors, showing him not what he was, but what he could be. It didn't roar or attack. It simply turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. The elder's voice softened. That boy returned to his village changed. He planted trees where he had torn them down. He tended to the river, clearing away the debris he had thrown into it. And when others asked why, he said, "The bear reminded me that the world gives back what we give to it." The children sat silently, the fire's glow dancing in their eyes. The elder's words seemed to wrap around them, filling the space with something unspoken but deeply felt. The elder looked into the forest, her expression unreadable. The spirit bear is not a single being. It is every moment of compassion, every act of care. It is the voice that urges us to mend what we've broken, to heal what we've harmed. It lives in the stories we carry and the choices we make. Her words lingered, and the fire began to die down, its embers fading into the night. One by one, the children drifted away, their minds heavy with thoughts they couldn't quite name. Only the elder remained, her face lit by the faint glow of the coals. She stared into the darkness, her lips moving as though in silent prayer. Somewhere in the depths of the forest, a faint rustle broke the stillness. It could have been the wind or an animal passing through, but it felt like more. The elder's eyes softened, and a faint smile crossed her lips. She didn't look toward the sound, she didn't need to. She knew. The spirit bear wasn't just a figure in the old stories. It was the pulse of the earth, the breath of the wind, the spark of life in every living thing. It was eternal, not because it could be seen, but because it could be felt. It lived in the hearts of those who remembered, a quiet reminder of the connection between all things. The elder rose, her joints creaking with the weight of her years, and made her way toward her small, weathered home. As she walked, she hummed a tune, one that her grandmother had taught her, and her grandmother before that. It was a song for the bear, a song for the earth, a song for all that was and all that would be. And as the forest settled into its nightly rhythm, the wind carried her song, weaving it through the trees, over the hills, and into the hearts of those who needed it most. The spirit bear, unseen but ever present, walked silently through the night, its legacy glowing as brightly as the stars above.